Martin Heidegger. Translated by Joan Stambaugh. Revised and with a foreword by Dennis J. Schmidt. Published in the spring of 1927, Being and Time was immediately recognized as an original and groundbreaking philosophical work. Reviewers compared it to an electric shock and a lightning strike, and there was praise for the philosophical brilliance and genius of its young author, Martin Heidegger. He was only 37 years old. Being and Time, and Heidegger, quickly became the focus of debates and controversy, as well as an inspiration for new impulses in thinking. Indeed, the publication of Being and Time was an intellectual event of such consequence that it seems right to describe it with a comment Goethe made in another context: "From here and today a new epoch of world history sets forth." Prior to the publication of Being and Time, Heidegger had achieved some fame on the basis of his lecture courses at the University of Marburg. The courses were challenging and stimulating, and it is no accident that many of his students during these years would become original thinkers in their own right. Hannah Arendt later spoke of the rumor of a hidden king circulating among university students in Germany. Hans-Georg Gadamer described Heidegger's classes as an elemental event in which the boldness and radicality of questioning took one's breath away. Among students at least, it was clear that during his years at Marburg, 1923 to 1928, Heidegger was laying the groundwork for a genuine philosophical revolution. But until the publication of Being and Time, that revolution remained only a rumor, since Heidegger had not published anything for a decade. Despite his renown as a teacher, this absence of publications placed enormous pressures upon Heidegger to finally bring into print the ideas that he had been developing in his lecture courses. The reason for this is clear. In 1925 Heidegger was passed over by the Ministry of Education for a promotion to Paul Naderp's chair in philosophy at Marburg due to his lack of publications. Faced with this rejection, Heidegger worked intensely over the next year to finish the project of Being and Time until he was finally able to present a virtually complete manuscript to his teacher, Edmund Husserl, on Husserl's 67th birthday, April 8, 1926. Later that same year, Heidegger was again nominated for Naderp's chair, and this time he submitted the galley proofs of Being and Time in support of his nomination. The Ministry of Education's response was to reject Heidegger's nomination yet again, returning the proofs of Being and Time with the comment insufficient. After Being and Time was published a few months later, its reception made it abundantly clear that this genuinely new philosophical voice and viewpoint was destined to have a profound impact upon philosophy, and that Heidegger had indeed opened up a new path for thinking. In 1928 Husserl retired from teaching at the University of Freiburg and Heidegger was offered Husserl's chair. Although Heidegger eventually received an offer from Marburg, he accepted the chance to move to Freiburg as Husserl's successor instead. One consequence of this pressure to publish was that Heidegger decided to publish Being and Time in installments rather than wait until the entire text was finished as he had outlined it. The conception of the fundamental ontological project undertaken in Being and Time was, however, fully articulated from the outset. In aid of the introduction, Heidegger outlines the plan of Being and Time as divided into two parts, each with three divisions. The first installment of the text that Heidegger published in 1927 consisted only of the first two divisions of the first part, 2/3 of the planned text. The last division of the first part and the entire second part of the projected text were still to be written. Initially, Heidegger planned on completing the project of Being and Time as he had originally outlined it, but by 1929 or 1930, he had abandoned that plan. The text that we now have, and that stands as the complete text of Being and Time, is thus the incomplete version that was published in the spring of 1927. Heidegger announces this in his author's preface to the 7th German edition, 1953, when he writes, "The designation first half, which previous editions bore, has been deleted." After a quarter century, the second half could no longer be added without the first being presented anew. Nonetheless, its path still remains a necessary one even today if the question of being is to move our Dasein, hxxvii. What this means for one who sets out to read Being and Time is that this book needs to be understood as a torso of its own intentions and the fragment of a larger project. This poses a special interpretive problem. Since Being and Time continually rewrites itself, that is, since it repeatedly revisits earlier analyses in the light of their own conclusions, one needs to read it with this incompletion always in view. What was projected, even if never completed, was to have been the basis for a re-examination of the text that we do have. Although significant portions of its missing sections were eventually written and published elsewhere, the 1927 lecture course The Basic Problems of Phenomenology is especially significant in this regard. Heidegger never attempted to complete Being and Time, and he made no clear effort to link the portions that were published elsewhere to the plan of Being and Time. When one bears in mind that Being and Time remains a fragment, that Heidegger never explicitly continued to work out the plan of that project, and that he never systematically incorporated the work he did there into his later work, one is left with a genuine question: is the project of fundamental ontology laid out in Being and Time able to be carried out to completion? Or is it the case that this project cannot be completed according to the conditions that it sets for itself? Heidegger would ask this same question even if only tacitly for many years. Heidegger's most extensive, significant, and explicit self-assessment of Being and Time is perhaps found in his contributions to philosophy of the event. There, as elsewhere, Heidegger's view was that the project of fundamental ontology as it was outlined in Being and Time could not, in the end, be completed. Indeed, it is striking that much of the vocabulary and structures that he so painstakingly developed in Being and Time would disappear from his work over the next decade. Despite this, Heidegger was both emphatic and unwavering in his insistence that working through the project of Being and Time, while coming to understand its insights and its limits, was a decisive and ineluctable step on the path that thinking needs to take in our times. Thus, while Heidegger never resumed this project, he never repudiated it either. On the contrary, he frequently returned to it as he re-examined and rethought his own path of thinking. Despite or even perhaps because of the aborted character of his aims in Being and Time, this book was a constant touchstone for Heidegger's own path of thinking, and it would become a landmark in the history of philosophy that continues to challenge us today. Being and Time begins by referring to a doubled forgetfulness characterizing our historical present. We have not only forgotten the question of being and how to ask it, but this forgetting itself is no longer noticed, it too has been forgotten. This forgetting is not an error or a mistake that we can simply correct. One does not forget the question of being the way one forgets one's keys, nor is the question of being a question that one can ask in the form that most questions take. Rather, the sources of such a question, as well as the way it is forgotten, are, as Heidegger's analysis shows, rooted in our way of being. Factical life is necessarily bound up in a movement that conceals as well as reveals. The same structures that disclose factical life shroud it in obscurity. As Heidegger put it elsewhere, das Leben ist diesig, es nebelt sich immer wieder ein. Although our way of being always involves us in the fog of forgetfulness which, for the most part, we do not even notice, our way of being equally involves us in opening up and clearing the question of being. Asking the question of what it means to be and not to be defines and distinguishes each of us and determines the way we live our lives. Our way of being in the world is shaped fundamentally, and in every respect, by the fact that each of us is always preoccupied with this question, even if it is not thematized as such and even when it is forgotten. Yet, precisely because we have forgotten how to ask this question and because we have become numb to what moves us to pose the question of being, the first and largest task of Being and Time is to recover and renew it. In order to do this, Heidegger undertakes a phenomenological analysis of that being who asks such a question, the being who is concerned about its own being, namely, Dasein. To this end, the published portion of the original plan of Being and Time contains the fundamental preparatory analysis of Dasein, Part 1, and the repetition of this analysis in the light of temporality which the existential analytic had disclosed as the primordial meaning of Dasein's way of being, Part 2. The move from this analysis of the being of the questioner to the question of being itself was ultimately never carried out. No brief summary of either this analysis or its repetition can ever be adequate to the range and subtlety of being and time. The sweep of Heidegger's analysis here is stunning: truth, death, anxiety, praxis, others, tools, language, mood, guilt, history, existence, and time are just some of the many topics addressed here. Likewise, the innovative way in which such topics are unfolded and discussed becomes apparent in the language with which Heidegger carries out this analysis. Starting with the word Dasein, which is not another name for consciousness, subject, or human being, Heidegger introduces a vocabulary that challenges the reader. We find neologisms alongside commonplace words that are used in quite uncommon senses. We read, for instance, of being in the world, being with, worldliness, thrownness, attunement, temporality, conscience, facticity, everydayness, equipment, anxiety, authenticity, care, objective presence, equiprimordiality, and taking care, to name just a few of the words that need to be listened to carefully. The language of this text frequently needs to be heard in a different register than the one to which one might be accustomed. Meanings are stretched, roots of words are highlighted, small and seemingly insignificant words dash in, for instance, are shown to be complex and in need of careful reflection. Heidegger argued that it is the business of philosophy to preserve the power of the most elemental words, h. 220. Reading Being and Time, one experiences this elemental power of language. Of course, all of this makes the task of one who translates Heidegger especially difficult. Piled atop the usual struggles of translation, there are special difficulties facing the translator of Being and Time: Heidegger's suspicion about the inherited language of philosophizing and his neologisms, which are intended to force the reader to think from a fresh perspective, make the burden of the translator especially challenging. Joan Stambaugh faced these challenges with the insight born of her long connection to Heidegger's work. Thanks to Stambaugh, we have a translation in which one hears something of Heidegger's own voice. Nonetheless, all translation operates in a realm defined by nuance, options, multiple legitimate possibilities, apparent impossibilities, and resonances that complicate every otherwise fine choice. Translation is interpretation. It is also a sort of treason, no matter how deep its fidelity. While I have taken advantage of the last 15 years of commentary on this translation to make modifications to Stambaugh's original translation, there should be no doubt, this is still the Stambaugh translation of Being and Time. It is not possible to give an indication of all of the changes made in this revised edition. However, some general remarks might be helpful. One difference in this new edition is that the German word being translated is frequently identified by being inserted in square brackets. Doing this solves a number of problems, such as those arising from the difficulty in distinguishing being from beings. Whenever there was any chance of confusion about the translation of these words, the German words were inserted. Likewise, it is not uncommon for Heidegger to make connections between ideas by having words echo one another. Typically, these echoes cannot be maintained in an English translation. Thus, repetitions in German words like environment or surrounding world, dealings or association, circumspection, considerateness, tolerance, sight, nullity, nothingness, the not cannot be repeated in English, but the links that unite these, and many other words, can at least be made visible even to the reader who does not read German. Greek characters are now used for the Greek words. The lexicon of Greek expressions is available at the end of the book for those who might find a transliteration and translation of many of those words helpful. Heidegger's notes, which were previously published as endnotes, are now footnotes. The marginal comments from Heidegger's own readings of Being and Time are included at the bottom of the page, indicated by symbols, along with the footnotes, indicated by numbers. The numbers in the margins indicate the page number that has been used in the German text since the 7th edition. Most of Stambaugh's translations of key words remain as before. There is, however, one change that needs to be explained and defended, namely, the decision that Dasein would no longer be written as Dasein. The reason this change needs some comment is simple. As Professor Stambaugh writes in her translator's preface, it was Heidegger's express wish that in future translations the word Dasein should be hyphenated throughout being and time. Among the many considerations that have led me to no longer write Dasein with a hyphen, I will note only the following. First, Heidegger expressed his wish in this matter prior to the publication of the final version of Sinn und Zeit in his Gesamtausgabe, so he could have made the same change in the German edition. He did not make a change, but continued to write Dasein without a hyphen. This is a translation of Sinn und Zeit, not the place for corrections to be made that would move the translation away from the German original. Second, there are a number of places in Being and Time where Heidegger does write Dasein with a hyphen. To write Dasein with a hyphen in every case covers over a distinction that Heidegger himself makes and finds significant. Third, in later texts, most notably his Beitrage, Heidegger will write Dasein with a hyphen, reverting to the non-hyphenated form mostly only to speak about being and time. There again Heidegger is, in some real sense, distinguishing Dasein from Dasein. Finally, since many scholars writing in English use the German text when writing about Heidegger, English language scholarship has, by and large, not adopted the decision to translate Dasein as Dasein. Professor Stambaugh discussed her translation of Being and Time with Heidegger many times and rightly followed his wish. But it has become clear over the years that the reasons not to do this are overwhelming. Too many differences are obscured when we do not stay with the practice that Heidegger himself retained in the final edition of Sinn und Zeit. For the most part, however, the changes in this revised translation consist of modifications of sentences and other changes that, hopefully, will bring Stambaugh's translation even more in line with Heidegger's original text. Of course, if I have introduced new problems in doing this, I am responsible for those. My intention in making revisions was not to produce a different translation, but to present what I hope will prove to be a somewhat better version of the Stambaugh translation of Being and Time. Heidegger himself thanked Joan Stambaugh for her translation of Being and Time by presenting her with a copy of the poem that is reproduced on the cover of this book. Joan Stambaugh must be thanked yet again, first, for her translation and the contribution that translation has made to Heidegger's studies, second, for giving me permission to make the revisions in this new edition. Translators struggle over every word and the result is hard won. A translator who allows her work to be modified by another is truly generous. Thanks are also due to Dr. Hermann Heidegger for his support of this translation from the beginning, as well as for this revised edition. Finally, I have benefited greatly from comments and suggestions offered by colleagues and friends more than I can name here as I have worked through this revised translation of Being and Time. There are many reasons that Being and Time poses special problems for its translator and for the readers of an English language translation. Three aspects of the text are especially noteworthy and so need to be commented upon here. First, one needs to bear in mind that, in Being and Time, Heidegger has introduced a large number of German neologisms. Words, such as Befindlichkeit, which would be readily intelligible to a German reader since it has a clear relation to an everyday German phrase, appear here as Heidegger's own coinage and so pose a challenge even to a German reader. Typically, Heidegger's neologisms have strong connections to everyday phrases or words, and so exhibit a curious mix of strangeness and familiarity. Second, Heidegger frequently employs quite common vocabulary in uncommon ways. Here the most visible example is his use of the word Dasein, which, besides having a long history as a philosophic term, it is, for example, one of the categories in Hegel's Science of Logic, is a word that belongs to everyday conversation. One of Heidegger's intentions in Being and Time is to reappropriate that word and give it new meaning without completely repudiating its everyday sense. Again, a German reader might find a sort of alchemy of familiarity and strangeness in Heidegger's use of such words. Third, naturally one finds Heidegger using quite traditional philosophical vocabulary in Being and Time, but he goes to great lengths to move such words into new and rather untraditional senses. Words such as Wahrheit and Sen are only the most obvious examples of the problem a translator and reader face. Such are some of the sorts of translation problems that are especially amplified by the nature of this text. There remain of course the usual problems that belong to the project of translating German into English. But these problems, while demanding a certain vigilance on the part of both the translator and the reader, are not insurmountable. Some 3 decades ago Macquarie and Robinson published a translation of Being and Time, and in so doing were at the forefront of bringing Heidegger's work into English. That translation itself came to shape the way in which Heidegger's work was discussed in English. After 3 decades of translations of Heidegger's other works by a variety of translators, some of the decisions that were made in that early translation of Being and Time might now need to be reconsidered. The present translation attempts to take into account the insights of the past 30 years of Heidegger scholarship in English. This translation was begun some time ago and has undergone changes over the years as colleagues have offered suggestions. Some individual translations will no doubt still provoke controversy and, because Heidegger's language is so rich and multivalent, would likely do so no matter how they were translated. But it is hoped that this translation will remedy some of the infelicities and errors of the previous translation, and open a productive debate about some of the more original and still puzzling language of this text. To that end, a few very brief remarks about some of the terminological decisions may be in order to help orient the reader to some of the choices made here and to some of the alternative translations that might well be borne in mind by the reader. However, in the end, the translation will need to justify itself in the reading. It was Heidegger's express wish that in future translations the word descent should be hyphenated throughout Being and Time, a practice he himself instigated, for example, in Chapter 5 of Division 1. Thus the reader will be less prone to assume he or she understands it to refer to existence, which is the orthodox translation of Dasein, and with that translation surreptitiously bring along all sorts of psychological connotations. It was Heidegger's insight that human being is uncanny, we do not know who, or what, that is, although, or perhaps precisely because, we are it. As is the case with German nouns in general, the terms Dasein and Angst, which remain untranslated, retain capitalization. No other English expressions are capitalized, including the term being. Capitalizing being, although it has the dubious merit of treating being as something unique, risks implying that it is some kind of super thing or transcendent being. But Heidegger's use of the word being in no sense refers the word to something like a being, especially not a transcendent being. Heidegger does not want to substantivize this word, yet capitalizing the word in English does tend to imply just that. The later words for being, Awareness and Das Gewirrt, express relations that first constitute any possible relata or things, and thus confirm this non-substantializing intention. Another peculiarly problematic word is Urfallen, which does not literally mean falling, but speaks rather of a falling prey to something, the world. In other words, it is a kind of motion that is unable to go anywhere. While one might render the substantive, das Verfallen/die Verfallenheit, as ensnarement, I choose to translate it as entanglement to avoid the connotation of a trap. The word Befindlichkeit, which I have translated as attunement, needs some qualification and special comment. Another legitimate translation for this word is disposition. Here one could refer to the French translation which uses disposition. But despite quite compelling reasons to use disposition, I decided that attunement was the better choice, if only because it seems better able to avoid suggesting that there are psychological connotations carried in Heidegger's analysis of Befindlichkeit. The translation of the word Bewandtnis here as relevance also needs a comment. While one might opt for a different translation, namely situation, it seems that such a choice leaves the meaning of the word too broad and vague, and that it fails to capture the distinction Heidegger makes between Bewandtnis, which has primarily to do with things, and situation, which is more applicable to people. The crucial trio of words Sorge, Besorgen, and Fürsorge was rendered as care, taking care, and concern, respectively. A shift from the previous translation of Being and Time needs to be noted here. Macquarie and Robinson had used concern as a translation for Besorgen, however, I have chosen to use the word concern as a translation for Fürsorge, which involves human issues. I have translated Besorgen as taking care, as opposed to the Macquarie and Robinson translation of solicitude, because it refers more to errands and matters that one takes care of or settles. Heidegger sometimes uses the word andir with an article, die andir, but for the most part the word appears without an article. I have followed him in this and so use others rather than the others. The emphasis on the other, so strongly expressed in Sartre as a threat to subjectivity, is lacking in Heidegger. After all, we belong to others, we are others too. Vorlaufen. Anticipation is perhaps too weak. Macquarie and Robinson's running forward in thought seemed a bit awkward. But it may be the better choice. Nahe was consistently rendered as nearness, whereas in earlier versions I often used closeness as well. The word Wiederholung, which I have translated as retrieval, could also be translated as recapitulation since that word is used in music to refer to what Heidegger seems to intend by Wiederholung. In music, specifically in the sonata form, recapitulation refers to the return of the initial theme after the whole development section. Because of its new place in the piece, that same theme is now heard differently. One final word, which is a departure from the previous translation, needs to be noted. Augenblick, which I have translated as moment, as opposed to Macquarie and Robinson's moment of vision, should help pick up the temporal connotations of the word and also shed some of the almost mythical sense of the previous translation. Here the reader might do well to associate the word with the English expression in the twinkling of an eye or the French coup d'œil. The non-numerical notes at the bottom of the pages are Heidegger's own notes made in the margin on the occasion of subsequent rereading. I wish to thank Dennis Schmidt for his valuable and helpful suggestions. Thanks are due to Theodor Kiesel for the lexicon. I also wish to thank the Alexander von Humboldt Stiftung for its generous support enabling me to complete this translation. The text of Being and Time first appeared in the spring of 1927 in the Jahrbuch für Phänomenologie and Phänomenologische Forschung, Volume 8, edited by E. Husserl, and it was published simultaneously as a separate volume. The present reprint, which is the 7th edition, is unchanged with respect to the text, but has been newly revised with regard to quotations and punctuation. The page numbers of this reprint agree with those of the earlier editions except for minor deviations. The designation first half, which previous editions bore, has been deleted. After a quarter century, the second half could no longer be added without the first being presented anew. Nonetheless, its path still remains a necessary one even today, if the question of being is to move our Dasein. For the elucidation of that question the reader may refer to my Einführung in die Metaphysik, which is being published by the same press as this text. That work presents the text of a lecture course delivered in the summer semester of 1935. Yap, Wig Ev Taf Ta, if note GDIAFVEEVOVOEIRL, Y6E, Wig 8E. Tpo Tov 2EV, OEA, VVV6. For manifestly you have long been aware of what you mean when you use the expression being. We, however, who used to think we understood it, have now become perplexed. Do we in our time have an answer to the question of what we really mean by the word being? Not at all. So it is fitting that we should raise anew the question of the meaning of being. But are we nowadays even perplexed at our inability to understand the expression being? Not at all. So first of all we must reawaken an understanding for the meaning of this question. The aim of the following treatise is to work out the question of the meaning of being and to do so concretely. The provisional aim is the interpretation of time as the possible horizon for any understanding whatsoever of being. But the reasons for making this our aim, the investigations which such a purpose requires, and the path to its achievement, call for some introductory remarks. Chapter 1. The necessity, structure, and priority of the question of being. 1. The necessity of an explicit repetition of the question of being. This question has today been forgotten, although our time considers itself progressive in again affirming metaphysics. All the same we believe that we are spared the exertion of rekindling a it if to axfa it spitirgo, 6 fag. But the question touched upon here is hardly an arbitrary one. It sustained the avid research of Plato and Aristotle, but from then on ceased to be heard as a thematic question of actual investigation. What these two thinkers achieved has been preserved in various distorted and camouflaged forms down to Hegel's logic. And what then was wrested from phenomena by the highest exertion of thought, albeit in fragments and first beginnings, has long since been trivialized. Not only that. On the basis of the Greek point of departure for the interpretation of being, a dogma has taken shape which not only declares that the question of the meaning of being is superfluous, but even sanctions its neglect. It is said that being is the most universal and the emptiest concept. As such, it resists every attempt at definition. Nor does this most universal and thus indefinable concept need any definition. Everybody uses it constantly and also already understands what is meant by it. Thus what troubled ancient philosophizing and kept it so by virtue of its obscurity has become obvious, clear as day, such that whoever persists in asking about it is accused of an error of method. At the beginning of this inquiry, the prejudices that constantly instill and repeatedly promote the idea that a questioning of being is not needed cannot be discussed in detail. They are rooted in ancient ontology itself. That ontology can in turn only be interpreted adequately under the guidance of the question of being, which has been clarified and answered beforehand. One must proceed with regard to the soil from which the fundamental ontological concepts grew, and with reference to the suitable demonstration of the categories and their completeness. We therefore wish to discuss these prejudices only to the extent that the necessity of a repetition of the question of the meaning of being becomes evident. There are 3 such prejudices. One being asterisk is the most universal concept, do ov6cixai. 070 v pa 716 tia etafcio il lud quad primo cadite sub apprehension, est ens, quis intellectus includitur in omnibus, quicum quis apprehended. An understanding of being is always already contained in everything we apprehend in beings too, but the universality of being is not that of genus. Being does not delimit the highest region of beings so far as they are conceptually articulated according to genus and species, OVTC to OV. The universality of being surpasses the universality of genus. According to the designation of medieval ontology, being is a transcendence. Aristotle himself understood the unity of this transcendental universal, as opposed to the manifold of the highest generic concepts with material content, as the unity of analogy. Despite his dependence upon Plato's ontological position, Aristotle placed the problem of being on a fundamentally new basis with this discovery. To be sure, he too did not clarify the obscurity of these categorical connections. Medieval ontology discussed this problem in many ways, above all the Thomist and Scotist schools, without gaining fundamental clarity. And when Hegel finally defines being as the indeterminate immediate, and makes this definition the foundation of all the further categorical explications of his logic, he remains within the perspective of ancient ontology, except that he gives up the problem, raised early on by Aristotle, of the unity of being in contrast to the manifold of categories with material content. If one says accordingly that being is the most universal concept, that cannot mean that it is the clearest and that it needs no further discussion. The concept of being is rather the most obscure of all. 2. The concept of being is indefinable. This conclusion was drawn from its highest universality, and correctly so if definition fit per genus proximum et differentium specificam. Indeed, being cannot be understood as a being. Ente non additur natura, being cannot be defined by attributing beings to it. Being cannot be derived from higher concepts by way of definition and cannot be represented by lower ones. But does it follow from this that being can no longer constitute a problem? Not at all. We can conclude only that being is not something like a being asterisk. Thus the manner of definition of beings which has its justification within limits the definition of traditional logic, which is itself rooted in ancient ontology, cannot be applied to being. The indefinability of being does not dispense with the question of its meaning but forces it upon us. 3. Being is the self-evident concept. Being is used in all knowing and predicating, in every relation to beings and in every relation to oneself, and the expression is understandable without further ado. Everybody understands, the sky is blue, I am happy, and similar statements. But this average comprehensibility only demonstrates the incomprehensibility. It shows that an enigma lies a priori in every relation and being toward beings as beings. The fact that we live already in an understanding of being and that the meaning of being is at the same time shrouded in darkness proves the fundamental necessity of retrieving the question of the meaning of being. If what is self-evident and this alone the covert judgments of common reason, Kant, is to become and remain the explicit theme of our analysis, as the business of philosophers, then the appeal to self-evidence in the realm of basic philosophical concepts, and indeed with regard to the concept being, is a dubious procedure. However, consideration of the prejudices has made it clear at the same time that not only is the answer to the question of being lacking, but even the question itself is obscure and without direction. Thus to retrieve the question of being means first of all to work out adequately the formulation of the question. 2. The formal structure of the question of being. The question of the meaning of being must be formulated. If it is a or even the fundamental question, such questioning needs the suitable transparency. Thus we must briefly discuss what belongs to a question in general in order to be able to make clear that the question of being is an eminent one. Every questioning is a seeking. Every seeking takes its lead beforehand from what is sought. Questioning is a knowing search for beings in their thatness and whatness. The knowing search can become an investigation, as the revealing determination of what the question aims at. As questioning about, questioning has what it asks about. All asking about, is in some way an inquiring of. Besides what is asked, what is interrogated also belongs to questioning. What is questioned is to be defined and conceptualized in the investigating, that is, the specifically theoretical question. As what is really intended, what is to be ascertained lies in what is questioned, here questioning arrives at its goal. As an attitude adopted by a being, the questioner, questioning has its own character of being. Questioning can come about as just asking around or as an explicitly formulated question. What is peculiar to the latter is the fact that questioning first becomes lucid in advance with regard to all the above-named constitutive characteristics of the question. The question to be formulated is about the meaning of being. Thus we are confronted with the necessity of explicating the question of being with regard to the structural moments cited. As a seeking, questioning needs prior guidance from what it seeks. The meaning of being must therefore already be available to us in a certain way. We intimated that we are always already involved in an understanding of being. From this grows the explicit question of the meaning of being and the tendency toward its concept. We do not know what being means. But already when we ask, what is being? We stand in an understanding of the is without being able to determine conceptually what the is means. We do not even know the horizon upon which we are supposed to grasp and pin down the meaning. This average and vague understanding of being is a fact. No matter how much this understanding of being wavers and fades and borders on mere verbal knowledge, this indefiniteness of the understanding of being that is always already available is itself a positive phenomenon which needs elucidation. However, an investigation of the meaning of being will not wish to provide this at the outset. The interpretation of the average understanding of being attains its necessary guideline only with the developed concept of being. From the clarity of that concept and the appropriate manner of its explicit understanding we shall be able to discern what the obscure or not yet elucidated understanding of being means, namely, what kinds of obfuscation or hindrance of an explicit elucidation of the meaning of being are possible and necessary. Furthermore, the average, vague understanding of being can be permeated by traditional theories and opinions about being in such a way that these theories, as the sources of the prevailing understanding, remain hidden. What is sought in the question of being is not completely unfamiliar, although it is at first totally ungraspable. What is asked about in the question to be elaborated is being, that which determines beings as beings, that in terms of which beings have always been understood no matter how they are discussed. The being of being is itself not a being. The first philosophical step in understanding the problem of being consists in avoiding the Vilovtayeva in not telling a story, that is, not determining beings as beings by tracing them back in their origins to another being as if being had the character of a possible being. As what is asked about, being thus requires its own kind of demonstration which is essentially different from the discovery of beings. Hence what is to be ascertained, the meaning of being, will require its own conceptualization, which again is essentially distinct from the concepts in which beings receive their determination of meaning. Insofar as being constitutes what is asked about, and insofar as being means the being of beings, beings themselves turn out to be what is interrogated in the question of being. Beings are, so to speak, interrogated with regard to their being. But if they are to exhibit the characteristics of their being without falsification, they must for their part have become accessible in advance as they are in themselves. The question of being demands that the right access to beings be gained and secured in advance with regard to what it interrogates. But we call many things existent, and in different senses. Everything we talk about, mean, and are related to is existent in one way or another. What and how we ourselves are is also existent. Being is found in thatness and whatness, reality, the objective presence of things * subsistence, validity, existence, and in the there is. In which being is the meaning of being to be, from which being is the disclosure of being to get its start. Is the starting point arbitrary, or does a certain being have priority in the elaboration of the question of being? Which is this exemplary being, and in what sense does it have priority? If the question of being is to be explicitly formulated and brought to complete clarity concerning itself, then the elaboration of this question requires, in accord with what has been elucidated up to now, explication of the ways of regarding being, of understanding and conceptually grasping its meaning, preparation of the possibility of the right choice of the exemplary being, and elaboration of the genuine mode of access to this being. Regarding, understanding and grasping, choosing and gaining access to, are constitutive attitudes of inquiry and are thus themselves modes of being of a particular being, of the being we inquirers ourselves in each case are. Thus to work out the question of being means to make a being one who questions transparent in its being. Asking this question, as a mode of a being, is itself essentially determined by what is asked about in it being. This being, which we ourselves in each case are and which includes inquiry among the possibilities of its being, we formulate terminologically as Dasein. The explicit and lucid formulation of the question of the meaning of being requires a prior suitable explication of a being, Dasein, with regard to its being Dati. But does not such an enterprise fall into an obvious circle? To have to determine beings in their being beforehand and then on this foundation first pose the question of being, what else is that but going around in circles? In working out the question, do we not presuppose something that only the answer can provide? Formal objections such as the argument of circular reasoning, an argument that is always easily raised in the area of investigation of principles, are always sterile when one is weighing concrete ways of investigating. They do not offer anything to the understanding of the issue and they hinder penetration into the field of investigation. But in fact there is no circle at all in the formulation of our question. Beings can be determined in their being without the explicit concept of the meaning of being having to be already available. If this were not so, there could not have been as yet any ontological knowledge. And probably no one would deny the factual existence of such knowledge. It is true that being is presupposed in all previous ontology, but not as an available concept, not as the sort of thing we are seeking. Presupposing being has the character of taking a preliminary look at being in such a way that on the basis of this look beings that are already given are tentatively articulated in their being. This guiding look at being grows out of the average understanding of being in which we are always already involved and which ultimately belongs to the essential constitution of Dasein itself. Such presupposing has nothing to do with positing a principle from which a series of propositions is deduced. A circle in reasoning cannot possibly lie in the formulation of the question of the meaning of being, because in answering this question it is not a matter of grounding by deduction, but rather of laying bare and exhibiting the ground. Circular reasoning does not occur in the question of the meaning of being. Rather, there is a notable relatedness backward or forward of what is asked about, being, to asking as a mode of being of a being. The way what is questioned essentially engages our questioning belongs to the innermost meaning of the question of being. But this only means that the being that has the character of Dasein has a relation to the question of being itself, perhaps even a distinctive one. But have we not thereby demonstrated that a particular being has a priority with respect to being, and that the exemplary being that is to function as what is primarily interrogated is pregiven? In what we have discussed up to now, neither has the priority of Dasein been demonstrated nor has anything been decided about its possible or even necessary function as the primary being to be interrogated. But certainly something like a priority of Dasein has announced itself. 3. The ontological priority of the question of being. The characterization of the question of being, under the guideline of the formal structure of the question as such, has made it clear that this question is a unique one, such that its elaboration and even its solution require a series of fundamental reflections. However, what is distinctive about the question of being will fully come to light only when that question is sufficiently delineated with regard to its function, intention, and motives. Up to now, the necessity of a retrieval of the question was motivated partly by its venerable origin, but above all by the lack of a definite answer, even by the lack of any adequate formulation of the question. But one can demand to know what purpose this question should serve. Does it remain solely, or is it at all, only a matter of free-floating speculation about the most general generalities, or is it the most basic and at the same time most concrete question? Being is always the being of a being. The totality of beings can, with respect to its various domains, become the field where particular areas of knowledge are exposed and delimited. These areas, for example, history, nature, space, life, human being, language, and so on, can in their turn become thematized as objects of scientific investigations. Scientific research demarcates and first establishes these areas of knowledge in a rough and ready fashion. The elaboration of the area in its fundamental structures is in a way already accomplished by prescientific experience and interpretation of the domain of being to which the area of knowledge is itself confined. The resulting fundamental concepts comprise the guidelines for the first concrete disclosure of the area. Whether or not the importance of the research always lies in such establishment of concepts, its true progress comes about not so much in collecting results and storing them in handbooks as in being forced to ask questions about the basic constitution of each area, these questions being chiefly a reaction to increasing knowledge in each area. The real movement of the sciences takes place in the revision of these basic concepts, a revision which is more or less radical and lucid with regard to itself. A science's level of development is determined by the extent to which it is capable of a crisis in its basic concepts. In these imminent crises of the sciences, the relation of positive questioning to the matter in question becomes unstable. Today, tendencies to place research on new foundations have cropped up on all sides in the various disciplines. The discipline which is seemingly the strictest and most securely structured, mathematics, has experienced a crisis in its foundations. The controversy between formalism and intuitionism centers on obtaining and securing primary access to what should be the object of the science. Relativity theory in physics grew out of the tendency to expose nature's own coherence as it is in itself. As a theory of the conditions of access to nature itself, it attempts to preserve the immutability of the laws of motion by defining all relativities. It is thus confronted by the question of the structure of its pre-given area of knowledge, that is, by the problem of matter. In biology, the tendency has awakened to get behind the definitions that mechanism and vitalism have given to organism and life, and to define anew the kind of being of living beings as such. In the historical and humanistic disciplines, the drive toward historical actuality itself has been strengthened by the transmission and portrayal of tradition. The history of literature is to become the history of critical problems. Theology is searching for a more original interpretation of human beings being toward God, prescribed by the meaning of faith itself and remaining within it. Theology is slowly beginning to understand again Luther's insight that its system of dogma rests on a foundation that does not stem from a questioning in which faith is primary and whose conceptual apparatus is not only insufficient for the range of problems in theology but rather covers them up and distorts them. Fundamental concepts are determinations in which the area of knowledge underlying all the thematic objects of a science attain an understanding that precedes and guides all positive investigation. Accordingly, these concepts first receive their genuine evidence and grounding only in a correspondingly preliminary research into the area of knowledge itself. But since each of these areas arises from the domain of beings themselves, this preliminary research that creates the fundamental concepts amounts to nothing else than interpreting these beings in terms of the basic constitution of their being. This kind of investigation must precede the positive sciences, and it can do so. The work of Plato and Aristotle is proof of this. Laying the foundations of the sciences in this way is different in principle from logic limping along behind, investigating here and there the status of a science in terms of its method. Such laying of foundations is productive logic in the sense that it leaps ahead, so to speak, into a particular realm of being, discloses it for the first time in its constitutive being, and makes the acquired structures available to the positive sciences as lucid directives for inquiry. Thus, for example, what is philosophically primary is not a theory of concept formation in historiology, nor the theory of historical knowledge, nor even the theory of history as the object of historiology. What is primary is rather the interpretation of genuinely historical beings with regard to their historicality. Similarly, the positive result of Kant's critique of pure reason consists in its approach to working out what belongs to any nature whatsoever, and not in a theory of knowledge. His transcendental logic is an a priori logic of the realm of being called nature. But such inquiry ontology taken in its broadest sense without reference to specific ontological directions and tendencies itself still needs a guideline. It is true that ontological inquiry is more original than the ontic inquiry of the positive sciences. But it remains naive and opaque if its investigations into the being of beings leave the meaning of being in general undiscussed. And precisely the ontological task of a genealogy of the different possible ways of being, a genealogy which is not to be construed deductively, requires a preliminary understanding of what we really mean by this expression being. The question of being thus aims not only at an a priori condition of the possibility of the sciences, which investigate beings as this or that kind of being and which thus always already move within an understanding of being, but also at the condition of the possibility of the ontologies which precede the ontic sciences and found them. All ontology, no matter how rich and tightly knit a system of categories it has at its disposal, remains fundamentally blind and perverts its innermost intent if it has not previously clarified the meaning of being sufficiently and grasped this clarification as its fundamental task. Ontological research itself, correctly understood, gives the question of being its ontological priority over and above merely resuming an honored tradition and making progress on a problem until now opaque. But this scholarly, scientific priority is not the only one. 4. The ontic priority of the question of being. Science in general can be defined as the totality of fundamentally coherent true propositions. This definition is not complete, nor does it get at the meaning of science. As ways in which human beings behave, sciences have this beings, the human beings, kind of being. We define this being terminologically as Dasein. Scientific research is neither the sole nor the most immediate kind of being of this being that is possible. Moreover, Dasein itself is distinctly different from other beings. We must make this distinct difference visible in a preliminary way. Here the discussion must anticipate subsequent analyses which only later will become truly demonstrative. Dasein is a being that does not simply occur among other beings. Rather it is ontically distinguished by the fact that in its being this being is concerned about its very being. Thus it is constitutive of the being of Dasein to have, in its very being, a relation of being to this being. And this in turn means that Dasein understands itself in its being in some way and with some explicitness. It is proper to this being that it be disclosed to itself with and through its being. Understanding of being is itself a determination of being of Dasein *. The ontic distinction of Dasein lies in the fact that it is ontological. To be ontological does not yet mean to develop an ontology. Thus if we reserve the term ontology for the explicit, theoretical question of the being of beings, the ontological character of Dasein referred to here is to be designated as pre-ontological. That does not signify simply being ontical, but rather being in the manner of an understanding of being. We shall call that very being to which Dasein can relate in one way or another, and somehow always does relate, existence. And because the essential definition of this being cannot be accomplished by ascribing to it a what that specifies its material content, because its essence lies rather in the fact that in each instance it has to be its being as its own, the term Dasein, as a pure expression of being, has been chosen to designate this being. Dasein always understands itself in terms of its existence, in terms of its possibility to be itself or not to be itself. Dasein has either chosen these possibilities itself, stumbled upon them, or in each instance already grown up in them. Existence is decided only by each Dasein itself in the manner of seizing upon or neglecting such possibilities. We come to terms with the question of existence always only through existence itself. We call this kind of understanding of oneself existential understanding. The question of existence is an ontic affair of Dasein. For this question the theoretical transparency of the ontological structure of existence is not necessary. The question of structure aims at the analysis of what constitutes existence. We shall call the coherence of these structures existentiality. Its analysis does not have the character of an existential understanding but rather an existential one. The task of an existential analysis of Dasein is prescribed with regard to its possibility and necessity in the ontic constitution of Dasein. But since existence defines Dasein, the ontological analysis of this being always requires in advance a consideration of existentiality. However, we understand existentiality as the constitution of being of the being that exists. But the idea of being in general already lies in the idea of such a constitution of being. And thus the possibility of carrying out the analysis of Dasein depends upon the prior elaboration of the question of the meaning of being in general. Sciences and disciplines are ways of being of Dasein in which Dasein also relates to beings that it need not itself be. But being in a world belongs essentially to Dasein. Thus the understanding of being that belongs to Dasein just as originally implies the understanding of something like world and the understanding of the being of beings accessible within the world. Ontologies which have beings unlike Dasein as their theme are accordingly founded and motivated in the ontic structure of Dasein itself. This structure includes in itself the determination of a pre-ontological understanding of being. Thus fundamental ontology, from which alone all other ontologies can originate, must be sought in the existential analysis of Dasein. Dasein accordingly takes priority in several ways over all other beings. The first priority is an ontic one. This being is defined in its being by existence. The second priority is an ontological one. On the basis of its determination as existence, Dasein is in itself ontological. But just as originally Dasein possesses in a manner constitutive of its understanding of existence an understanding of the being of all beings unlike itself. Dasein therefore has its third priority as the ontic-ontological condition of the possibility of all ontologies. Dasein has proven itself to be that which, before all other beings, is ontologically the primary being to be interrogated. However, the roots of the existential analysis, for their part, are ultimately existential, i.e. they are ontic. Only when philosophical research and inquiry themselves are grasped in an existential way as a possibility of being of each existing Dasein does it become possible at all to disclose the existentiality of existence and therewith to get hold of a sufficiently grounded set of ontological problems. But with this the ontic priority of the question of being has also become clear. The ontic-ontological priority of Dasein was already seen early on, without Dasein itself being grasped in its genuine ontological structure or even becoming a problem with such an aim. Aristotle says, rlyrvxrli and optia the soul, of the human being, is in a certain way a being. The soul which constitutes the being of human being discovers in its ways to be Merle 6 ns and for all beings with regard to their thatness and whatness, that is to say, always also in their being. Thomas Aquinas discussed this statement, which refers back to Parmenides' ontological thesis, in a manner characteristic of him. Thomas is engaged in the task of deriving the transcendentals, the characteristics of being that lie beyond every possible generic determination of a being in its material content, every modus specialis intus, and that are necessary attributes of every something, whatever it might be. For him the verutuntu is to be demonstrated as being such a transcendence. This is to be accomplished by appealing to a being which, in conformity with its kind of being, is suited to come together, that is to agree with any being whatsoever. This distinctive being, the ens, quod natum est convenire cum omni ent, is the soul, anima. The priority of Dasein over and above all other beings, which emerges here without being ontologically clarified, obviously has nothing in common with a vapid subjectivizing of the totality of beings. The demonstration of the ontocontological distinctiveness of the question of being is grounded in the preliminary indication of the ontocontological priority of Dasein. But the analysis of the structure of the question of being as such, too, came up against the distinctive function of this being within the formulation of that very question. Dasein revealed itself to be that being which must first be elaborated in a sufficiently ontological manner if the inquiry is to become transparent. But now it has become evident that the ontological analysis of Dasein in general constitutes fundamental ontology, that Dasein consequently functions as the being that is to be interrogated fundamentally in advance with respect to its being. If the interpretation of the meaning of being is to become a task, Dasein is not only the primary being to be interrogated, in addition to that it is the being that always already in its being is related to what is sought in this question. But then the question of being is nothing else than the radicalization of an essential tendency of being that belongs to Dasein itself, namely, of the pre-ontological understanding of being. 5. The ontological analysis of Dasein as exposing the horizon for an interpretation of the meaning of being in general. In designating the tasks involved in formulating the question of being, we showed that not only must we pinpoint the particular being that is to function as the primary being to be interrogated, but also that an explicit appropriation and securing of correct access to this being is required. We discussed which being it is that takes over the major role within the question of being. But how should this being, Dasein, become accessible and, so to speak, come into view in an interpretation that is comprehensible? The ontocontological priority that has been demonstrated for Dasein could lead to the mistaken opinion that this being would also have to be what is primarily given ontically ontologically, not only in the sense that such a being could be grasped immediately, but also that the prior giveness of its kind of being would be just as immediate. True, Dasein is ontically not only what is near or even nearest we ourselves or it, each of us. Nevertheless, or precisely for this reason, it is ontologically what is farthest. True, it belongs to its most proper being to have an understanding of being and to sustain a certain interpretation of it. But this does not at all mean that the most readily available pre-ontological interpretation of its own being could be adopted as an adequate guideline, as though this understanding of being had to arise from a thematically ontological reflection on the most proper constitution of its being. Rather, in accordance with the kind of being belonging to it, Dasein tends to understand its own being in terms of the being to which it is essentially, continually, and most closely related, the world. In Dasein itself and therewith in its own understanding of being, as we shall show, the way the world is understood is ontologically reflected back upon the interpretation of Dasein. The ontocontological priority of Dasein is therefore the reason why the specific constitution of the being of Dasein understood in the sense of the categorical structure that belongs to it remains hidden from it. Dasein is ontically nearest to itself, ontologically farthest away, but pre-ontologically certainly not foreign to itself. We have merely precursorily indicated that an interpretation of this being is confronted with peculiar difficulties rooted in the mode of being of the thematic object and the way it is thematized. They do not result from some shortcoming of our powers of knowledge or lack of an appropriate conceptuality, a lack seemingly easy to remedy. Not only does an understanding of being belong to Dasein, but this understanding also develops or decays according to the actual manner of being of Dasein at any given time. For this reason it has a wealth of interpretations at its disposal. Philosophical psychology, anthropology, ethics, politics, poetry, biography, and historiography pursue in different ways and to varying extents the behavior, faculties, powers, possibilities, and destinies of Dasein. But the question remains whether these interpretations were carried out in as original an existential manner as their existential originality perhaps merited. The two do not necessarily go together, but they also do not exclude one another. Existential interpretation can require existential analysis, provided philosophical knowledge is understood in its possibility and necessity. Only when the fundamental structures of Dasein are adequately worked out with explicit orientation toward the problem of being will the previous results of the interpretation of Dasein receive their existential justification. Hence the first concern in the question of being must be an analysis of Dasein. But then the problem of gaining and securing the kind of access that leads to Dasein truly becomes crucial. Expressed negatively, no arbitrary idea of being and reality, no matter how self-evident it is, may be brought to bear on this being in a dogmatically constructed way. No categories prescribed by such ideas may be forced upon Dasein without ontological deliberation. The manner of access and interpretation must instead be chosen in such a way that this being can show itself to itself on its own terms. And furthermore, this manner should show that being as it is initially and for the most part in its average everydayness. Not arbitrary and accidental structures but essential ones are to be demonstrated in this everydayness, structures that remain determinative in every mode of being of factical Dasein. By looking at the fundamental constitution of the everydayness of Dasein we shall bring out in a preparatory way the being of this being. The analytic of Dasein thus understood is wholly oriented toward the guiding task of working out the question of being. Its limits are thereby determined. It cannot hope to provide a complete ontology of Dasein, which of course must be supplied if something like a philosophical anthropology is to rest on a philosophically adequate basis. With a view to a possible anthropology or its ontological foundation, the following interpretation will provide only a few parts, although not inessential ones. However, the analysis of Dasein is not only incomplete but at first also preliminary. It only brings out the being of this being without interpreting its meaning. Its aim is rather to expose the horizon for the most primordial interpretation of being. Once we have reached that horizon, the preparatory analytic of Dasein requires repetition on a higher, genuinely ontological basis. The meaning of being of that being we call Dasein will prove to be temporality. In order to demonstrate this we must repeat our interpretation of those structures of Dasein that shall have been indicated in a preliminary way this time as modes of temporality. While it is true that with this interpretation of Dasein as temporality the answer to the guiding question about the meaning of being in general is not already the soil from which we may reap it will nevertheless be prepared. We intimated that a pre-ontological being belongs to Dasein as its ontic constitution. Dasein is in such a way that, by being, it understands something like being. Remembering this connection, we must show that time is that from which Dasein tacitly understands and interprets something like being at all. Time must be brought to light and genuinely grasped as the horizon of every understanding and interpretation of being. For this to become clear we need an original explication of time as the horizon of the understanding of being, in terms of temporality as the being of Dasein which understands being. This task as a whole requires that the concept of time thus gained be distinguished from the common understanding of it. The latter has become explicit in an interpretation of time which reflects the traditional concept that has persisted since Aristotle and beyond Bergson. We must thereby make clear that, and in what way, this concept of time and the common understanding of time in general originate from temporality. In this way the common concept of time receives again its rightful autonomy, contrary to Bergson's thesis that time understood in the common way is really space. Time has long served as the ontological or rather ontic criterion for naively distinguishing the different regions of beings. Temporal beings, natural processes and historical events, are separated from atemporal beings, spatial and numerical relationships. We are accustomed to distinguishing the timeless meaning of propositions from the temporal course of propositional statements. Further, a gap between temporal being and supertemporal eternal being is found, and the attempt is made to bridge the gap. Temporal here means as much as being in time, an obscure enough definition to be sure. The fact remains that time in the sense of being in time serves as a criterion for separating the regions of being. How time comes to have this distinctive ontological function, and even with what right precisely something like time serves as such a criterion, and most of all whether in this naive ontological application of time its genuinely possible ontological relevance is expressed, has neither been asked nor investigated up to now. Time, especially on the horizon of the common understanding of it, has chanced to acquire this obvious ontological function of itself, as it were, and has held onto it until today. In contrast, we must show, on the basis of the question of the meaning of being which shall have been worked out, that and in what way the central range of problems of all ontology is rooted in the phenomenon of time correctly viewed and correctly explained. If being is to be conceived in terms of time, and if the various modes and derivatives of being in their modifications and derivations are in fact to become intelligible through a consideration of time, then being itself and not only beings that are in time is made visible in its temporal character. But then temporal can no longer mean only being in time. The atemporal and the supertemporal are also temporal with respect to their being, this not only by way of privation when compared to temporal beings, which are in time, but in a positive way which, of course, must first be clarified. Because the expression temporal belongs to both pre-philosophical and philosophical usage, and because that expression will be used in a different sense in the following investigations, we shall call the original determination of the meaning of being and its characters and modes which devolve from time its temporal determination. The fundamental ontological task of the interpretation of being as such thus includes the elaboration of the temporality of being. In the exposition of the problem of temporality, the concrete answer to the question of the meaning of being is first given. Because being is in each instance comprehensible only in regard to time, the answer to the question of being cannot lie in an isolated and blind proposition. The answer is not grasped by repeating what is stated propositionally, especially when it is transmitted as a free-floating result, so that we merely take notice of a standpoint which perhaps deviates from the way the matter has been previously treated. Whether the answer is novel is of no importance and remains extrinsic. What is positive about the answer must lie in the fact that it is old enough to enable us to learn to comprehend the possibilities prepared by the ancients. In conformity to its most proper sense, the answer provides a directive for concrete ontological research, that is, a directive to begin its investigative inquiry within the horizon exhibited, and that is all it provides. If the answer to the question of being thus becomes the guiding directive for research, then it is sufficiently given only if the specific mode of being of previous ontology, the vicissitudes of its questioning, its findings, and its failures becomes visible as necessary to the very character of Dasein. 6. The task of a destruction of the history of ontology. All research, especially when it moves in the sphere of the central question of being, is an ontic possibility of Dasein. The being of Dasein finds its meaning in temporality. But temporality is at the same time the condition of the possibility of historicity as a temporal mode of being of Dasein itself, regardless of whether and how it is a being in time. As a determination, historicity is prior to what is called history, world historical occurrences. Historicity means the constitution of being of the occurrence of Dasein as such, upon its grounds something like world history, and belonging historically to world history, is possible. In its factical being, Dasein always is how and what it already was. Whether explicitly or not, it is its past. It is its own past not only in such a way that its past, as it were, pushes itself along behind it, and that it possesses what is past as a property that is still objectively present and at times has an effect on it. Dasein is its past in the manner of its being which, roughly expressed, on each occasion occurs out of its future. In its manner of existing at any given time, and thus also with the understanding of being that belongs to it, Dasein grows into a customary interpretation of itself and grows up on that interpretation. It understands itself initially in terms of this interpretation and continually within a certain range, constantly. This understanding discloses the possibilities of its being and regulates them. Its own past and that always means that of its generation does not follow after Dasein but rather always already goes ahead of it. This elemental historicity of Dasein can remain concealed from it. But it can also be discovered in a certain way and be properly cultivated. Dasein can discover, preserve, and explicitly pursue tradition. The discovery of tradition, and the disclosure of what it transmits and how it does this, can be undertaken as a task in its own right. Dasein thus assumes the mode of being that involves historical inquiry and research. But the discipline of history, more precisely, the historicality underlying it, is possible only as the kind of being belonging to inquiring Dasein, because Dasein is determined by historicity in the ground of its being. If historicity remains concealed from Dasein, and so long as it does so, the possibility of historical inquiry and discovery of history is denied it. If the discipline of history is lacking, that is no evidence against the historicity of Dasein, rather it is evidence for this constitution of being in a deficient mode. Only because it is historic in the first place can an age lack the discipline of history. On the other hand, if Dasein has seized upon its inherent possibility not only of making its existence transparent, but also of inquiring into the meaning of existentiality itself, that is to say, of provisionally inquiring into the meaning of being in general, and if insight into the essential historicity of Dasein has opened up in such inquiry, then it is inevitable that inquiry into being, which was designated with regard to its ontocontological necessity, is itself characterized by historicity. The elaboration of the question of being must therefore receive its directive to inquire into its own history from the most proper ontological sense of the inquiry itself, as a historical one, that means to become historical in a disciplined way in order to come to the positive appropriation of the past, to come into full possession of its most proper possibilities of inquiry. The question of the meaning of being is led to understand itself as historical in accordance with its own way of proceeding, that is, as the provisional explication of Dasein in its temporality and historicity. The preparatory interpretation of the fundamental structures of Dasein with regard to its usual and average way of being, in which it is also first of all historical, will make the following clear. Dasein not only has the inclination to be entangled in the world in which it is and to interpret itself in terms of that world by its reflected light, at the same time Dasein is also entangled in a tradition which it more or less explicitly grasps. This tradition deprives Dasein of its own leadership in questioning and choosing. This is especially true to that understanding, and its possible development, which is rooted in the most proper being of Dasein, the ontological understanding. The tradition that hereby gains dominance makes what it transmits so little accessible that initially and for the most part it covers it over instead. What has been handed down is handed over to obviousness, it bars access to those original well springs out of which the traditional categories and concepts were in part genuinely drawn. The tradition even makes us forget such a provenance altogether. Indeed, it makes us wholly incapable of even understanding that such a return is necessary. The tradition uproots the historicity of Dasein to such a degree that it only takes an interest in the manifold forms of possible types, directions, and standpoints of philosophizing in the most remote and strangest cultures, and with this interest tries to veil its own groundlessness. Consequently, in spite of all historical interest and zeal for a philologically objective interpretation, Dasein no longer understands the most elementary conditions which alone make a positive return to the past possible in the sense of its productive appropriation. At the outset, 1. We showed that the question of the meaning of being was not only unresolved, not only inadequately formulated, but despite all interests in metaphysics has even been forgotten. Greek ontology and its history, which through many twists and turns still define the conceptual character of philosophy today, are proof of the fact that Dasein understands itself and being in general in terms of the world. The ontology that thus arises deteriorates into a tradition, which allows it to sink to the level of the obvious and become mere material for reworking, as it was for Hegel. Greek ontology thus uprooted becomes a fixed body of doctrine in the Middle Ages. But its systematic is not at all a mere joining together of traditional elements into a single structure. Within the limits of its dogmatic adoption of the fundamental Greek conceptions of being, this systematic contains a great deal of unpretentious work which does make advances. In its scholastic mold, Greek ontology makes the essential transition via the Disputationes metaphysici of Suarez into the metaphysics and transcendental philosophy of the modern period. It still determines the foundations and goals of Hegel's logic. Certain distinctive domains of being become visible in the course of this history and become the primary leitmotifs for the subsequent range of problems: Descartes' ego cogito, subject, ego, reason, spirit, person, but, corresponding to the thorough neglect of the question of being, they remain unquestioned with respect to being and the structure of their being. But the categorical content of traditional ontology is transferred to these beings with corresponding formalizations and purely negative restrictions, or else dialectic is called upon to help with an ontological interpretation of the substantiality of the subject. If the question of being is to achieve clarity regarding its own history, a loosening of the sclerotic tradition and a dissolution of the concealments produced by it is necessary. We understand this task as the destruction of the traditional content of ancient ontology, which is to be carried out along the guidelines of the question of being. This destruction is based upon the original experiences in which the first, and subsequently guiding, determinations of being were gained. This demonstration of the provenance of the fundamental ontological concepts, as the investigation which displays their birth certificate, has nothing to do with the pernicious relativizing of ontological standpoints. The destruction has just as little the negative sense of disburdening ourselves of the ontological tradition. On the contrary, it should stake out the positive possibilities in that tradition, and that always means to stake out its limits. These are factically given with a specific formulation of the question and the prescribed demarcation of the possible field of investigation. Destruction does not relate itself in a negative way to the past, its critique concerns today and the dominant way we treat the history of ontology, whether it is conceived as the history of opinions, ideas, or problems. Destruction does not wish to bury the past in nullity, it has a positive intent. Its negative function remains tacit and indirect. The destruction of the history of ontology essentially belongs to the formulation of the question of being and is possible solely within such a formulation. Within the scope of this treatise, which has as its goal a fundamental elaboration of the question of being, the destruction can be carried out only with regard to the fundamentally decisive stages of this history. In accord with the positive tendency of this destruction, the question must first be asked whether and to what extent in the course of the history of ontology in general the interpretation of being has been thematically connected with the phenomenon of time. We must also ask whether the problematic of temporality, which necessarily belongs here, was fundamentally worked out or could have been. Kant is the first and only one who traversed a stretch of the path toward investigating the dimension of temporality or allowed himself to be driven there by the compelling force of the phenomena themselves. Only when the problem of temporality is pinned down can we succeed in casting light on the obscurity of his doctrine of schematism. Furthermore, in this way we can also show why this area had to remain closed to Kant in its real dimensions and in its central ontological function. Kant himself knew that he was venturing forth into an obscure area. This schematism of our understanding as regards appearances and their mere form is an art hidden in the depths of the human soul, the true devices of which are hardly ever to be divined from nature and laid uncovered before our eyes. What it is that Kant shrinks back from here, as it were, must be brought to light thematically and in principle if the expression being is to have a demonstrable meaning. Ultimately, the phenomena to be explicated in the following analysis under the rubric of temporality are precisely those that determine the most covert judgments of common reason, the analysis of which Kant calls the business of philosophers. In pursuing the task of destruction along the guideline of the problem of temporality, the following treatise will attempt to interpret the chapter on the schematism and the Kantian doctrine of time developed there. At the same time, we must show why Kant could never gain insight into the problem of temporality. Two things prevented this insight: first, the neglect of the question of being in general, and second, in conjunction with this, the lack of a thematic ontology of Dasein, or, in Kantian terms, the lack of a preliminary ontological analytic of the subjectivity of the subject. Instead, despite all his essential advances, Kant dogmatically adopted Descartes' position. Furthermore, although Kant takes this phenomenon back into the subject, his analysis of time remains oriented toward the traditional, vulgar understanding of it. It is this that finally prevented Kant from working out the phenomenon of a transcendental determination of time in its own structure and function. As a consequence of this double effect of the tradition, the decisive connection between time and the I think remained shrouded in complete obscurity. It did not even become a problem. By taking over Descartes' ontological position, Kant neglects something essential, an ontology of Dasein. In terms of Descartes' innermost tendency, this omission is a decisive one. With the cogito sum, Descartes claims to prepare a new and secure foundation for philosophy. But what he leaves undetermined in this radical beginning is the manner of being of the residential cogitans, more precisely the meaning of being of the sum. Working out the tacit ontological foundations of the cogito sum will constitute the second stage of the destruction of, and the path back into, the history of ontology. The interpretation will demonstrate not only that Descartes had to neglect the question of being altogether, but also why he held the opinion that the absolute being certain of the cogito exempted him from the question of the meaning of the being of this being. However, with Descartes it is not just a matter of neglect and thus of a complete ontological indeterminateness of the residential cogitans sub mens sub animus. Descartes carries out the fundamental reflections of his meditations by applying medieval ontology to this being which he posits as the fundamentum inconcussum. The residential cogitans is ontologically determined American Samoa ens, and for medieval ontology the meaning of the being of the ens is established in the understanding of it as ens creatum. As the ens infinitum, God is the ens incretum. But createdness, in the broadest sense of something having been produced, is an essential structural moment of the ancient concept of being. The ostensibly new beginning of philosophizing betrays the imposition of an ill-fated prejudice. On the basis of this prejudice, later times neglect a thematic ontological analysis of the mind which would be guided by the question of being. Likewise, they neglect a critical confrontation with the inherited ancient ontology. Everyone familiar with the medieval period sees that Descartes is dependent upon medieval scholasticism and uses its terminology. But with this discovery nothing is gained philosophically as long as it remains obscure to what a profound extent medieval ontology influences the way posterity determines or fails to determine the residential cogitans ontologically. The full extent of this influence cannot be estimated until the meaning and limits of ancient ontology have been shown by our orientation toward the question of being. In other words, the destruction sees itself assigned the task of interpreting the foundation of ancient ontology in light of the problematic of temporality. Here it becomes evident that the ancient interpretation of the being of beings is oriented toward the world or nature in the broadest sense, and that it indeed gains its understanding of being from time. The outward evidence of this, but of course only outward, is the determination of the meaning of being as it apovxfa or ol. 6fa, which ontologically and temporally means presence. Beings are grasped in their being as presence, that is to say, they are understood with regard to a definite mode of time, the present. The problem of Greek ontology must, like that of any ontology, take its guideline from Dasein itself. In the ordinary and also the philosophical definition, Dasein, that is, the being of human being, is delineated as Neinkauf, that creature whose being is essentially determined by its ability to speak. Iety, cf 7b, is the guideline for arriving at the structures of being of the beings we encounter in speech and discussion. That is why the ancient ontology developed by Plato becomes dialectic. The possibility of a more radical conception of the problem of being grows with the continuing development of the ontological guideline itself, that is, with the hermeneutics of the dialectic, which was a genuine philosophic embarrassment, becomes superfluous. Thus Aristotle no longer has any sympathy for it, because he places it on a more radical foundation and transcends it. Itself, or vosive, the simple apprehension of something objectively present in its sheer objective presence, which Parmenides already used as a guide for interpreting being, has the temporal structure of a pure making present of something. Beings, which show themselves in and for this making present and which are understood as genuine beings, are accordingly interpreted with regard to the present, that is to say, they are conceived as presents, ovi, ifa. However, this Greek interpretation of being comes about without any explicit knowledge of the guideline functioning in it, without taking cognizance of or understanding the fundamental ontological function of time, without insight into the ground of the possibility of this function. On the contrary, time itself is taken to be one being among others. The attempt is made to grasp time itself in the structure of its being within the horizon of an understanding of being which is oriented toward time in an inexplicit and naive way. Within the framework of the following fundamental elaboration of the question of being, a detailed temporal interpretation of the foundations of ancient ontology, especially of its scientifically highest and purest stage, that is, in Aristotle, cannot be offered. Instead, we offer an interpretation of Aristotle's treatise on time, which can be taken as a way of discerning the basis and limits of the ancient science of being. Aristotle's treatise on time is the first detailed interpretation of this phenomenon that has come down to us. It essentially determined all the subsequent interpretations of time, including that of Bergson. From our analysis of Aristotle's concept of time, it becomes retrospectively clear that the Kantian interpretation moves within the structures developed by Aristotle. This means that Kant's fundamental ontological orientation, despite all the differences implicit in a new inquiry, remains Greek. The question of being attains true concreteness only when we carry out the destruction of the ontological tradition. By so doing, we can thoroughly demonstrate the meaning of our talk about a retrieval of this question. In this field where the matter itself is deeply veiled, any investigation should avoid overestimating its results. For such inquiry is constantly forced to face the possibility of disclosing a still more original and more universal horizon from which it could draw the answer to the question, what does being mean? We can discuss such possibilities seriously and with a positive result only if the question of being has been reawakened and we have reached the point where we can come to terms with it in a controlled fashion. 7. The phenomenological method of the investigation. With the preliminary characterization of the thematic object of the investigation, the being of beings, or the meaning of being in general, its method too would appear to be already prescribed. The task of ontology is to set in relief the being of beings and to explicate being itself. And the method of ontology remains questionable in the highest degree as long as we wish merely to consult historically transmitted ontologies or similar efforts. Since the term ontology is used in a formally broad sense for this investigation, the approach of clarifying its method by tracing the history of that method is automatically precluded. In using the term ontology, we do not specify any particular philosophical discipline standing in relation to others. It should not at all be our task to satisfy the demands of any established discipline. On the contrary, such a discipline can be developed only from the objective necessity of particular questions and procedures demanded by the things themselves. With the guiding question of the meaning of being, the investigation arrives at the fundamental question of philosophy in general. The treatment of this question is phenomenological. With this term, the treatise dictates for itself neither a standpoint nor a direction, because phenomenology is neither of these and can never be as long as it understands itself. The expression phenomenology signifies primarily a concept of method. It does not characterize the what of the objects of philosophical research in terms of their content, but the how of such research. The more genuinely effective a concept of method is and the more comprehensively it determines the fundamental conduct of a science, the more originally is it rooted in confrontation with the things themselves, and the farther away it moves from what we call a technical device, of which there are many in the theoretical disciplines. The term phenomenology expresses a maxim that can be formulated, to the things themselves. It is opposed to all free-floating constructions and accidental findings. It is also opposed to taking over concepts only seemingly demonstrated, and likewise to pseudo-questions which often are spread abroad as problems for generations. But one might object that this maxim is, after all, abundantly self-evident and, moreover, an expression of the principle of all scientific knowledge. It is not clear why this commonplace should be explicitly put in the title of our research. In fact, we are dealing with something self-evident which we want to get closer to, insofar as that is important for the clarification of the procedure in our treatise. We shall explicate only the preliminary concept of phenomenology. The expression has two components, phenomenon and logos. Both go back to the Greek terms pavosv and v709. Viewed extrinsically, the word phenomenology is formed like the terms theology, biology, sociology, translated as the science of God, of life, of the community. Accordingly, phenomenology would be the science of phenomena. The preliminary concept of phenomenology is to be exhibited by characterizing what is meant by the two components, phenomenon and logos, and by establishing the meaning of the word which is the result of their combination. The history of the word itself, which originated presumably with the Wolffian school, is not important here. A. The concept of phenomenon. The Greek expression patvosvov, from which the term phenomenon derives, comes from the verb pavmat, meaning to show itself. Thus patvoivov means, what shows itself, the self-showing, the manifest. Yavpmat itself is a middle voice construction of yavvu, to bring into daylight, to place in brightness. Pavu belongs to the root, pa dash, like cpwg, light or brightness, that is, that within which something can become manifest, visible in itself. Thus the meaning of the expression phenomenon is established as what shows itself in itself, what is manifest. The pativo cva, phenomena, are thus the totality of what lies in the light of day or can be brought to light. Sometimes the Greeks simply identified this with tia ovsha, beings. Beings can show themselves from themselves in various ways, depending on the mode of access to them. The possibility even exists that they can show themselves as they are not in themselves. In this self-showing beings look like. Such self-showing we call seeming. And so the expression, patvokvov, phenomenon, means in Greek, what looks like something, what seems, semblance patvosvav, and yimv means a good that looks like but in reality is not what it gives itself out to be. It is extremely important for a further understanding of the concept of phenomenon to see how what is named in both meanings of patvoivov, phenomenon as self-showing and phenomenon as semblance, are structurally connected. Only because something claims to show itself in accordance with its meaning at all, that is, claims to be a phenomenon, can it show itself as something it is not, or can it only look like. The original meaning, phenomenon, what is manifest, already contains and is the basis of patvoivov, semblance. We attribute to the term phenomenon the positive and original meaning of patvosvav terminologically, and separate the phenomenon of semblance from it as a privative modification. But what both terms express has at first nothing at all to do with what is called appearance or even mere appearance. Thus, one speaks of appearances of symptoms of illness. What is meant by this are occurrences in the body that show themselves, and in the self-showing as such indicate something that does not show itself. When such occurrences emerge, their self-showing coincides with the presence of disturbances that do not show themselves. Appearance, as the appearance of something, thus precisely does not mean that something shows itself, rather, it means that something which does not show itself announces itself through something that does show itself. Appearing is asterisk and not showing itself. But this not must by no means be confused with the privative not which determines the structure of semblance. What does not show itself, in the manner of what appears, can also never seem. All indications, presentations, symptoms, and symbols have this fundamental formal structure of appearing, although they do differ among themselves. Although appearing is never a self-showing in the sense of phenomenon, appearing is possible only on the basis of a self-showing of something. But this, the self-showing that makes appearing possible, is not appearing itself. Appearing is an announcing of itself through something that shows itself. If we then say that with the word appearance we are pointing to something in which something appears without itself being an appearance, then the concept of phenomenon is not thereby delimited but presupposed. However, this presupposition remains hidden because the expression to appear in this definition of appearance is used in two senses. That in which something appears means that in which something makes itself known, that is, does not show itself. In the expression without itself being an appearance, appearance means the self-showing. But this self-showing essentially belongs to the wherein in which something makes itself known. Accordingly, phenomena are never appearances, but every appearance is dependent upon phenomena. If we define phenomenon with the help of a concept of appearance that is still unclear, then everything is turned upside down, and a critique of phenomenology on this basis is surely a remarkable enterprise. The expression appearance itself in turn can have a double meaning. First, appearing in the sense of announcing itself as something that does not show itself, and, second, in the sense of what does the announcing that which in itself showing indicates something that does not show itself. Finally, one can use appearing as the term for the genuine meaning of phenomenon as self-showing. If one designates these three different states of affairs as appearance, confusion is inevitable. However, this confusion is considerably increased by the fact that appearance can take on still another meaning. If one understands that which does the announcing that which in itself showing indicates the non-manifest as what comes to the fore in the non-manifest itself, and radiates from it in such a way that what is non-manifest is thought of as what is essentially never manifest, if this is so, then appearance is tantamount to production or to what is produced. However, this does not constitute the real being of the producing or productive, but is rather appearance in the sense of mere appearance. What does the announcing and is brought forward indeed shows itself in such a way that, as the emanation of what it announces, it precisely and continually veils what it is in itself. But then again, this not showing which veils is not semblance. Kant uses the term appearance in this twofold way. On the one hand, appearances are for him the objects of empirical intuition, that which shows itself in intuition. This self-showing, phenomenon in the genuine, original sense, is, on the other hand, appearance as the emanation of something that makes itself known but conceals itself in the appearance. Since a phenomenon is constitutive for appearance in the sense of announcing itself through a self-showing, and since this phenomenon can turn into semblance in a privative way, appearance can also turn into mere semblance. Under a certain kind of light someone can look as if he were flushed. The redness that shows itself can be taken as announcing the presence of fever. This in turn would indicate a disturbance in the organism. Phenomenon, the self-showing in itself, means a distinctive way something can be encountered. On the other hand, appearance means a referential relation in beings themselves such that what does the referring, the announcing, can fulfill its possible function only if it shows itself in itself, only if is a phenomenon. Both appearance and semblance are themselves founded in the phenomenon, albeit in different ways. The confusing multiplicity of phenomena designated by the terms phenomenon, semblance, appearance, and mere appearance, can be unraveled only if the concept of phenomenon is understood from the very beginning as the self-showing in itself. But if in the way we grasp the concept of phenomenon we leave undetermined which beings are to be addressed as phenomena, and if we leave altogether open whether the self-showing is actually a particular being or a characteristic of the being of beings, then we are dealing solely with the formal concept of phenomenon. If by the self-showing we understand those beings that are accessible, for example, through empirical intuition in Kant's sense, then the formal concept of phenomenon can be used legitimately. In this usage, phenomenon has the meaning of the vulgar concept of phenomenon. But this vulgar concept is not the phenomenological concept of phenomenon. In the horizon of the Kantian problematic, what is understood phenomenologically by the term phenomenon, disregarding other differences, can be illustrated when we say that what already shows itself in appearances, prior to and always accompanying what we commonly understand as phenomena, though unthematically, can be brought thematically to self-showing. What thus shows itself in itself, the forms of intuition, are the phenomena of phenomenology. For, clearly, space and time must be able to show themselves in this way. They must be able to become phenomena if Kant claims to make a valid transcendental statement when he says that space is the a priori wherein of an ordering. Now, if the phenomenological concept of phenomenon is to be understood at all, regardless of how the self-showing may be more closely determined, we must inevitably presuppose insight into the sense of the formal concept of phenomenon and the legitimate use of phenomenon in its vulgar meaning. However, before determining the preliminary concept of phenomenology, we must delimit the meaning of V709, in order to make clear in which sense phenomenology can be a science of phenomena. b. The concept of logos. The concept of has many meanings in Plato and Aristotle, indeed in such a way that these meanings diverge without a basic meaning positively taking the lead. This is in fact only an illusion which lasts so long as an interpretation is not able to grasp adequately the basic meaning in its primary content. If we say that the basic meaning of is discourse, this literal translation becomes valid only when we define what discourse itself means. The later history of the word, and especially the manifold and arbitrary interpretations of subsequent philosophy, constantly conceal the authentic meaning of discourse, which is manifest enough. Is translated, and that always means interpreted, as reason, judgment, concept, definition, ground, relation. But how can discourse be so susceptible of modification that means all the things mentioned, and indeed in scholarly usage? Even if is understood in the sense of a statement, and statement as meant, this apparently correct translation can still miss the fundamental meaning, especially if judgment is understood in the sense of some contemporary theory of judgment. Does not mean judgment, in any case not primarily, if by judgment we understand connecting two things or taking a position, by endorsing or rejecting. Rather, as discourse really means endlokab, to make manifest what is being talked about in discourse. Aristotle explicates this function of discourse more precisely as V709 lets something be seen, namely what is being talked about, and indeed for the speaker, who serves as the medium, or for those who speak with each other. Discourse lets us see, auto, from itself, what is being talked about. In discourse, ato, pabg, insofar as it is genuine, what is said should be derived from what is being talked about. In this way, spoken communication, in what it says, makes manifest what it is talking about and thus makes it accessible to another. Such is the structure of 6 yog as autookpavran. Not every discourse suits this mode of making manifest, in the sense of letting something be seen by indicating it. For example, requesting, svxrl, also makes something manifest, but in a different way. When fully concrete, discourse, letting something be seen, has the character of speaking or vocalization in words. K709 is yo, vrl, indeed CPW vrl stia pave shofug vocalization in which something always is cited. Only because the function of as and I rockpavern lies in letting something be seen by indicating it can koyog have the structure of 6VV1E6NS. Here synthesis does not mean to connect and conjoin representations, to manipulate psychical occurrences, which then gives rise to the problem of how these connections, as internal, correspond to what is external and physical. The 6VV here has a purely apophthegmatical meaning, to let something be seen in its togetherness with something, to let something be seen as something. Furthermore, because V709 lets something be seen, it can therefore be true or false. But everything depends on staying clear of any concept of truth construed in the sense of correspondence or accordance. This idea is by no means the primary one in the concept of the being true of X6 yog as AKTL and Vati means, to take beings that are being talked about in Xisti as Adokpaf 6T et out of their concealment, to let them be seen as something unconcealed, 6c Eckerle 9es, to discover them. Similarly, being false, YRSU8S6IAT, is tantamount to deceiving in the sense of covering up, putting something in front of something else, by way of letting it be seen, and thereby passing it off as something it is not. But because truth has this meaning, and because is a specific mode of letting something be seen, Koyog simply may not be appealed to as the primary place of truth. If one defines truth as what genuinely pertains to judgment, which is quite customary today, and if one invokes Aristotle in support of this thesis, such a procedure is without justification and the Greek concept of truth thoroughly misunderstood. In the Greek sense, what is true, indeed more originally true than the Koyog we have been discussing, is al 6i9 rlrng, the simple sense perception of something. To the extent that an okfmirlrung aims at its el and ta, that is, the beings which are genuinely accessible only through it and for it, for example, looking at colors, perception is always true. This means that looking always discovers colors, hearing always discovers tones. What is in the purest and most original sense true, that is, what only discovers in such a way that it can never cover up anything, is pure vosov, straightforwardly observant apprehension of the simplest determinations of the being of beings as such. This vosov can never cover up, can never be false, at worst it can be a non-apprehending, and evoive, not sufficing for straightforward, appropriate access. What no longer takes the form of a pure letting be seen, but rather in its indicating always has recourse to something else, and so always lets something be seen as something, acquires with this structure of synthesis the possibility of covering up. However, truth of judgment is only the opposite case of this covering up, it is a phenomenon of truth. Realism and idealism alike thoroughly miss the meaning of the Greek concept of truth, from which alone the possibility of something like a theory of ideas can be understood as philosophical knowledge. And because the function of koios lies in letting something be seen straightforwardly, in letting beings be apprehended, can mean reason. Furthermore, because koiog is used in the sense not only of but also of kioivov, what is pointed to as such, and because the latter is nothing other than the B7 tox vov, what always already lies present at the basis of all relevant speech and discussion, koiog qua means ground, ratio. Finally, because koiog as can also mean what is addressed, as something that has become visible in its relation to something else in its relatedness, koios acquires the meaning of relation and relationship. This interpretation of apophantic speech may suffice to clarify the primary function of. See the preliminary concept of phenomenology. When one brings to mind concretely what has been exhibited in the interpretation of phenomenon and logos, one is struck by an inner relation between what is meant by these terms. The expression phenomenology can be formulated in Greek as istasio eva. But x.ysty means, hence phenomenology means, 6 tok pavi 6t at tiapatvo eva, to let what shows itself be seen from itself, just as it shows itself from itself. That is the formal meaning of the type of research that calls itself phenomenology. But this expresses nothing other than the maxim formulated above, to the things themselves. Accordingly, the term phenomenology differs in meaning from such expressions as theology and the like. Such titles designate the objects of the respective disciplines in terms of their content. Phenomenology neither designates the object of its researchers nor is it a title that describes their content. The word only tells us something about the how of the demonstration and treatment of what this discipline considers. Science of the phenomena means that it grasps its objects in such a way that everything about them to be discussed must be directly indicated and directly demonstrated. The basically tautological expression descriptive phenomenology has the same sense. Here description does not mean a procedure like that of, say, botanical morphology. The term rather has the sense of a prohibition, insisting that we avoid all non-demonstrative determinations. The character of description itself, the specific sense of the koios, can be established only from the content of what is described, that is, of what is to be brought to scientific determinateness in the way phenomena are encountered. The meaning of the formal and vulgar concept of the phenomenon formally justifies our calling every way of indicating beings as they show themselves in themselves phenomenology. Now what must be taken into account if the formal concept of phenomenon is to be deformalized to the phenomenological one, and how does this differ from the vulgar concept? What is it that phenomenology is to let be seen? What is it that is to be called phenomenon in a distinctive sense? What is it that by its very essence becomes the necessary theme when we indicate something explicitly? Manifestly it is something that does not show itself initially and for the most part, something that is concealed in contrast to what initially and for the most part does show itself. But, at the same time, it is something that essentially belongs to what initially and for the most part shows itself, indeed in such a way that it constitutes its meaning and ground asterisk. But what remains concealed in an exceptional sense, or what falls back and is covered up again, or shows itself only in a disguised way, is not this or that being but rather, as we have shown in our foregoing observations, the being of beings. It can be covered up to such a degree that it is forgotten and the question about it and its meaning altogether omitted. Thus, phenomenology has taken into its grasp thematically as its object that which, in terms of its own most content, demands that it become a phenomenon in a distinct sense. Phenomenology is the way of access to, and the demonstrative manner of determination of, that which is to become the theme of ontology. Ontology is possible only as phenomenology. The phenomenological concept of phenomenon, as self-showing, means the being of beings, its meaning, modifications, and derivatives. This self-showing is nothing arbitrary, nor is it something like an appearing. The being of beings can least of all be something behind which something else stands, something that does not appear. Essentially, nothing else stands behind the phenomena of phenomenology. Nevertheless, what is to become a phenomenon can be concealed. And it is precisely because phenomena are initially and for the most part not given that phenomenology is needed. Being covered up is the counter-concept to phenomenon. There are various ways phenomena can be covered up. In the first place, a phenomenon can be covered up in the sense that it is still completely undiscovered. There is neither knowledge nor lack of knowledge about it. Moreover, a phenomenon can be submerged. This means it was once discovered but then got covered up again. This covering up can be total, but more commonly, what was once discovered may still be visible, though only as semblance. However, where there is semblance there is being. This covering up as dissimulation is the most frequent and the most dangerous kind, because here the possibilities of being deceived and misled are especially pernicious. Within a system the structures and concepts of being that are available, but concealed with respect to their autochthony, may perhaps claim their rights. On the basis of their integrated structure in a system they present themselves as something clear which is in no need of further justification and which therefore can serve as a point of departure for a process of deduction. The covering up itself, whether it be understood in the sense of concealment, being submerged, or disguised, has in turn a twofold possibility. There are accidental coverings and necessary ones, the latter grounded in the enduring nature of the discovered. It is possible for every phenomenological concept and proposition drawn from genuine origins to degenerate when communicated as a statement. It gets circulated in a vacuous fashion, loses its autochthony, and becomes a free-floating thesis. Even in the concrete work of phenomenology itself there lurks the possibility of a calcification and of the inability to grasp what was originally grasped. And the difficulty of this research consists precisely in making it self-critical in a positive sense. The way of encountering being and the structures of being in the mode of phenomenon must first be wrested from the objects of phenomenology. Thus the point of departure of the analysis, the access to the phenomenon, and passage through the prevalent coverings must secure their own method. The idea of an originary and intuitive grasp and explication of phenomena must be opposed to the naivete of an accidental, immediate, and unreflective beholding. On the basis of the preliminary concept of phenomenology just delimited, the terms phenomenal and phenomenological can now be given fixed meanings. What is given and is explicable in the way we encounter the phenomenon is called phenomenal. In this sense we speak of phenomenal structures. Everything that belongs to the manner of indication and explication, and that constitutes the conceptuality this research requires, is called phenomenological. Because phenomenon in the phenomenological understanding is always just what constitutes being, and furthermore because being is always the being of beings, we must first of all bring beings themselves forward in the right way if we are to have any prospect of exposing being. These beings must likewise show themselves in the way of access that genuinely belongs to them. Thus the vulgar concept of phenomenon becomes phenomenologically relevant. The preliminary task of phenomenologically securing that being which is to serve as our example, as the point of departure for the analysis proper, is always already prescribed by the goal of this analysis. As far as content goes, phenomenology is the science of the being of beings ontology. In our elucidation of the task of ontology, the necessity arose for a fundamental ontology which would have as its theme that being which is ontologically and ontically distinctive, namely, Dasein. This must be done in such a way that our ontology confronts the cardinal problem, the question of the meaning of being. In from the investigation itself we shall see that the methodological meaning of phenomenological description is interpretation. The of the phenomenology of Dasein has the character of eprobsvsti, through which the proper meaning of being and the basic structures of the very being of Dasein are made known to the understanding of being that belongs to Dasein itself. Phenomenology of Dasein is hermeneutics in the original signification of that word, which designates the work of interpretation. But since the discovery of the meaning of being and of the basic structures of Dasein in general exhibits the horizon for every further ontological research into beings unlike Dasein, the present hermeneutic is at the same time hermeneutics in the sense that it works out the conditions of the possibility of every ontological investigation. Finally, insofar as Dasein has ontological priority over all other beings as a being in the possibility of existence, hermeneutics, as the interpretation of the being of Dasein, receives the third specific and, philosophically understood, primary meaning of an analysis of the existentiality of existence. To the extent that this hermeneutic elaborates the historicity of Dasein ontologically as the ontic condition of the possibility of the discipline of history, it contains the roots of what can be called hermeneutics only in a derivative sense, the methodology of the historical humanistic disciplines. As the fundamental theme of philosophy, being is not a genus of beings, yet it pertains to every being. Its universality must be sought in a higher sphere. Being and its structure transcend every being and every possible existent determination of a being. Being is the transcendence pure, and the transcendence of the being of Dasein is a distinctive one, since in it lies the possibility and necessity of the most radical individuation. Every disclosure of being as the transcendence is transcendental knowledge. Phenomenological truth, disclosedness of being, is veritas transcendentalis. Ontology and phenomenology are not two different disciplines which among others belong to philosophy. Both terms characterize philosophy itself, its object and procedure. Philosophy is universal phenomenological ontology, taking its departure from the hermeneutic of Dasein, which, as an analysis of existence, has fastened the end of the guideline of all philosophical inquiry at the point from which it arises and to which it returns. The following investigations would not have been possible without the foundation laid by Edmund Husserl. With his logical investigations, phenomenology achieved a breakthrough. Our elucidations of the preliminary concept of phenomenology show that its essential character does not consist in its actuality as a philosophical movement. Higher than actuality stands possibility. We can understand phenomenology solely by seizing upon it as a possibility. With regard to the awkwardness and inelegance of expression in the following analyses, we may remark that it is one thing to report narratively about beings and another to grasp beings in their being. For the latter task not only most of the words are lacking but above all the grammar. If we may allude to earlier and in their own right altogether incomparable researches on the analysis of being, then we should compare the ontological sections in Plato's Parmenides or the 4th chapter of the 7th book of Aristotle's Metaphysics with a narrative passage from Thucydides. Then we can see the stunning character of the formulations with which their philosophers challenged the Greeks. Since our powers are essentially inferior, and also since the area of being to be disclosed ontologically is far more difficult than that presented to the Greeks, the complexity of our concept formation and the severity of our expression will increase. 8. The outline of the treatise. The question of the meaning of being is the most universal and the emptiest. But at the same time the possibility inheres of its most acute individualization in each particular if we are to gain the fundamental concept of being and the prescription of the ontologically requisite conceptuality in all its necessary variations, we need a concrete guideline. The special character of the investigation does not belie the universality of the concept of being. For we may advance to being by way of a special interpretation of a particular being, Dasein, in which the horizon for an understanding and a possible interpretation of being is to be one. But this being is in itself historical, so that its most proper ontological illumination necessarily becomes a historical interpretation. The elaboration of the question of being is a two-pronged task. Our treatise therefore has two divisions. Part 1, the interpretation of Dasein on the basis of temporality and the explication of time as the transcendental horizon of the question of being. Part 2, basic features of a phenomenological destruction of the history of ontology along the guideline of the problem of temporality. The first part is divided into three divisions. 1. The preparatory fundamental analysis of Dasein. 2. Dasein and temporality. 3. Time and beings. The second part is likewise divided in three ways. 1. Kant's doctrine of the schematism and of time, as preliminary stage of a problem of temporality. 2. The ontological foundation of Descartes' cogito sum and the incorporation of medieval ontology in the problem of the res cogitans. 3. Aristotle's treatise on time as a way of discerning the phenomenal basis and the limits of ancient ontology. Only this in the part published. TCF The Marburg Lecture, SS 1927, Die Grundprobleme der Phenomenologie. Division 1. The preparatory fundamental analysis of Dasein. What is primarily interrogated in the question of the meaning of being is that being which has the character of Dasein. In keeping with its uniqueness, the preparatory existential analytic of Dasein itself needs a prefigurative exposition and delimitation from investigations which seem to run parallel. Chapter 1. Bearing in mind the point of departure of the investigation, we must analyze a fundamental structure of Dasein, being in the world. Chapter 2. This a priori of the interpretation of Dasein is not a structure which is pieced together, but rather a structure which is primordially and constantly whole. It grants various perspectives on the factors which constitute it. These factors are to be kept constantly in view, bearing in mind the preceding whole of this structure. Thus, we have as the object of our analysis, the world in its worldliness, Chapter 3, being in the world as being a self and being with others, Chapter 4, being in as such, Chapter 5. On the basis of the analysis of this fundamental structure, a preliminary demonstration of the being of Dasein is possible. Its existential meaning is care, Chapter 6. 9. The theme of the analytic of Dasein. The being whose analysis our task is always we ourselves. The being of this being is always mine. In the being of this being it is related to its being. Plus or minus as the being of this being, it is entrusted to its own being. It is being L about which this being is concerned. From this characteristic of Dasein two things follow. 1. The essence of this being lies in its to be. The whatness, essentia, of this being must be understood in terms of its being, existentia, insofar as one can speak of it at all. Here the ontological task is precisely to show that when we choose the word existence for the being of this being, this term does not and cannot have the ontological meaning of the traditional expression of existentia. According to the tradition, existentia ontologically means being present, a kind of being which is essentially inappropriate to characterize the being which has the character of Dasein. We can avoid confusion by always using the interpretive expression objective presence for the term existentia, and by attributing existence as a determination of being only to Dasein. The essence of Dasein lies in its existence. The characteristics to be found in this being are thus not present attributes of an objectively present being which has such and such an outward appearance, but rather possible ways for it to be, and only this. All being, one way or another, of this being is primarily being. Thus the term Dasein, which we use to designate this being, does not express its what as in the case of table, house, tree, but rather being asterisk. 2. The being which this being is concerned about in its being is always my own. Thus, Dasein is never to be understood ontologically as a case and instance of a genus of beings objectively present. To something objectively present its being is a matter of indifference, more precisely, it is in such a way that its being can neither be indifferent nor non-indifferent to it. In accordance with the character of always being my own being, when we speak of Dasein, we must always use the personal pronoun along with whatever we say, I am, you are. Dasein is my own, to be always in this or that way. It has somehow always already decided in which way Dasein is always my own. The being which is concerned in its being about its being is related to its being as its own most possibility. Dasein is always its possibility. It does not have that possibility only as a mere attribute of something objectively present. And because Dasein is always essentially its possibility, it can choose itself in its being, it can win itself, it can lose itself, or it can never and only apparently win itself. It can only have lost itself and it can only have not yet gained itself because it is essentially possible as authentic, that is, it belongs to itself. The two kinds of being of authenticity and inauthenticity, these expressions are terminologically chosen in the strictest sense of the word, are based on the fact that Dasein is in general determined by always being mine. But the inauthenticity of Dasein does not signify a lesser being or a lower degree of being. Rather, inauthenticity can determine Dasein even in its fullest concretion, when it is busy, excited, interested, and capable of pleasure. The two characteristics of Dasein sketched out on the one hand, the priority of existentia over essentia, and then, always being mine, already show that an analytic of this being is confronted with a unique phenomenal region. This being does not and never has the kind of being of what is merely objectively present within the world. Thus, it is also not to be thematically found in the manner of coming across something objectively present. The correct presentation of it is so little a matter of course that its determination itself constitutes an essential part of the ontological analytic of this being. The possibility of understanding the being of this being stands and falls with the secure accomplishment of the correct presentation of this being. No matter how provisional the analysis may be, it always demands the securing of the correct beginning. As a being, Dasein always defines itself in terms of a possibility which it is, and that means at the same time that it somehow understands itself in its being. That is the formal meaning of the constitution of the existence of Dasein. But for the ontological interpretation of this being, this means that the problematic of its being asterisk is to be developed out of the existentiality of its existence. However, this cannot mean that Dasein is to be construed in terms of a concrete possible idea of existence. At the beginning of the analysis, Dasein is precisely not to be interpreted in the differentiation of a particular existence, rather, it is to be uncovered in the indifferent way in which it is initially and for the most part. This indifference of the everydayness of Dasein is not nothing, but rather, a positive phenomenal characteristic. All existing is how it is out of this kind of being, and back into it. We call this everyday indifference of Dasein averageness. And because average everydayness constitutes the ontic immediacy of this being, it was and will be passed over again and again in the explication of Dasein. What is ontically nearest and familiar is ontologically the farthest, unrecognized, and constantly overlooked in its ontological significance. Augustine asks, quid autem propinquius mipso mei? And must answer, ego cert laboro hic et laboro in mipso, factus sum mei terra difficultae tiset suderis nima. This holds true not only for the ontic and pre-ontological opacity of Dasein, but to a still higher degree for the ontological task of not only not failing to see this being in its phenomenally nearest kind of being, but of making it accessible in its positive characteristics. but the average everydayness of Dasein must be understood as a mere aspect. In it, too, and even in the mode of inauthenticity, the structure of existentiality lies a priori. In it, too, Dasein is concerned in a particular way about its being to which it is related in the mode of average everydayness, if only in the mode of fleeing from it and of forgetting it. The explication of Dasein in its average everydayness, however, does not just give average structures in the sense of a vague indeterminacy. What is ontically in the way of being average can very well be understood ontologically in terms of pregnant structures which are not structurally different from the ontological determinations of an authentic being of Dasein. All explications arising from an analytic of Dasein are gained with a view toward its structure of existence. Because these explications are defined in terms of existentiality, we shall call the characteristics of being of Dasein existentials. They are to be sharply delimited from the determinations of being of those beings unlike Dasein which we call categories. This expression is taken and retained in its primary ontological signification. As the exemplary basis of its interpretation of being, ancient ontology takes the beings which we encounter within the world. Voith or koyog was regarded as the manner of access to those beings. It is there that beings are encountered. The being of these beings, however, must become comprehensible in a distinctive, a letting be seen, so that this being is comprehensible from the very beginning as what it is and already is in every being. In the discussion W709, of beings, we have always previously addressed ourselves to being. This addressing is Zatiral 7 op 6 m6 ai. That means, first of all, to accuse publicly, to say something to someone directly and in front of everyone. Used ontologically, the term means, to say something to a being, so to speak, right in the face, to say what it always already is as a being, that is, to let it be seen for everyone in its being. What is caught sight of in such seeing and what becomes visible are the Zatirliophi. They include the a priori determinations of the beings which can be addressed and spoken about in the Yos in different ways. Existentials and categories are the two fundamental possibilities of the characteristics of being. The being which corresponds to them requires different ways of primary interrogation. Beings are a who, existence, or else a what, objective presence in the broadest sense. It is only in terms of the clarified horizon of the question of being that we can treat the connection between the two modes of characteristics of being. It was intimated in the introduction that a task is furthered in the existential analytic of Dasein, a task whose urgency is hardly less than that of the question of being itself, the exposition of the a priori which must be visible if the question what is human being is to be discussed philosophically. The existential analytic of Dasein is prior to any psychology, anthropology, and especially biology. By being delimited from these possible investigations of Dasein, the theme of the analytic can become still more sharply defined. Its necessity can thus at the same time be demonstrated more incisively. 10. How the analytic of Dasein is to be distinguished from anthropology, psychology, and biology. After a theme for investigation has been initially outlined in positive terms, it is always important to show what is to be ruled out, although it can easily become unfruitful to discuss what is not going to happen. We must show that all previous questions and investigations which aim at Dasein fail to see the real philosophical problem, regardless of their factual productivity. Thus, as long as they persist in this attitude, they may not claim to be able to accomplish what they are fundamentally striving for at all. In distinguishing the existential analytic from anthropology, psychology, and biology, we shall confine ourselves to what is in principle the fundamental ontological question. Thus, our distinctions will be of necessity inadequate for a theory of science simply because the scientific structure of the above-mentioned disciplines, not the scientific attitude of those who are working to further them, has today become completely questionable and needs new impulses which must arise from the ontological problematic. Historiographically, the intention of the existential analytic can be clarified by considering Descartes, to whom one attributes the discovery of the cogito sum as the point of departure for all modern philosophical questioning. he investigates the cogitaire of the ego within certain limits. But the sum he leaves completely undiscussed, even though it is just as primordial as the cogito. Our analytic raises the ontological question of the being of the sum. Only when the sum is defined does the manner of the cogitationes become comprehensible. At the same time, it is of course misleading to exemplify the intention of the analytic historiographically in this way. One of our first tasks will be to show that the point of departure from an initially given ego and subject totally fails to see the phenomenal content of Dasein. Every idea of a subject, unless refined by a previous ontological determination of its basic character, still posits the subjectum, Veintoyfvof, ontologically along with it, no matter how energetic one's ontic protestations against the substantial soul or the reification of consciousness. Thingliness itself needs to be demonstrated in terms of its ontological source in order that we can ask what is now to be understood positively by the non-reified being of the subject, the soul, consciousness, the spirit, the person. All these terms name definite areas of phenomena which can be developed. But they are never used without a remarkable failure to see the need for inquiring about the being of the beings so designated. Thus we are not being terminologically idiosyncratic when we avoid these terms as well as the expressions life and human being in designating the beings that we ourselves are. On the other hand, if we understand it correctly, in any serious and scientifically minded philosophy of life of God is ontologically interpreted by means of ancient ontology, so is the being of the ens finitum, to an even greater extent. The Christian definition was detheologized in the course of the modern period. But the idea of transcendence, that human being is something that goes beyond itself, has its roots in Christian dogma, which can hardly be said to have ever made an ontological problem of the being of human being. This idea of transcendence, according to which the human being is more than a rational being, has elaborated itself in various transformations. We can illustrate its origin with the following quotations: his preclaris dotibus exeluit prima hominis conditio, ut ratio, intelligentia, prudentia, iudicium, non modo ad terreni vitae gubernationem subpeterant, sed quibus transcenderet usque ad Deum et aeternane felicitatem et. For the fact that human being looks toward God and his word clearly shows that according to his nature he is born closer to God, is more similar to God, is somehow drawn toward God, that without doubt everything flows solely from the fact that he is created in the image of God. 9. The sources which are relevant for traditional anthropology, the Greek definition and the theological guideline, indicate that, over and above the attempt to determine the essence of human being as a being, the question of its being has remained forgotten. Rather, this being is understood as something self-evident in the sense of the being present of other created things. These two guidelines intertwine in modern anthropology, where the residential cogitans consciousness and the context of experience serve as the methodical point of departure. But since these cogitationes are also ontologically undetermined, or are again inexplicitly and self-evidently taken as something given whose being is not a matter of question, the anthropological problematic remains undetermined in its decisive ontological foundation. This is no less true of psychology, whose anthropological tendencies are unmistakable today. Nor can the missing ontological foundations be replaced by building anthropology and psychology into a general biology. In the order of possible understanding and interpretation, biology as the science of life is rooted in the ontology of Dasein, although not exclusively in it. Life has its own kind of being, but it is essentially accessible only in Dasein. The ontology of life takes place by way of a privative interpretation. It determines what must be the case if there can be anything like just being alive. Life is neither sheer being present, nor is it Dasein. On the other hand, Dasein should never be defined ontologically by regarding it as life ontologically undetermined, and then as something else on top of that. In suggesting that anthropology, psychology, and biology all fail to give an unequivocal and ontologically adequate answer to the question of the kind of being of this being that we ourselves are, no judgment is being made about the positive work of these disciplines. But, on the other hand, we must continually be conscious of the fact that these ontological foundations can never be disclosed subsequently from empirical material by the use of hypotheses. Rather, they are always already there, even when that empirical material is only collected. The fact that positivistic investigation does not see these foundations and considers them to be self-evident is no proof of the fact that they do not lie at the basis of any thesis of positive science and are problematic in a more radical sense than such science can ever be. Degree 11. The existential analytic and the interpretation of primitive Dasein, the difficulties in securing a natural concept of world. The interpretation of Dasein in its everydayness, however, is not identical with describing a primitive stage of Dasein, with which we can become acquainted empirically through the medium of anthropology. Everydayness is not the same as primitiveness. Rather, everydayness is also and precisely a mode of being of Dasein, even when Dasein moves in a highly developed and differentiated culture. On the other hand, primitive Dasein also has its possibilities of non-everyday being, and it has its own specific everydayness. To orient the analysis of Dasein toward the life of primitive peoples can have a positive methodical significance in that primitive phenomena are often less hidden and complicated by extensive self-interpretation on the part of the Dasein in question. Primitive Dasein often speaks out of a more primordial absorption in phenomena, in the pre-phenomenological sense. The conceptuality which perhaps appears to be clumsy and crude to us can be of use positively for a genuine elaboration of the ontological structures of phenomena. But up until now our information about primitive peoples has been provided by ethnology. And ethnology already moves in certain preliminary concepts and interpretations of human being in general, beginning with the initial collection of its materials, its findings, and elaborations. We do not know whether commonplace psychology or even scientific psychology and sociology, which the ethnologist brings with him, offer any scientific guarantee for an adequate possibility of access, interpretation, and mediation of the phenomena to be investigated. The situation here is the same as with the disciplines mentioned before. Ethnology itself already presupposes an adequate analytic of Dasein as its guideline. But since the positive sciences neither can nor should wait for the ontological work of philosophy, the continuation of research will not be accomplished as progress, but, rather, as the repetition and the ontologically more transparent purification of what has been ontically discovered. Although the formal differentiation of the ontological problematic as opposed to ontic investigation may seem easy, the development and above all the approach of an existential analytic of Dasein is not without difficulties. A need is contained in this task which has made philosophy uneasy for a long time, but philosophy fails again and again in fulfilling the task, working out the idea of a natural concept of world. The wealth of knowledge of the most far-flung and manifold cultures and forms of existence available today seems favorable to taking up this task in a fruitful way. But that is only an illusion. Fundamentally, this plethora of information seduces us into failing to see the real problem. The syncretistic comparison and classification of everything does not of itself give us genuine essential knowledge. Subjecting the manifold to tabulation does not guarantee a real understanding of what has been ordered. The genuine principle of order has its own content which is never found by ordering, but is rather already presupposed in ordering. Thus the explicit idea of world as such is a prerequisite for the order of world images. And if world itself is constitutive of Dasein, the conceptual development of the phenomenon of world requires an insight into the fundamental structures of Dasein. The positive characteristics and negative considerations of this chapter had the goal of leading the understanding of the basic inclinations and kind of questions in the following interpretation onto the correct path. Ontology can only contribute indirectly to the furtherance of existing positivistic disciplines. It has a goal of its own, provided that the question of being is the spur for all scientific search over and above the acquisition of information about beings. 12. The preliminary sketch of being in the world in terms of the orientation toward being in as such. In the preparatory discussion, 9. We already profiled characteristics of being which are to provide us with a steady light for our further investigation, but which at the same time receive their structural concretion in this investigation. Dasein is a being which is related understandingly in its being toward that being. In saying this we are indicating the formal concept of existence. Dasein exists. Furthermore, Dasein is the being which I myself always am. Mineness belongs to existing Dasein as the condition of the possibility of authenticity and inauthenticity. Dasein exists always in one of these modes, or else in the modal indifference to them. These determinations of the being of Dasein, however, must now be seen and understood a priori on the basis of that constitution of being which we call being in the world. The correct point of departure of the analytic of Dasein consists in the interpretation of this constitution. The compound expression being in the world indicates, in the very way we have coined it, that it stands for a unified phenomenon. This primary datum must be seen as a whole. But while being in the world cannot be broken up into components that may be pieced together, this does not prevent it from having a multiplicity of constitutive structural factors. The phenomenal fact indicated by this expression actually gives us a threefold perspective. If we pursue it while keeping the whole phenomenon in mind from the outset, we have the following. 1. In the world, in relation to this factor, we have the task of questioning the ontological structure of world and of defining the idea of worldliness as such, cf. chapter 3 of this division. 2. The being which always has being in the world as the way it is. In it we are looking for what we are questioning when we ask about the who. In our phenomenological demonstration we should be able to determine who is in the mode of the average everydayness of Dasein, cf. chapter 4 of this division. 3. Being in as such, the ontological constitution of inness itself is to be analyzed, cf. chapter 5 of this division. Any analysis of one of these constitutive factors involves the analysis of the others, that is, each time seeing the whole phenomenon. It is true that being in the world is an a priori necessary constitution of Dasein, but it is not at all sufficient to fully determine Dasein's being. Before we thematically analyze the three phenomena indicated individually, we shall attempt to orient ourselves toward a characteristic of the third of these constitutive factors. What does being in mean? We supplement the expression being in right away with the phrase in the world, and are inclined to understand this being in as being in. With this term, the kind of being of a being is named which is in something else, as water is in the glass, the dress is in the closet. By this in we mean the relation of being that two beings extended in space have to each other with regard to their location in that space. Water and glass, dress and closet, are both in space at a location in the same way. This relation of being can be expanded, that is, the bench in the lecture hall in the university in the city, and so on until, the bench in the cosmos. These beings whose being in one another can be determined in this way all have the same kind of being, that of being present as things occurring within the world. Being present in something objectively present and the being present together with something having the same kind of being, in the sense of a determinate relation to place, are ontological characteristics which we call categorial. They belong to beings whose kind of being is unlike Dasein. In contrast, being in designates a constitution of being of Dasein, and is an existential. Thus, we cannot understand by this the objective presence of a corporeal thing, the human body, in a being objectively present. Nor does the term being in designate a spatial in one another of two things objectively present, any more than the word in primordially means a spatial relation of this kind. In stems from in and dash, to live, habitare, to dwell. And means I am used to, familiar with, I take care of something. It has the meaning of Colorado in the sense of habito and diligo. We characterized this being to whom being in belongs in this meaning as the being which I myself always am. The expression ben I connected with be. Ich ben means I dwell, I stay near, the world as something familiar in such and such a way. Beings as the infinitive of I am, that is, understood as an existential, means to dwell near. To be familiar with. Being in is thus the formal existential expression of the being of Dasein, which has the essential constitution of being in the world. Being together with the world, in the sense of being absorbed in the world, which must be further interpreted, is an existential which is grounded in being in. Because we are concerned in these analyses with seeing a primordial structure of being of Dasein in accordance with whose phenomenal content the concepts of being must be articulated, and because this structure is fundamentally incomprehensible in terms of the traditional ontological categories, this being together with must also be examined more closely. We shall again choose the method of contrasting it with something essentially ontologically different, that is, a categorical relation of being which we express linguistically with the same means. Fundamental ontological distinctions are easily obliterated, and if they are to be envisaged phenomenally in this way, this must be done explicitly, even at the risk of discussing something obvious. The status of the ontological analytic, however, shows that we do not at all have these obvious matters adequately in our grasp, still less have we interpreted them in the meaning of their being, and we are even farther from possessing the proper structural concepts in a secure form. As an existential, being together with the world never means anything like the being objectively present together of things that occur. There is no such thing as the being next to each other of a being called Dasein with another being called world. It is true that, at times, we are accustomed to express linguistically the being together of two objectively present things in such a manner: the table stands next to the door, the chair touches the wall. Strictly speaking, we can never talk about touching, not because in the last analysis we can always find a space between the chair and the wall by examining it more closely, but because in principle the chair can never touch the wall, even if the space between them amounted to nothing. The presupposition for this would be that the wall could be encountered by the chair. A being can only touch a being present within the world if that first being fundamentally has the kind of being in, only if with its Dasein something like world is already discovered in terms of which beings can reveal themselves through touch and thus become accessible in their being present. Two beings, which are present within the world and are, moreover, worldless in themselves, can never touch each other, neither can they be together with one another. The supplement which are moreover worldless must not be left out, because those beings which are not worldless, for example Dasein itself, are present in the world, too. More precisely, they can be understood within certain limits and with a certain justification as something merely present. To do this, one must completely disregard or just not see the existential constitution of being in. But with this possible understanding of Dasein as something objectively present, and only objectively present, we may not attribute to Dasein its own kind of objective presence. This objective presence does not become accessible by disregarding the specific structures of Dasein, but only in a previous understanding of them. Dasein understands its own most being in the sense of a certain factual objective presence too, and yet the factuality of the fact of one's own Dasein is ontologically fundamentally different from the factual occurrence of a kind of stone. The factuality of the fact of Dasein, as the way in which every Dasein actually is, we call its facticity. The complicated structure of this determination of being is itself comprehensible as a problem only in the light of the existential fundamental constitutions of Dasein which we have already worked out. The concept of facticity implies that an inner-worldly being has being in the world in such a way that it can understand itself as bound up in its destiny with the being of those beings which it encounters within its own world. Initially it is only a matter of seeing the ontological distinction between being in as an existential and the category of the insideness that things objectively present can have with regard to one another. If we define being in this way, we are not denying to Dasein every kind of spatiality. On the contrary, Dasein itself has its own being in space, which in its turn is possible only on the basis of being in the world in general. Thus, being in cannot be clarified ontologically by an ontic characteristic, by saying for example, being in a world is a spiritual quality and the spatiality of human being is an attribute of its bodiliness which is always at the same time based on corporeality. Here again we are faced with a being objectively present together of a spiritual thing thus constituted with a corporeal thing, and the being of the beings thus compounded is more obscure than ever. The understanding of being in the world as an essential structure of Dasein first makes possible the insight into its existential spatiality. This insight will keep us from failing to see the structure or from previously cancelling it out, a procedure motivated not ontologically, but metaphysically in the naive opinion that human being is initially a spiritual thing which is then subsequently placed in a space. With its facticity, the being in the world of Dasein has already dispersed itself in definite ways of being in, perhaps even split itself up. The multiplicity of these kinds of being in can be indicated by the following examples: to have to do with something, to produce, order and take care of something, to use something, to give something up and let it get lost, to undertake, to accomplish, to find out, to ask about, to observe, to speak about, to determine. These ways of being in have the kind of being of taking care of which we shall characterize in greater detail. The deficient modes of omitting, neglecting, renouncing, resting, are also ways of taking care of something, in which the possibilities of taking care are kept to a bare minimum. The term taking care has initially its prescientific meaning and can imply carrying something out, settling something, to straighten it out. The expression could also mean to take care of something in the sense of getting it for oneself. Furthermore, we use the expression also in a characteristic turn of phrase: I will see to it or take care that the enterprise fails. Here to take care amounts to apprehensiveness. In contrast to these prescientific ontic meanings, the expression taking care is used in this inquiry as an ontological term, an existential, to designate the being of a possible being in the world. We do not choose this term because Dasein is initially economical and practical to a large extent, but because Dasein itself is to be made visible as care. Again, this expression is to be understood as an ontological structure concept, cf. Chapter 6 of this division. The expression has nothing to do with distress, melancholy, or the cares of life which can be found ontically in every Dasein. These, like their opposites, carefreeness and gaiety, are ontically possible only because Dasein, ontologically understood, is care. Because being in the world belongs essentially to Dasein, its being toward the world is essentially taking. According to what we have said, being in is not a property which Dasein sometimes has and sometimes does not have, without which it could be just as well as it could with it. It is not the case that human being is, and then on top of that has a relation of being to the world which it sometimes takes upon itself. Dasein is never initially a sort of a being which is free from being in, but which at times is in the mood to take up a relation to the world. This taking up of relations to the world is possible only because, as being in the world, Dasein is as it is. This constitution of being is not first derived from the fact that besides the being which has the character of Dasein there are other beings which are objectively present and meet up with it. These other beings can only meet up with Dasein because they are able to show themselves of their own accord within a world. The saying used so often today, human beings have their environment, does not say anything ontologically as long as this having is undetermined. In its very possibility this having has its foundation in the existential constitution of being in. As a being essentially existing in this way, Dasein can explicitly discover beings which it encounters in the environment, can know about them, can avail itself of them, can have the world. The ontically trivial talk about having an environment is ontologically a problem. To solve it requires nothing less than defining the being of Dasein beforehand in an ontologically adequate way. If in biology use has been made of this constitution of being, especially since K. von Baer, one must not conclude that its philosophical use implies biologism. For as a positive science, biology, too, can never find and determine this structure, it must presuppose it and continually make use of it. This structure itself, however, can be explicated philosophically as the a priori condition for the thematic objects of biology only if it is understood beforehand as a structure of Dasein. Only in terms of an orientation toward the ontological structure thus understood can life as a constitution of being be defined a priori in a privative way. Ontically, as well as ontologically, being in the world has priority as taking care. This structure gets its fundamental interpretation in the analytic of Dasein. But does not this determination of the constitution of being discussed up to now move exclusively in negative statements? Though this being in is supposedly so fundamental, we always keep hearing what it is not. Indeed. But the prevalence of negative characteristics is no accident. Rather, it makes known what is peculiar to this phenomenon, and is thus positive in a genuine sense, a sense appropriate to the phenomenon itself. The phenomenological demonstration of being in the world has the character of rejecting dissimulations and obfuscations, because this phenomenon is always already seen in every Dasein in a certain way. And that is true because it makes up a fundamental constitution of Dasein, in that it is always already disclosed, along with its being, for the understanding of being in Dasein. But the phenomenon has mostly been basically misinterpreted, or interpreted in an ontologically inadequate way. Plus or minus, however, this seeing in a certain way and yet mostly misinterpreting is itself based on nothing other than this constitution of being of Dasein itself. In accordance with that constitution, Dasein understands itself ontologically, and that means also its being in the world initially in terms of those beings and their being which it itself is not, but which it encounters within its world. Both in Dasein and for it, this constitution of being is always already somehow familiar. If it is now to be recognized, the explicit cognition that this task implies takes itself, as a knowing of the world, as the exemplary relation of the soul to the world. The cognition of world, voev, or addressing oneself to the world and discussing it, koiog, thus functions as the primary mode of being in the world, even though being in the world is not understood as such. But because this structure of being remains ontologically inaccessible, yet is ontically experienced as the relation between one being, world, and another, soul, and because being is initially understood by taking beings as inner-worldy beings for one's ontological support, one tries to conceive the relation between world and soul as grounded in these beings and in the sense of their being, that is, as objective presence. Although it is experienced and known pre-phenomenologically, being in the world is invisible if one interprets it in a way that is ontologically inadequate. One is just barely acquainted with this constitution of Dasein only in the form given by an inadequate interpretation, and indeed, as something obvious. In this way it then becomes the evident point of departure for the problems of epistemology or a metaphysics of knowledge. For what is more obvious than the fact that a subject is related to an object and the other way around? This subject-object relation must be presupposed. But that is a presupposition which, although it is inviolate in its own facticity, is truly fatal, perhaps for that very reason, if its ontological necessity and especially its ontological meaning are left in obscurity. Thus the phenomenon of being in has for the most part been represented exclusively by a single exemplar knowing the world. This has not only been the case in epistemology, for even practical behavior has been understood as behavior which is not theoretical and atheoretical. Because knowing has been given this priority, our understanding of its own most kind of being is led astray, and thus being in the world must be delineated more precisely with reference to knowing the world, and must itself be made visible as an existential modality of being in. 13. The exemplification of being in a founded mode, knowing the world. If being in the world is a fundamental constitution of Dasein, and one in which it moves not only in general but especially in the mode of everydayness, it must always already have been experienced ontically. It would be incomprehensible if it remained totally veiled, especially since Dasein has an understanding of its own being at its disposal, no matter how indeterminately that understanding functions. However, no sooner was the phenomenon of knowing the world understood than it was interpreted in an external, formal way. The evidence for this is the interpretation of knowledge, still prevalent today, as a relation between subject and object which contains about as much truth as it does vacuity. But subject and object are not the same as Dasein, and even if it were feasible to give an ontological definition of being in primarily in terms of being in the world that knows, the first task required would still be the phenomenal characterization of knowing as a being in and toward the world. If one reflects upon this relation of being, a being called nature is initially given as that which is known. Knowing itself is not to be found in this being. If knowing is at all, it belongs solely to those beings which know. But even in those beings, the things called human beings, knowing is not objectively present. In any case, it cannot be ascertained externally like corporeal qualities. To the extent that knowing belongs to these beings and is not an external characteristic, it must be inside. The more unequivocally one maintains that knowing is initially and really inside, and indeed has by no means the kind of being of physical and psychic beings, the more one believes that one is proceeding without presuppositions in the question of the essence of knowledge and of the clarification of the relation between subject and object. For only then can the problem arise of how this knowing subject comes out of its inner sphere into one that is other and external, of how knowing can have an object at all, and of how the object itself is to be thought so that eventually the subject knows it without having to venture a leap into another sphere. But in this approach, which has many variations, the question of the kind of being of this knowing subject is completely omitted, though its way of being was always included tacitly in the thematic when one spoke of its knowing. Of course, one is sometimes assured that the subject's inside and its inner sphere is certainly not to be thought as a kind of box or cabinet. But what the positive meaning is of the inside of immanence in which knowing is initially enclosed, and how the character of being of this being inside of knowing is founded in the kind of being of the subject, about this there is silence. However this inner sphere might be interpreted, if one asks how knowing gets out of it and achieves a transcendence, it becomes evident that the knowing which presents such enigmas remains problematic unless one has first clarified how it is and what it is. With this kind of approach one is blind to what was already implicitly implied in the preliminary thematization of the phenomenon of knowing. Knowing is a mode of being of Dasein as being in the world, and has its ontic foundation in this constitution of being. But if, as we suggest, we thus find phenomenally that knowing is a kind of being in the world, one might object that with such an interpretation of knowing, the problem of knowledge is annihilated. What is there left to ask about if one presupposes that knowing is already together with its world which it is, after all, first supposed to reach in the transcending of the subject? In this last question the standpoint, which is not demonstrated phenomenally, once again emerges, but, apart from this, what criterion decides whether and in which sense there is to be a problem of knowledge other than that of the phenomenon of knowing itself and the kind of being of the knower? If we now ask what shows itself in the phenomenal findings of knowing, we must remember that knowing itself is grounded beforehand in already being in the world, which essentially constitutes the being of Dasein. Initially, this already being with is not solely a rigid staring at something merely objectively present. Being in the world, as taking care of things, is taken in by the world which it takes care of. In order for knowing to be possible as determining by observation what is objectively present, there must first be a deficiency of having to do with the world and taking care of it. In refraining from all production, manipulation, and so on, taking care of things places itself in the only mode of being in which is left over, in the mode of simply lingering with. On the basis of this kind of being toward the world which lets us encounter beings within the world solely in their mere outward appearance, ei6 og, and, as a mode of this kind of being, looking explicitly at something thus encountered is possible. This looking at is always a way of assuming a definite direction towards something, a glimpse of what is objectively present. It takes over a perspective from the beings thus encountered from the very beginning. This looking itself becomes a mode of independent dwelling together with beings in the world. In this dwelling as refraining from every manipulation and use the perception of what is objectively present takes place. Perception takes place as addressing and discussing something as something. On the basis of this interpretation in the broadest sense, perception becomes definition. What is perceived and defined can be expressed in propositions and as thus expressed can be maintained and preserved. This perceptive retention of a proposition about, is itself a way of being in the world, and must not be interpreted as a procedure by which a subject gathers representations about something for itself which then remain stored up inside as thus appropriated, and in reference to which the question can arise at times of how they correspond with reality. In directing itself toward, and in grasping something, Dasein does not first go outside of the inner sphere in which it is initially encapsulated, but, rather, in its primary kind of being, it is always already outside together with some being encountered in the world already discovered. Nor is any inner sphere abandoned when Dasein dwells together with a being to be known and determines its character. Rather, even in this being outside together with its object, Dasein is inside, correctly understood, that is, it itself is as the being in the world which knows. Again, the perception of what is known does not take place as a return with one's booty to the cabinet of consciousness after one has gone out and grasped it. Rather, in perceiving, preserving, and retaining, the Dasein that knows remains outside as Dasein. In mere knowledge about a context of the being of beings, in only representing it, in solely thinking about it, I am no less outside in the world together with beings than I am when I originally grasp them. Even forgetting something, when every relation of being to what was previously known seems to be extinguished, must be understood as a modification of primordial being in, and this holds true for every deception and every error. The foundational context shown for the mode of being in the world constitutive for the knowledge of the world makes the following clear: in knowing, Dasein gains a new perspective of being toward the world always already discovered in Dasein. This new possibility of being can be independently developed. It can become a task, and as scientific knowledge can take over the guidance for being in the world. But knowing neither first creates a commercium of the subject with the world, nor does this commercium originate from an effect of the world on a subject. Knowing is a mode of Dasein which is founded in being in the world. Thus, being in the world, as a fundamental constitution, requires a prior interpretation. 14. The idea of the worldliness of the world in general. First of all, being in the world is to be made visible with regard to the structural factor world. The accomplishment of this task appears to be easy and so trivial that we still believe we may avoid it. What can it mean, to describe the world as a phenomenon? It means letting what shows itself in the beings within the world be seen. Thus, the first step is to enumerate the things which are in the world: houses, trees, people, mountains, stars. We can describe the outward appearance of these beings and tell of the events occurring with them. But that is obviously a pre-phenomenological business which cannot be phenomenologically relevant at all. The description gets stuck in beings. It is ontic. But we are, after all, seeking being. We formally define phenomenon in the phenomenological sense as that which shows itself as being and the structure of being. Thus, to describe the world phenomenologically means to show and to conceptually and categorically determine the being of beings present in the world. Beings within the world are things, natural things, and things having value. Their thingliness becomes a problem, and since the thingliness of the latter is based upon natural thingliness, the being of natural things, nature as such, is the primary theme. The character of being of natural things, of substances, which is the basis of everything, is substantiality. What constitutes its ontological meaning? With this we have given our investigation an unequivocal direction. But are we asking ontologically about the world? The problematic characterized is undoubtedly ontological. But even if it succeeds in the purest explication of the being of nature, in comparison with the fundamental statements made by the mathematical natural sciences about this being, this ontology never gets at the phenomenon of the world. Nature is itself a being which is encountered within the world and is discoverable on various paths and stages. Should we accordingly keep to the beings with which Dasein initially and for the most part dwells, to valuable things? Do not these things really show the world in which we live? Perhaps they do in fact show something like world more penetratingly. But these things are, after all, also beings within the world. Neither the ontic description of inner-worldly beings nor the ontological interpretation of the being of these beings gets as such at the phenomenon of world. In both kinds of access to objective being, world is already presupposed in various ways. Can world ultimately not be addressed as a determination of the beings mentioned at all? After all, we do say that these beings are inner-worldly. Is world indeed a character of being of Dasein? And then does every Dasein initially have its own world? Does not world thus become something subjective? Then how is a common world still possible in which we, after all, are? If we pose the question of world, which world is meant? Neither this nor that world, but rather the worldliness of world in general. How can we encounter this phenomenon? Worldliness is an ontological concept and designates the structure of a constitutive factor of being in the world. But we have come to know being in the world as an existential determination of Dasein. Accordingly, worldliness is itself an existential. When we inquire ontologically about the world, we by no means abandon the thematic field of the analytic of Dasein. World is ontologically not a determination of those beings which Dasein essentially is not, but rather a characteristic of Dasein itself. This does not preclude the fact that the path of the investigation of the phenomenon of world must be taken by way of inner-worldly beings and their being. The task of a phenomenological description of the world is so far from obvious that its adequate determination already requires essential ontological clarification. The multiplicity of meanings of the word world is striking now that we have discussed it and made frequent application of it. Unraveling this multiplicity can point toward the phenomenon intended in their various meanings and their connection. One world is used as an ontic concept and signifies the totality of beings which can be objectively present within the world. Two world functions as an ontological term and signifies the being of those beings named in one. Indeed, world can name the region which embraces a multiplicity of beings. For example, when we speak of the world of the mathematician, we mean the region of all possible mathematical objects. 3. Again, world can be understood in an ontic sense, but not as beings essentially unlike Dasein that can be encountered within the world, but, rather, as that in which a factical Dasein lives as Dasein. Here world has a pre-ontological, existential meaning. There are various possibilities here. World can mean the public world of the we or one's own and nearest, domestic, surrounding world. 4. Finally, world designates the ontological and existential concept of worldliness. Worldliness itself can be modified into the respective structural totality of particular worlds, but contains in itself the a priori of worldliness in general. We shall reserve the expression world as a term for the meaning established in the third meaning of world. If we use it at times in the first meaning, we shall put it in quotation marks. Thus, terminologically worldly means a kind of being of Dasein, never a kind of being of something objectively present in the world. We shall call the latter something belongings to the world or inner-worldly. One look at previous ontology shows us that one skips over the phenomenon of worldliness when one fails to see the constitution of Dasein as being in the world. Instead, one tries to interpret the world in terms of the being which is present within the world but has not, however, even been initially discovered, that is, in terms of nature. Plus or minus ontologically and categorically understood, nature is a limit case of the being of possible inner-worldly beings. Dasein can discover beings as nature in this sense only in a definite mode of its being in the world. This kind of knowledge has the character of a certain deworlding of the world. As the categorical content of structures of being of a definite being encountered in the world, nature can never render worldliness intelligible. 1 But even the phenomenon nature, for instance in the sense of the romantic concept of nature, is ontologically comprehensible only in terms of the concept of world, that is, in terms of an analytic of Dasein. With regard to the problem of an ontological analysis of the worldliness of the world, traditional ontology is at a dead end if it sees the problem at all. On the other hand, an interpretation of the worldliness of Dasein and its possibilities and ways of becoming worldly, must show why Dasein skips over the phenomenon of worldliness ontically and ontologically in its way of knowing the world. But at the same time this fact of skipping over the phenomenon of worldliness indicates that special measures are necessary in order to gain the correct phenomenal point of departure for access to that phenomenon, A point of departure which does not permit any skipping over. The methodological directive for this has already been given. Being in the world, and thus the world as well, must be the subject of our analytic in the horizon of average everydayness as the nearest kind of being of Dasein. We shall pursue everyday being in the world. With it as a phenomenal support, something like world must come into view. The closest world of everyday Dasein is the surrounding world. Our investigation will follow the path from this existential character of average being in the world to the idea of worldliness as such. We shall seek the worldliness of the surrounding world, environmentality, by way of an ontological interpretation of those beings initially encountered within the surroundings. The expression surrounding world contains a reference to spatiality in its component around. The quality of around which is constitutive for the surrounding world does not, however, have a primarily spatial meaning. Rather, the spatial character which uncontestably belongs to a surrounding world can be clarified only on the basis of the structure of worldliness. Here the spatiality of Dasein mentioned in 12 becomes phenomenally visible. But ontology has tried precisely to interpret the being of the world as residential extensa on the basis of spatiality. The most extreme tendency towards such an ontology of the world, an ontology which is oriented in the opposite direction, that is to the residential cogitans which is neither ontically nor ontologically identical with Dasein, is to be found in Descartes. The analysis of worldliness attempted here becomes clearer if we show how it differs from such an ontological tendency. It has three stages: a. An analysis of environmentality and worldliness in general. b. An illustrative contrast between our analysis of worldliness and Descartes' ontology of the world. c. The aroundness of the surrounding world and the spatiality of Dasein. a. Analysis of environmentality and worldliness in general. 15. The being of beings encountered in the surrounding world. The phenomenological exhibition of the being of beings encountered nearest to us can be accomplished under the guidance of the everyday being in the world, which we also call dealings in the world with inner-worldly beings. Such dealings are already dispersed in manifold ways of taking care. However, as we showed, the closest kind of dealing is not mere perceptual cognition, but, rather, a handling, using, and taking care which has its own kind of knowledge. Our phenomenological question is initially concerned with the being of those beings encountered when taking care of something. A methodical remark is necessary to secure the kind of seeing required here. In the disclosure and explication of being, beings are always our preliminary and accompanying theme. The real theme is being. What shows itself in taking care in the surrounding world constitutes the pre-thematic being in the domain of our analysis. This being is not the object of a theoretical world cognition, it is what is used, produced, and so on. As a being thus encountered, it comes pre-thematically into view for a knowing which, as a phenomenological knowing, primarily looks toward being, and on the basis of this thematization of being the metis actual beings as well. Thus, this phenomenological interpretation is not a cognition of existent qualities of beings, but rather a determination of the structure of their being. But as an investigation of being, it independently and explicitly brings about the understanding of being which always already belongs to Dasein and is alive in every dealing with beings. Phenomenologically pre-thematic beings, what is used and produced, become accessible when we put ourselves in the place of taking care in the world. Strictly speaking, to talk of putting ourselves in the place of taking care is misleading. We do not first need to put ourselves in the place of this way of being in dealing with and taking care. Everyday Dasein always already is in this way. For example, in opening the door, I use the doorknob. Gaining phenomenological access to the beings thus encountered consists rather in rejecting the interpretive tendencies crowding and accompanying us which cover over the phenomenon of taking care in general, and thus even more so beings as they are encountered of their own accord in taking care. These insidious mistakes become clear when we ask, which beings are to be our preliminary theme and established as a pre-phenomenal basis. One answers, things. But perhaps we have already missed the pre-phenomenal basis we are looking for with this self-evident answer. For an unexpressed anticipatory ontological characterization is contained in addressing beings as things, res. An analysis which starts with such beings and goes on to inquire about being comes up with the thingliness and reality. Ontological explication thus finds, as it proceeds, characteristics of being such as substantiality, materiality, extendedness, side-by-sidedness. But the beings encountered and taken care of are also pre-ontologically hidden at first in this being. When one designates things as the beings that are initially given, one goes astray ontologically, although one means something else ontically. What one really means remains indefinite. Or else one characterizes these things as valuable things. What does value mean ontologically? How is this having value and being involved with value to be understood categorically? Apart from the obscurity of this structure of having value, is the phenomenal character of being of what is encountered and taken care of in association thus attained. The Greeks had an appropriate term for things, atia, that is, that with which one has to do in taking care in dealings, 7 tpatg. But the specifically pragmatic character of the 7 tpa7 ata is just what was left in obscurity and initially determined as mere things. We shall call the beings encountered in taking care useful things. In our dealings we find utensils for writing, utensils for sewing, utensils for working, driving, measuring. We must elucidate the kind of being of useful things. This can be done following the guideline of the previous definition of what makes a useful thing, its utility. Strictly speaking, there is no such thing as a useful thing. There always belongs to the being of a useful thing a totality of useful things in which this useful thing can be what it is. A useful thing is essentially something in order to. The different kinds of in order to, such as serviceability, helpfulness, usability, handiness, constitute a totality of useful things. The structure of in order to contains a reference of something to something. Only in the following analyses can the phenomenon indicated by this word be made visible in its ontological genesis. At this time, our task is to bring a multiplicity of references phenomenally into view. In accordance with their character of utility, useful things always are in terms of their belonging to other useful things, writing utensils, pen, ink, paper, desk blotter, table, lamp, furniture, windows, doors, room. These things never show themselves initially by themselves, in order then to fill out a room as a sum of real things. What we encounter as closest to us, although we do not grasp it thematically, is the room, not as what is between the four walls in a geometrical, spatial sense, but rather as something useful for living. On the basis of this an organization shows itself, and in this organization any individual useful thing shows itself. A totality of useful things is always already discovered before the individual useful thing. Dealings geared to useful things, which show themselves genuinely only in such dealings, for example, hammering with the hammer, neither grasps these beings thematically as occurring things, nor does such using even know the structure of useful things as such. Hammering does not just have a knowledge of the useful character of the hammer, rather, it has appropriated this utensil in the most adequate way possible. In such useful dealings, taking care subordinates itself to the in order to constitutive for the particular utensil in our dealings. The less we just stare at the thing called hammer, the more we take hold of it and use it, the more original our relation to it becomes and the more undisguisedly it is encountered as what it is, as a useful thing. The act of hammering itself discovers the specific handiness of the hammer. We shall call the useful things kind of being in which it reveals itself by itself handiness. It is only because useful things have this being in themselves, and do not merely occur, that they are handy in the broadest sense and are at our disposal. No matter how keenly we just look at the outward appearance of things constituted in one way or another, we cannot discover handiness. When we just look at things theoretically, we lack an understanding of handiness. But a dealing which makes use of things is not blind, it has its own way of seeing which guides our operations and gives them their specific certainty. Our dealings with useful things are subordinate to the manifold of references of the in order to. The kind of seeing of this accommodation to things is called circumspection. Practical behavior is not theoretical in the sense of a lack of seeing. The difference between it and theoretical behavior lies not only in the fact that in one case we observe and in the other instance we act, and that action must apply theoretical cognition if it is not to remain blind. Rather, observation is a kind of taking care just as primordially as action has its own kind of seeing. Theoretical behavior is just looking, non-circumspectly. Because it is non-circumspect, looking is not without rules, its canon takes shape in method. Handiness is not grasped theoretically at all, nor is it itself initially a theme for circumspection. What is peculiar to what is initially at hand is that it withdraws, so to speak, in its character of handiness in order to be really handy. What everyday dealings are initially busy with is not tools themselves, but the work. What is to be produced in each case is what is primarily taken care of and is thus also what is at hand. The work bears the totality of references in which useful things are encountered. As the of the hammer, plane, and needle, the work to be produced has in its turn the kind of being of a useful thing. The shoe to be produced is for wearing, footgear, the clock is made for telling time. The work which we primarily encounter when we deal with things and take care of them, what we are at work with, always already lets us encounter the what for of its usability in the usability which essentially belongs to it. The work that has been ordered exists in its turn only on the basis of its use and the referential context of beings discovered in that use. But the work to be produced is not just useful for production itself, is always a using of something for something. A reference to materials is contained in the work at the same time. The work is dependent upon leather, thread, nails, and similar things. Leather in its turn is produced from hides. These hides are taken from animals which were bred and raised by others. We also find animals in the world which were not bred and raised, and even when they have been raised, these beings produce themselves in a certain sense. Thus beings are accessible in the surrounding world which in themselves do not need to be produced and are always already at hand. Hammer, tongs, nails in themselves refer to they consist of steel, iron, metal, stone, wood. Nature is also discovered in the use of useful things, nature in the light of products of nature. But nature must not be understood here as what is merely objectively present, nor as the power of nature. The forest is a forest of timber, the mountain a quarry of rock, the river is water power, the wind is wind in the sails. As the surrounding world is discovered, nature thus discovered is encountered along with it. We can abstract from nature's kind of being as handiness, we can discover and define it in its mere objective presence. But in this kind of discovery of nature, nature as what stirs and strives, what overcomes us, entrances us as landscape, remains hidden. The botanist's plants are not the flowers of the hedgerow, the river's source ascertained by the geographer is not the source in the ground. The work produced refers not only to the what for of its usability and the whereof of which it consists. The simple conditions of craft contain a reference to the wearer and user at the same time. The work is cut to his figure, he is there as the work emerges. This constitutive reference is by no means lacking when wares are produced by the dozen, it is only undefined, pointing to the random and the average. Thus not only beings which are at hand are encountered in the work, but also beings with the kind of being of Dasein for whom what is produced becomes handy in its taking care. Here the world is encountered in which wearers and users live, a world which is at the same time our world. The work taken care of in each case is not only at hand in the domestic world of the workshop, but rather in the public world. Along with the public world, the surrounding world of nature is discovered and accessible to everyone. In taking care, nature is discovered as having some definite direction on paths, streets, bridges, and buildings. A covered railroad platform takes bad weather into account, public lighting systems take darkness into account, the specific change of the presence and absence of daylight, the position of the sun. Clocks take into account a specific constellation in the world system. When we look at the clock, we tacitly use the position of the sun according to which the official astronomical regulation of time is carried out. The surrounding world of nature is also at hand in the usage of clock equipment, which is at first inconspicuously at hand. Our absorption in taking care of things in the work world nearest to us has the function of discovering, depending upon the way we are absorbed, inner-worldly beings that are brought along together with their constitutive references are discoverable in varying degrees of explicitness and with a varying attentive penetration. The kind of being of these beings is handiness. But it must not be understood as a mere characteristic of interpretation **, as if such aspects were discursively forced upon beings which we initially encounter, as if an initially objectively present world stuff were subjectively colored in this way. Such an interpretation overlooks the fact that in that case beings would have to be understood beforehand and discovered as purely objectively present, and would thus have priority and take the lead in the order of discovering and appropriating dealings with the world. But this already goes against the ontological meaning of cognition, which we showed to be a founded mode of being in the world. To expose what is merely objectively present, cognition must first penetrate beyond things at hand being taken care of. Handiness is the ontological categorical definition of beings as they are in themselves. But there are handy things, after all, only on the basis of what is objectively present. Admitting this thesis, does it then follow that handiness is ontologically founded in objective presence? But if, in our continuing ontological interpretation, handiness proves to be the kind of beings first discovered within the world, if its primordiality can ever be demonstrated over and against mere objective presence, does what we have explained up to now contribute in the least to an ontological understanding of the phenomenon of world? We have, after all, always presupposed world in our interpretation of these inner-worldly beings. Joining these beings together does not result as a sum in something like world. Is there then any path at all leading from the being of these beings to showing the phenomenon of world? 16. The worldly character of the surrounding world announcing itself in inner-worldly beings. World itself is not an inner-worldly being, and yet it determines inner-worldly beings to such an extent that they can only be encountered and discovered and show themselves in their being insofar as there is world. But how is there world? If Dasein is ontically constituted by being in the world, and if an understanding of the being of itself belongs just as essentially to it, even if that understanding is quite indeterminate, does it not then have an understanding of world, a pre-ontological understanding which lacks and can dispense with explicit ontological insights? Does not something like world show itself to being in the world taking care of the beings encountered within the world, that is, their inner worldliness? Does not this phenomenon come into view pre-phenomenologically? Is it not always in view without requiring a thematically ontological interpretation? In the scope of its heedful absorption in useful things at hand, does not Dasein have a possibility of being in which, together with the inner worldly beings taken care of, their worldliness is illuminated in a certain way? If such possibilities of being of Dasein can be shown in its heedful dealings, a path is open to pursue the phenomenon thus illuminated and to attempt, so to speak, to place it and interrogate the structures evident in it. Modes of taking care belong to the everydayness of being in the world, modes which let the beings taken care of be encountered in such a way that the worldly character of inner-worldly beings appears. Beings nearest at hand can be met up with in taking care of things as unusable, as improperly adapted for their specific use. Tools turn out to be damaged, their material unsuitable. In any case, a useful thing of some sort is at hand here. But we discover the unusability not by looking and ascertaining properties, but rather by paying attention to the dealings in which we use it. When we discover its unusability, the thing becomes conspicuous. Conspicuousness presents the thing at hand in a certain unhandiness. But this implies that what is unusable just lies there, it shows itself as a thing of use which has this or that appearance and which is always also objectively present with this or that outward appearance in its handiness. Mere objective presence makes itself known in the useful thing only to withdraw again into the handiness of what is taken care of, that is, of what is being put back into repair. This presence of what is unusable still does not lack all handiness whatsoever, The useful thing thus present is still not a thing which just occurs somewhere. The damage to the useful thing is still not a mere change in the thing, a change of qualities simply occurring in something present. But such heedful dealings do not just come up against unusable things within what is already at hand. They also find things which are missing, which are not only not handy, but not at hand at all. When we come upon something unhandy, our missing it in this way again discovers what is at hand in a kind of only being present. When we notice its unhandiness, what is at hand enters the mode of obtrusiveness. The more urgently we need what is missing and the more truly it is encountered in its unhandiness, all the more obtrusive does what is at hand become, such that it seems to lose the character of handiness. It reveals itself as something merely present, which cannot be budged without the missing element. As a deficient mode of taking care of things, the helpless way in which we stand before it discovers the mere being present of what is at hand. In dealing with the world taken care of, what is unhandy can be encountered not only in the sense of something unusable or completely missing, but as something unhandy which is not missing at all and not unusable, but gets in the way of taking care of things. That to which taking care cannot turn, for which it has no time, is something unhandy in the way of not belonging there, of not being complete. Unhandy things are disturbing and make evident the obstinacy of what is initially to be taken care of before anything else. With this obstinacy the presence of what is at hand makes itself known in a new way as the being of what is still present and calls for completion. The modes of conspicuousness, obtrusiveness, and obstinacy have the function of bringing to the fore the character of objective presence in what is at hand. What is at hand is not thereby observed and stared at simply as something present. The character of objective presence making itself known is still bound to the handiness of useful things. These still do not disguise themselves as mere things. Useful things become things in the sense of what one would like to throw away. But in this tendency to throw things away, what is at hand is still shown as being at hand in its unyielding objective presence. But what does this reference to the modified way of encountering what is at hand, a way in which its objective presence is revealed, mean for the clarification of the phenomenon of world? In the analysis of this modification, too, we are still involved with the being of inner worldly beings. We have not yet come any closer to the phenomenon of world. We have not yet grasped that phenomenon, but we now have the possibility of catching sight of it. In its conspicuousness, obtrusiveness, and obstinacy, what is at hand loses its character of handiness in a certain sense. But this handiness is itself understood, although not thematically, in dealing with what is at hand. It does not just disappear, but bids farewell, so to speak, in the conspicuousness of what is unusual. Handiness shows itself once again, and precisely in doing so the worldly character of what is at hand also shows itself, too. The structure of being of what is at hand as a useful thing is determined by references. The peculiar and self-evident in itself of the nearest things is encountered when we take care of things, using them but not paying specific attention to them, while bumping into things that are unusable. Something is unusable. This means that the constitutive reference of the in order to a what for has been disrupted. The references themselves are not observed, rather they are there in our heedful adjustment to them. But in a disruption of reference in being unusable for, the reference becomes explicit. It does not yet become explicit as an ontological structure, but ontically for our circumspection which gets annoyed by the damage tool. This circumspect noticing of the reference to the particular what for makes the what for visible and with it the context of the work, the whole workshop as that in which taking care has always already been dwelling. The context of useful things is lit up, not as a totality never seen before, but as a totality that has continually been seen beforehand in our circumspection. But with this totality, world makes itself known. Similarly, when something at hand is missing whose everyday presence was so much a matter of course that we never even paid attention to it, this constitutes a breach in the context of references discovered in circumspection. Circumspection comes up with emptiness and now sees for the first time what the missing thing was at hand for and at hand with. Once again the surrounding world makes itself known. What appears in this way is not itself one thing at hand among others, and certainly not something objectively present which lies at the basis of the useful thing at hand. It is there before anyone has observed or ascertained it. It is itself inaccessible to circumspection insofar as circumspection concentrates on beings, but it is always already disclosed for that circumspection. To disclose ren and disclosedness are used as technical terms in what follows and mean to unlock to be open. Thus to disclose never means anything like obtaining something indirectly by inference. That the world does not consist of what is at hand can be seen from the fact, among others, that when the world appears in the modes of taking care which we have just interpreted, what is at hand becomes deprived of its worldliness so that it appears as something merely present. In order for useful things at hand to be encountered in their character of being in itself in our everyday taking care of the surrounding world, the references and referential contexts in which circumspection is absorbed must remain non-thematic for that circumspection, and all the more so for a non-circumspect, thematic abstract comprehension. The condition for the possibility of what is at hand not emerging from its inconspicuousness is that the world not announce itself. And this is the constitution of the phenomenal structure of the being in itself of these beings. Privative expressions such as inconspicuousness, unobtrusiveness, and non-obstinacy tell of a positive phenomenal character of the being of what is initially at hand. These negative prefixes express the character of keeping to itself of what is at hand. That is what we have in mind with being in itself, which, however, we initially typically ascribe to things objectively present as that which can be thematically ascertained. When we are primarily and exclusively oriented toward that which is objectively present, the in itself cannot be ontologically explained at all. However, we must demand an interpretation if the talk about in itself is to have any ontological importance. Mostly one appeals ontically and emphatically to this in itself of being, and with phenomenal justification. But this ontic appeal does not already fulfill the claim of the ontological statement presumably given in such an appeal. The foregoing analysis already makes it clear that the being in itself of inner-worldly beings is ontologically comprehensible only on the basis of the phenomenon of world. If, however, world can appear in a certain way, it must be disclosed in general. World is always already predisclosed for circumspect heedfulness together with the accessibility of inner-worldly beings at hand. Thus, world is something in which Dasein as a being always already was, and world is that to which Dasein can always only come back whenever it explicitly moves towards something in some way. According to our foregoing interpretation, being in the world signifies the unthematic, circumspect absorption in the references constitutive for the handiness of the totality of useful things. Taking care of things always already occurs on the basis of a familiarity with the world. In this familiarity Dasein can lose itself in what it encounters within the world and be numbed by it. With what is Dasein familiar? Why can the worldly character of inner-worldly beings appear? How is the referential totality in which circumspection moves to be understood more precisely? When this totality is broken, the presence of beings is thrust to the fore. In order to answer these questions which aim at working out the phenomenon and problem of worldliness, a concrete analysis of the structures in whose context our questions are being asked is required. It reference and signs. In our preliminary interpretation of the structure of being of things at hand, useful things, the phenomenon of reference became visible, but in such a sketchy fashion that, at the same time, we emphasized the necessity of uncovering the phenomenon merely indicated with regard to its ontological origin. Moreover, it became clear that reference and the referential totality were in some sense constitutive of worldliness itself. Until now we have seen the world lit up only in and for particular ways of taking care of what is at hand in the surrounding world, together with its handiness. Thus the further we penetrate into the understanding of the being of inner-worldly beings, the broader and more secure the phenomenal basis for the uncovering the phenomenon of world becomes. We shall again take our point of departure with the being of what is at hand with the intention of grasping the phenomenon of reference more precisely. For this purpose we shall attempt an ontological analysis of the kind of useful thing in terms of which references can be found in a manifold sense. Such a useful thing can be found in signs. This word names many things. It names not only different kinds of signs, but being a sign for something can itself be formalized to a universal kind of relation so that the sign structure itself yields an ontological guideline for characterizing any being whatsoever. But signs are themselves initially useful things whose specific character as useful things consists of indicating. Such signs are signposts, boundary stones, the mariner's storm buoy, signals, flags, signs of mourning, and the like. Indicating can be defined as a kind of referring. Taken in an extremely formal sense, to refer means to relate. But relation does not function as the genus for species of reference which are differentiated as sign, symbol, expression, and signification. Relation is a formal definition which can be directly read off by way of formalization from every kind of context, whatever its subject matter or way of being. Every reference is a relation, but not every relation is a reference. Every indicating is a reference, but not every reference is an indicating. This means that every indicating is a relation, but not every relation is an indicating. Thus the formal, universal character of relation becomes apparent. If we investigate such phenomena as reference, sign, or even signification, nothing is to be by characterizing them as relations. Finally, we must even show that relation itself has its ontological origin in reference because of its formal, universal character. If this analysis is limited to an interpretation of the sign as distinct from the phenomenon of reference, even within this limitation, the full multiplicity of possible signs cannot be adequately investigated. Among signs there are symptoms, signs pointing backward as well as forward, marks, hallmarks whose way of indicating is different regardless of what it is that serves as a sign. We should differentiate these signs from the following: traces, residues, monuments, documents, certificates, symbols, expressions, appearances, significations. These phenomena can easily be formalized on the basis of their formal relational character. We are especially inclined today to subject all beings to an interpretation following the guideline of such a relation, an interpretation which is always correct because it basically says nothing, no more than the facile scheme of form and content. As an example of a sign, we choose one which shall see again in a later analysis, though in a different regard. Motor cars are equipped with an adjustable red arrow whose position indicates which direction the car will take, for example, at an intersection. The position of the arrow is regulated by the driver of the car. This sign is a useful thing which is at hand not only for the heedfulness, steering, of the driver. Those who are not in the car and they especially make use of this useful thing in that they yield accordingly or remain standing. This sign is handy within the world in the totality of the context of useful things belonging to vehicles and traffic regulations. As a useful thing, this pointer is constituted by reference. It has the character of in order to, its specific serviceability, it is there in order to indicate. The indicating of the sign can be taken as a kind of referring. But here we must note that this referring as indicating is not the ontological structure of the sign as a useful thing. As indicating, referring is rather grounded in the structure of being of useful things, in serviceability for. The latter does not automatically make something a sign. The useful thing hammer is also characterized by serviceability, but it does not thus become a sign. The referral of indicating is the ontic concretion of the what for of serviceability, and determines a useful thing for that what for. The referral serviceability for, on the other hand, is an ontological, categorical determination of the useful thing as useful thing. The fact that the what for of serviceability gets its concretion in indicating is accidental to the constitution of the useful thing as such. The distinction between referral as serviceability and referral as indicating became roughly apparent in the example of the sign. The two coincide so little that their unity first makes possible a particular kind of useful thing. But just as surely as indicating is fundamentally different from referral as the constitution of a useful thing, it is just as incontestable that signs have a peculiar and even distinctive relation to the kind of being of the totality of useful things present in the surrounding world and their worldly character. Useful things which indicate have an eminent use in heedful dealings. However, it cannot suffice ontologically simply to ascertain this fact. The ground and meaning of this preeminence must be clarified. What does the indicating of a sign mean? We can only answer this by defining the appropriate way of dealing with things that indicate. In doing this we must also make their handiness genuinely comprehensible. What is the appropriate way of dealing with signs? Taking our orientation toward the above example, the arrow, we must say that the corresponding behavior, being, toward the sign encountered is yielding or remaining still with reference to the approaching car which has the arrow. As a way of taking a direction, yielding belongs essentially to the being in the world of Dasein. Dasein is always somehow directed and underway. Standing and remaining are only boundary instances of this directed being underway. A sign is not really comprehended when we stare at it and ascertain that it is an indicating thing that occurs. Even if we follow the direction which the arrow indicates and look at something which is objectively present in the region thus indicated, even then the sign is not really encountered. The sign applies to the circumspection of heedful dealings in such a way that the circumspection which follows its direction brings the aroundness of the surrounding world in every instance into an explicit overview in that compliance. Circumspect overseeing does not comprehend what is at hand, instead, it acquires an orientation within the surrounding world. Another possibility of experiencing useful things lies in encountering the arrow as a useful thing belonging to the car. Here the arrow's specific character of being a useful thing need not be discovered. What and how it is to indicate can remain completely undetermined, and yet what is encountered is not a mere thing. As opposed to the nearest finding of a multiply undetermined manifold of useful things, the experience of a thing requires its own definiteness. Signs such as we have described let what is at hand be encountered, more precisely, they let their context become accessible in such a way that heedful dealings get and secure for themselves an orientation. Signs are not things which stand in an indicating relationship to another thing, rather, they are useful things which explicitly bring a totality of useful things to circumspection so that the worldly character of what is at hand makes itself known at the same time. In symptoms and preliminary indications what is coming shows itself, but not in the same sense of something merely occurring which is added to what is already objectively present. What is coming is something which we expect or didn't expect insofar as we were busy with other things. What has happened and occurred becomes accessible to our circumspection through signs after it has already happened. Signs indicate what is actually going on. Signs always indicate primarily wherein we live, what our heedfulness is concerned with, what relevance it has. The peculiar character of useful things as signs becomes especially clear in establishing a sign. This happens in and through a circumspect anticipation which needs the possibility at hand of letting the actual surrounding world make itself known for circumspection through something at hand at any time. But the character of not emerging and keeping to itself, which we described, belongs to the being of inner-worldy beings at hand closest to us. Thus circumspect dealings in the surrounding world needs a useful thing at hand which, in its character of being a useful thing, takes over the work of letting things at hand become conspicuous. Accordingly, the production of such useful things, signs, must take their conspicuousness into consideration. But even as conspicuous things, they are not taken as objectively present arbitrarily, rather they are set up in a definite way with a view toward easy accessibility. But establishing signs does not necessarily have to come about in such a way that a useful thing at hand which was not yet present at all is produced. Signs also originate when something already at hand is taken as a sign. In this mode establishing a sign reveals a still more primordial meaning. Indicating not only creates the circumspectly oriented availability of a totality of useful things and the surrounding world in general, establishing a sign can even discover something for the first time. What is taken as a sign first becomes accessible through its handiness. For example, when the south wind is accepted by the famer as a sign of rain, this acceptance or the value attached to this being is not a kind of bonus attached to something already objectively present, that is, the movement of the wind and a certain geographical direction. As this mere occurrence which is meteorologically accessible, the south wind is never initially something objectively present that occasionally takes on the function of an omen. Rather, the farmer's circumspection first discovers the south wind in its being by taking the lay of the land into account. But, one will protest, what is taken as a sign must, after all, first have become accessible in itself and must be grasped before the sign is established. To be sure, it must already be there in some way or another. The question simply remains how beings are discovered in this preliminary encounter, whether as something merely occurring and not rather as an uncomprehended kind of useful thing, a thing at hand which one did not know what to do with up to now, which accordingly veiled itself to circumspection. Here again, one must also not interpret the character of useful things at hand which have not been discovered by circumspection as mere thingliness presented for the comprehension of something merely objectively present. The being handy of signs in everyday dealings, and the conspicuousness which belongs to signs and can be produced with varying intentions and in different ways, do not only document the inconspicuousness constitutive for what is at hand nearest to us, the sign itself takes its conspicuousness from the inconspicuousness of the totality of useful things at hand in everydayness as a matter of course, for example, the well-known string on one's finger as a reminder. What it is supposed to indicate is always something to be taken care of within the purview of everydayness. This sign can indicate many things of the most diverse sort. The narrowness of intelligibility and use corresponds to the breadth of what can be indicated in such signs. Not only is it mostly at hand as a sign only for the person who establishes it, it can become inaccessible to that same person so that a second sign is necessary for the possible circumspect applicability of the first one. The string which cannot be used as a sign does not thus lose its sign character, but rather acquires the disturbing obtrusiveness of something near at hand. One could be tempted to illustrate the distinctive role of signs in everyday heedfulness for the understanding of the world itself by citing the extensive use of signs, such as fetishism and magic, in primitive Dasein. Certainly the establishment of signs that underlies such use of signs does not come about with theoretical intent and by way of theoretical speculation. The use of signs remains completely within an immediate being in the world. But when one looks more closely, it becomes clear that the interpretation of fetishism and magic under the guideline of the idea of signs is not sufficient at all to comprehend the kind of handiness of beings encountered in the primitive world. With regard to the phenomenon of signs, we might give the following interpretation: for primitive people the sign coincides with what it indicates. The sign itself can represent what it indicates not only in the sense of replacing it, but in such a way that the sign itself always is what is indicated. This remarkable coincidence of the sign with what is indicated does not, however, mean that the sign thing has already undergone a certain objectification, that it has been experienced as a mere thing and been transposed together with what is signified to the same region of being of objective presence. The coincidence is not an identification of hitherto isolated things, but rather the sign has not yet become free from that for which it is a sign. This kind of use of signs is still completely absorbed in the being of what is indicated so that a sign as such cannot be detached at all. The coincidence is not based on a first objectification, but rather upon the complete lack of such an objectification. But this means that signs are not at all discovered as useful things, that ultimately what is at hand in the world does not have the kind of being of useful things at all. Perhaps this ontological guideline, handiness and useful things, too, can provide nothing for an interpretation of the primitive world, and certainly for an ontology of thingliness. But if an understanding of being is constitutive for primitive Dasein and the primitive world in general, it is all the more urgent to develop the formal idea of worldliness, namely, of a phenomenon which can be modified in such a way that all ontological statements which assert that in a given phenomenal context something is not yet or no longer such and such may acquire a positive phenomenal meaning in terms of what it is not. The foregoing interpretation of signs should simply offer phenomenal support for our characterization of reference. The relation between sign and reference is threefold: 1. As a possible concretion of the whatfor of serviceability, indicating is based upon the structure of useful things in general, upon the in order to reference. 2. As the character of useful things at hand, the indicating of signs belongs to a totality of useful things, to a referential context. 3. Signs are not just at hand along with other useful things, rather, in their handiness, the surrounding world becomes explicitly accessible to circumspection. A signs is something ontically at hand which, as this definite useful thing, functions at the same time as something which indicates the ontological structure of handiness, referential totality, and worldliness. The distinctive characteristic of these things at hand within the surrounding world circumspectly taken care of is rooted here. Thus reference cannot itself be comprehended as a sign if it is ontologically to be the foundation for signs. Reference is not the ontic specification of something at hand since it, after all, constitutes handiness itself. In what sense is reference the ontological presupposition of what is at hand, and as this ontological foundation, to what extent is it at the same time constitutive of worldliness in general? 18. Relevance and significance, the worldliness of the world. Things at hand are encountered within the world. The being of these beings, handiness, is thus ontologically related to the world and to worldliness. World is always already there in all things at hand. World is already beforehand together with everything encountered, although not thematically. However, it can also appear in certain ways of dealing with the surrounding world. World is that in terms of which things at hand are at hand for us. How can world let things at hand be encountered? Our analysis showed that what is encountered within the world is freed in its being for heedful circumspection, for taking matters into account. What does this prior freeing mean, and how is it to be understood as the ontological distinction of the world? What problems does the question of the worldliness of the world confront? The constitution of useful things as things at hand has been described as reference. How can world-free beings of this kind with regard to their being, why are these beings encountered first? We mentioned serviceability for, impairment, usability, and so forth, as specific kinds of reference. The what for of serviceability and wherefore of usability prefigure the possible concretion of reference. The indicating of signs, the hammering of the hammer, however, are not qualities of beings. They are not qualities at all if this term is supposed to designate the ontological structure of a possible determination of things. In any case, things at hand are suited and unsuited for things, and their qualities are, so to speak, still bound up with that suitability or unsuitability, just as objective presence, as a possible kind of being of things at hand, is still bound up with handiness. But as the constitution of useful things, serviceability, reference, is also not the suitability of beings, but the condition of the possibility of being for their being able to be determined by suitability. But then what does reference mean? The fact that the being of things at hand has the structure of reference means that they have in themselves the character of being referred. Beings are discovered with regard to the fact that they are referred, as those beings which they are, to something. They are relevant together with something else. The character of being of things at hand is relevance. To be relevant means to let something be together with something else. The relation of together, with, is to be indicated by the term reference. Relevance is the being of inner-worldly beings, for which they are always already initially freed. Beings are in each case relevant. That it has a relevance is an ontological determination of the being of these beings, not an ontic statement about beings. What the relevance is about is the what for of serviceability, the wherefore of applicability. The what for of serviceability can in turn be relevant. For example, the thing at hand which we call a hammer has to do with hammering, the hammering has to do with fastening something has to do with protection against bad weather. This protection is for the sake of providing shelter for Dasein, that is, for the sake of a possibility of its being. Which relevance things at hand have is prefigured in terms of the total relevance. The total relevance which, for example, constitutes the things at hand in a workshop in their handiness is earlier than any single useful thing, as is the farmstead with all its utensils and neighboring lands. The total relevance itself, however, ultimately leads back to a what for which no longer has relevance, which itself is not a being of the kind of being of things at hand within a world, but is a being whose being is defined as being in the world, to whose constitution of being worldliness itself belongs. This primary what for is not just another for that as a possible factor in relevance. The primary what for is a for the sake of which. But the for the sake of which always concerns the being of Dasein, which is essentially concerned about this being itself in its being. For the moment we shall not pursue any further the connection indicated which leads from the structure of relevance to the being of Dasein itself as the real and unique for the sake of which. Letting something be relevant first of all requires a clarification which goes far enough to bring the phenomenon of worldliness to the kind of definiteness needed in order to be able to ask questions about it in general. Ontically, to let something be relevant means to let things at hand be in such and such a way, in fact taking care of things, to let them be as they are and in order that they be such. We grasp the ontic meaning of this letting be in a fundamentally ontological way. Thus we interpret the meaning of the previous freeing of inner-worldly beings initially at hand. Previously letting be does not mean first to bring something to its being and produce it, but rather to discover something that is already a being in its handiness and thus let it be encountered as the being of this being. Plus or minus this a priori letting something be relevant is the condition of the possibility that things at hand be encountered, so that Dasein in its ontic dealings with the beings thus encountered can let them be relevant in an ontic sense. On the other hand, letting something be relevant, understood in an ontological sense, concerns the freeing of everything at hand as a thing at hand, whether it is relevant in the ontic sense or whether it is such a being which is precisely not relevant ontically. Such a being is one that, initially and for the most part, is taken care of, but which we do not let be as the discovered being it is, since we work on it, improve it, destroy it. To have always already let something be freed for relevance is an a priori perfectly characterizing the kind of being of Dasein itself. Understood ontologically, letting something be relevant is the previous freeing of beings for their inner worldly handiness. The with what of relevance is freed in terms of the together with what of relevance. It is encountered by heedfulness as this thing at hand. When a being shows itself in general to heedfulness, that is, when a being is discovered in its being, it is always already a thing at hand in the surrounding world and precisely not initially merely present world stuff. As the being of things at hand, relevance itself is always discovered only on the basis of a totality of relevance previously discovered, that is, in the things at hand encountered, what we called the worldly character of things at hand thus lies pre-discovered. This totality of relevance previously discovered contains an ontological relation to the world. Letting beings be relevant and thus freeing them for a totality of relevance must have already somehow disclosed that for which it is freeing. That for which things at hand in the surrounding world are freed, in such a way that the things at hand first become accessible as inner-worldly beings, cannot itself be understood as a being with the kind of being thus discovered. It is essentially not discoverable if we reserve discoveredness as the term for a possibility of being of all beings unlike Dasein. But now what does it mean to say that for which inner-worldly beings are initially freed must previously be disclosed? An understanding of being belongs to the being of Dasein. Understanding has its being in an act of understanding. If the kind of being in the world essentially belongs to Dasein, then the understanding of being in the world belongs to the essential content of its understanding of being. The previous disclosure of that for which the freeing of things encountered in the world ensues is none other than the understanding of world to which Dasein as a being is always already related. Previous letting something be relevant to, with, is grounded in an understanding of something like letting things be relevant as well as the in which and with which of relevance. These things and what underlies them, such as the what for to which relevance is related, the for the sake of which from which every what for is ultimately derived, all of these must be previously disclosed in a certain intelligibility. And what is that in which Dasein understands itself pre-ontologically as being in the world? In understanding a context of relations, Dasein has been referred to in order to in terms of an explicitly or inexplicitly grasped potentiality for being for the sake of which it is, which can be authentic or inauthentic. This prefigures a what for as the possible letting something be relevant which structurally allows for relevance to something else. Dasein is always in each case already referred in terms of a for the sake of which to the with what of relevance. This means that, insofar as it is, it always already lets beings be encountered as things at hand. That within which Dasein understands itself beforehand in the mode of self-reference is that for which it lets beings be encountered beforehand. As that for which one lets beings be encountered in the kind of being of relevance, the wherein of self-referential understanding is the phenomenon of world. And the structure of that to which Dasein is referred is what constitutes the worldliness of the world. Dasein is primordially familiar with that within which it understands itself in this way. This familiarity with the world does not necessarily require a theoretical transparency of the relations constituting the world as world. However, the possibility of an explicit ontological and existential interpretation of these relations is grounded in the familiarity with the world constitutive for Dasein, which, in its turn, constitutes Dasein's understanding of being. This possibility can be explicitly appropriated when Dasein has set as its task a primordial interpretation of its being and the possibilities of that being or, for that matter, of the meaning of being in general. But as yet our analyses have only first laid bare the horizon within which something akin to world and worldliness is to be sought. For our further reflection, we must first make clear how the context of the self-referral of Dasein is to be understood ontologically. Understanding, which will be analyzed with proper penetration in what follows, cf 31, holds the indicated relations in a preliminary disclosure. In its familiar being in relevance, understanding holds itself before that disclosure as that within which its reference moves. Understanding can itself be referred to in and by these relations. We shall call the relational character of these referential relations signifying. In its familiarity with these relations, Dasein signifies to itself. It primordially gives itself to understand its being and potentiality of being with regard to its being in the world. The for the sake of which signifies an in order to, the in order to signifies a what for, the what for signifies a what in of letting something be relevant, and the latter a what with of relevance. These relations are interlocked among themselves as a primordial totality. They are what they are as the signifying in which Dasein gives itself to understand its being in the world beforehand. We shall call this relational totality of signification significance. It is what constitutes the structure of the world, of that in which Dasein * as such always already is. In its familiarity with significance, Dasein is the ontic condition of the possibility of the disclosure of beings with the kind of being of relevance, handiness, which are encountered in a world and that can thus make themselves known in their in itself. As such, Dasein always means that a context of things at hand is already essentially discovered with its being. In that it is, Dasein has always already referred itself to an encounter with a world. This dependency upon being referred belongs essentially to its being. But the significance itself with which Dasein is always already familiar contains the ontological condition of the possibility that Dasein, as understanding and interpreting, can disclose something akin to significations which in turn found the possible being of words and language. Plus or minus. As the existential constitution of Dasein, of its being in the world, this disclosed significance is the ontic condition of the possibility for discovering a totality of relevance. If we thus define the being of what is at hand, relevance, and even worldliness itself as a referential context, are we not volatilizing the substantial being of inner-worldly beings into a system of relations, and, since relations are always something thought, are we not dissolving the being of inner-worldly beings into pure thought? Within the present field of investigation, the repeatedly designated differences of the structures and dimensions of the ontological problematic are to be fundamentally distinguished. 1. The being of the inner-worldly beings initially encountered, handiness. 2. The being of beings, objective presence, that is found and determined by discovering them in their own right in going through beings initially encountered. 3. The being of the ontic condition of the possibility of discovering inner-worldly beings in general, the worldliness, of the world. This third kind of being is an existential determination of being in the world, that is, of Dasein. The other two concepts of being are categories and concern beings unlike Dasein. The referential context that constitutes worldliness as significance can be formally understood in the sense of a system of relations. But we must realize that such formalizations level down the phenomena to the extent that the true phenomenal content gets lost, especially in the case of such simple relations as are contained in significance. These relations and relata of the in order to, for the sake of, and with what of relevance resist any kind of mathematical functionalization in accordance with their phenomenal content. Nor are they something thought, something first posited in thinking, but rather relations in which heedful circumspection as such already dwells. As constitutive of worldliness, this system of relations does not volatilize the being of inner worldly beings at all. On the contrary, these beings are discoverable in their substantial in itself only on the basis of the worldliness of the world. And only when inner worldly beings can be encountered at all does the possibility exist of making what is merely objectively present accessible in the field of these beings. On the basis of their merely objective presence, these beings can be determined mathematically in functional concepts with regard to their properties. Functional concepts of this kind are ontologically possible only in relation to beings whose being has the character of pure substantiality. Functional concepts are always possible only as formalized substantial concepts. In order to delineate the specific ontological problematic of worldliness still more clearly, the interpretation of worldliness is to be clarified in terms of an extreme counterexample before proceeding with our analysis. b. The contrast between our analysis of worldliness and Descartes' interpretation of the world. Our investigation can secure the concept of worldliness and the structures contained in this phenomenon only step by step. Since the interpretation of the world initially starts with an inner worldly being and then never gains sight of the phenomenon of world again, we shall attempt to clarify this point of departure ontologically in what is perhaps its most extreme development. We shall not only give a short presentation of the fundamental features of Descartes' ontology of the world, but also ask about its presuppositions and try to characterize those presuppositions in the light of what has been clarified up to now. This discussion should tell us on what fundamentally undiscussed ontological foundations the interpretations of the world after Descartes, and especially those preceding him, are based. Descartes sees the fundamental ontological determination of the world as extensio. Since extension is a component of spatiality, for Descartes in fact identical with it, and since spatiality is in some sense constitutive of the world, our discussion of the Cartesian ontology of the world at the same time offers a negative support for the positive explication of the spatiality of the surrounding world and of Dasein itself. With regard to Descartes' ontology, we shall discuss three things. 1. The determination of the world as residential extensa, 19. 2. The foundations of this ontological determination, 20. 3. The hermeneutical discussion of the Cartesian ontology of the world, 21. The following reflections can be grounded in more detail only by the phenomenological destruction of the cogito sum, cf. Part 2, Division 19. The determination of the world as residential extensa. Descartes distinguishes the ego cogito as residential cogitans from the res corporea. From then on, this distinction ontologically defines the distinction of nature and spirit. Although this opposition between nature and spirit is formulated ontically in many variations of content, the unclarity of its ontological fundamentals and even of the poles of this opposition itself have their proximate roots in Descartes' distinction. In what kind of understanding of being did he determine the being of these beings? The term for the being of beings in themselves is substantia. This expression sometimes means the being of beings as substance, substantiality, sometimes beings themselves, a particular substance. This ambiguity of substantia, already inherent in the ancient concept of ov6 fati, is not accidental. The ontological determination of the residential corporea requires the explication of substance, that is, of the substantiality of these beings as particular substances. What constitutes the true being in itself of the residential corporea? How is a substance as such, that is, its substantiality, to be understood? et quidem ex quilibet attributo substantia conoscitur, sed una tamen est quaes qui substantia praecipua proprietas, qui ipsius naturam essentium constituit, et ad quam alii omnes referuntur. 3 Substances are accessible through their attributes, and every substance has an eminent property in terms of which the essence of the substantiality of a definite substance can be determined. What is this property with regard to the residential corporea? Namp extensio in longum, latum et profundum, substantia corporeae naturam constituit. 4 Extension in terms of length, breadth, and depth constitutes the real being of the corporeal substance that we call world. What gives the extensio this distinction? Nam omne aliud quod corpori tribi potest, extensionum. Extension is the constitution of being of the beings under discussion, a constitution which must already be before other determinations of being in order for the latter to be able to be what they are. Extension must primarily be attributed to the corporeal thing. Accordingly, the proof for the extension and the substantiality of the world characterized by that extension is accomplished by showing how all other properties of this substance, above all divisio, figura, motus, can only be conceived as modes of extensio, and that extensio, conversely, remains intelligible sine figura vel motu. Thus a corporeal being can maintain its total extension and yet change the distribution of the extension in many ways and in various dimensions and still present itself as one and the same thing in manifold shapes. Et unum et idem corpus, retinendo suum eundem quantitatem, pluribus diversus modis potest extendi, nunc silis et magi secundum longitudinem, minusc secundum latitudinem vel profunditatem, ac paulo post e contra magi secundum latitudinem, et minus secundum. Gestalt is a mode of extensio, and motion as well, for motus is comprehended only si de nullo nisi locali cogit mus, ac de sixa qua excitator non inquiramus. If motion is an existent property of residential corporea, then it must be understood in terms of the being of this being itself, in terms of extensio, that is, as mere change of location in order to be experienced in its being. Something like force adds nothing to the determination of the being of this being. Properties such as durities, hardness, pondus, weight, color, can be removed from matter, yet matter remains what it is. These properties do not constitute its true being, and insofar as they are, they turn out to be modes of extensio. Descartes attempts to show this in detail with regard to hardness. Nam, quantum ad duritium, nihil alia de illa sensus nobis indicat, quam partes durorum corporum resistir motui manuum nostrarum, cum in illas incurrunt. Sinem, quodi escunt manus nostri versus aliquam partum moventur, corpora oinia ibi existentiari sed rent idem celeritate qua illi accedunt, nullam unquam duritium sentirmus. Ne ullo modo potest intelligi, corpora qui sic recede rent, id circo naturam corporis esse amasura, nec pro inda ipsa in duritae consisti. 8 Hardness is experienced by touch. What does the sense of touch tell us about hardness? The parts of the hard thing resist the motion of the hands, for instance in wanting to push something away. But if the hard bodies, those that do not give way, changed their location with the same speed as the hand approaching the bodies, nothing would ever be touched. Hardness would not be experienced and thus would never be. But it is in no way comprehensible that bodies that give way with such velocity should thus forfeit any of their corporeal being. If they were to retain this even under a change of velocity which makes it impossible for anything like hardness to be, then hardness does not belong to the being of these beings either. Idem rationi ostendi potest, et pondus, et colorum, et alias omnes eas modi qualitates, qui in materia corporea senti unter, ex ea toli posse, ipsa integra remanent, unde sequitur, annulla ex illis eas, sc extensiones, naturam dependere. 9 Thus, what constitutes the being of the residential corporea is extensio the omni modo divisibile, figurabile et mobile, what can change in every kind of divisibility, shape, and motion, the capax mutationum, what persists throughout all these changes. Remanet. In a corporeal being, what is capable of such a remaining constant is what is genuinely that being. Indeed, it is this in such a way that it characterizes the substantiality of the substance. 20. The fundaments of the ontological definition of the world. The idea of being from which the ontological characteristics of the residential extensa are derived is substantiality. Per substantiam nihil aliat intelligere possumus, quain rem qui ita existi, ut nulla alia reindigit ad existendum. By substance we can understand nothing other than a being which is in such a way that it needs no other being in order to be. 10 The being of a substance is characterized by not needing anything. Whatever in its being absolutely needs no other being, satisfies the idea of substance in the true sense. This being is the ens perfectissimum. Substantia qui nulla plane reindigit, unica tantum potest intelligere, nemp Deus here. God is a purely ontological term when he is understood as ens perfectissimum. At the same time, the self-evident connotation of the concept of God makes possible an ontological interpretation of the constitutive factor of substantiality, that of not needing anything. Alias vero omnes, res, non nisi op concursus dei exister posse percipimus. To all beings other than God need to be produced in the broadest sense and to be sustained. The production of what is objectively present and the lack of need for production constitute the horizon within which being is understood. Every being other than God is ens creatuin. The being which belongs to one of these entities is infinitely different from that which belongs to the other, yet we still consider what is created and the Creator alike as beings. We thus use being in such a broad sense that its meaning encompasses an infinite distinction. Thus we can also call created beings substances with a certain justification. It is true that these beings need to be produced and sustained, relative to God, but within the region of created beings, of the world in the sense of the ens creatum, there are beings which are in need of no other being relative to creaturely production and sustenance. For instance, human beings. There are two such substances, residential cogitans and res extensa. The being of that substance whose eminent proprietas is extensio is thus definable in principle ontologically when the meaning of being common to the three substances, the one infinite and the two finite ones, is clarified. But nomen substantia non convenit Deo et illis univus, ut dici solit in scolis, hoc est, qui Deo et creaturis sit communis. 13 Here Descartes touches upon a problem which occupied medieval ontology in many ways, namely, the question in what way the meaning of being signifies the being under consideration. In statements such as God is and the world is we predicate being. But this word is cannot signify the being in question in the same sense. 6 VVWVVWG, univus, asterisk when, after all, there is an infinite distinction of being between the two beings. If the significance of is were univocal, the creature would be understood as the uncreated, or else the uncreated would be degraded to being a creature. But being does not simply function as the same name, rather, in both cases being is understood. Scholasticism understands the positive sense of the significance of being as an analogous meaning in contradistinction to the univocal or merely homonymous one. Following Aristotle, in whom the problem is prefigured as it is in the point of departure of Greek ontology in general, various kinds of analogy were established according to which the schools differ in their interpretation of the functional significance of being. With regard to the ontological development of the problem, Descartes is far behind. He actually evades the question. Nulla ius definite qualities of the beings in question, by attributes. Not, however, by arbitrary qualities, but by those that most purely satisfy the meaning of being and substantiality tacitly presupposed. Extensio is the primarily necessary attribute in the substantia finita as residential corporea. Quin et facilis intelligimus substantium extensum, vel substantiane cogitantem, quam substantium solam, omiso eo quod cogitet vel sit extensus. 17 For substantiality is ratione tantum, it is not detachable relatere dollar, nor is it to be found like substantial beings themselves. Thus the ontological foundations for the definition of world as residential extensa have become clear. They are found in the idea of substantiality, which is not only unexplained in the meaning of its being, but is also declared to be inexplicable, and which is presented by way of a detour around the most distinctive substantial attribute of the substance in question. In the definition of substance in terms of a substantial being, one also sees the reason why the term substance is ambiguous. What is intended is substantiality, and it is understood in terms of an existent quality of substance. Because something ontic is made to underlie the ontological, the expression substantia functions sometimes in an ontological, sometimes in an ontic meaning, but mostly in a meaning which shifts about in a hazy mixture of the two. But behind this slight difference of meaning lies hidden the failure to master the fundamental problem of being. Its development requires tracking down the equivocations in the right way. Whoever tries this sort of thing is not occupied with mere verbal meanings, but must venture forth to the most primordial problematic of the things themselves to get such nuances straightened out. 21. The hermeneutical discussion of the Cartesian ontology of the world. The critical question now arises: does this ontology of the world see the phenomenon of world at all, and if not, does it at least define inner worldly beings to the extent that their worldly character can be made visible? To both questions we must answer no. The being which Descartes is trying to grasp onto logically and in principle with the extensio is rather of such a nature that it can be discovered initially only through an inner worldly being initially at hand. But if this, and even if the ontological characteristic of this particular inner worldly being, nature, the idea of substantiality, as well as the meaning of existi and ad existendum, contained in its definition leads to obscurity, the possibility nonetheless still exists that through an ontology grounded in the radical separation of God, ego, world, the ontological problem of the world is in some sense raised and further advanced. But even if this possibility does not exist, we must show explicitly that Descartes not only goes amiss ontologically in his definition of the world, but that his interpretation and its foundations led him to pass over the phenomenon of world, as well as the being of inner worldly beings initially at hand. In our exposition of the problem of worldliness, 14, we referred to the importance of gaining proper access to this phenomenon. Thus in our critical discussion of the Cartesian point of departure we must ask which kind of being of Dasein we should fix upon as the appropriate kind of access to that being with whose being as extensio Descartes equates the being of the world. The sole, genuine access to this being is knowing, intellectio, in the sense of the kind of knowledge we get in mathematics and physics. Mathematical knowledge is regarded as the one way of apprehending beings which can always be certain of the secure possession of the beings which it apprehends. Whatever has the kind of being adequate to the being accessible in mathematical knowledge is in the true sense. This being is what always is what it is. Thus what can be shown to have the character of constantly remaining, as remanens capax mutationem, constitutes the true being of beings which can be experienced in the world. What enduringly remains truly is. This is the sort of thing that mathematics knows. What mathematics makes accessible in beings constitutes their being. Thus the being of the world is, so to speak, dictated to it in terms of a definite idea of being, which is embedded in the concept of substantiality, and in terms of an idea of knowledge which cognizes beings in this way. Descartes does not allow the kind of being of inner worldly beings to present itself, but rather prescribes to the world, so to speak, its true being on the basis of an idea of being equals constant presence, the source of which has not been revealed and the justification of which has not been demonstrated. Thus it is not primarily his dependence upon a science, mathematics, which just happens to be especially esteemed, that determines his ontology of the world. Rather, his ontology is determined by a basic ontological orientation toward being as constant objective presence, which mathematical knowledge is exceptionally well suited to. In this way Descartes explicitly switches over philosophically from the development of traditional ontology to modern mathematical physics and its transcendental foundations. Descartes does not need to raise the problem of the appropriate access to inner worldly beings. Under the unbroken dominance of traditional ontology, the way to get a grasp of what truly is has been decided in advance. That way lies in voeve, intuition in the broadest sense, of which sixtavo eve, thinking, is just a derivative form. It is in terms of this basic ontological orientation that Descartes gives his critique of the possible intuitive perceptive access to beings, of sensatio, at Ierlrunk, as opposed to intellectio. Descartes knows very well that beings do not initially show themselves in their true being. What is given initially is this waxen thing which is colored, flavored, hard, cold, and resonant in a definite way. But this is not important ontologically, nor, in general, is anything which is given through the senses. Satis erit, si advertimus sensuum perceptions non referi, nisi ad istum corporis humani cum ment coni unctionem, et nobis quidem ordinari exhibere, quid ad illum externa corpora prod esse possint aut nocere. 18 The senses do not enable us to know any being in its being, they merely make known the usefulness and harmfulness of external inner-worldly things for human beings encumbered with bodies. Nos non docent, qualia, corpora, in seipsis existent. 19 They tell us nothing at all about beings in their being. Quod agents, percipiimus naturae initerii, sive corporis in universum spectati, non consistera in eo quod sit residential dura vel ponderosa, vel colorata, vel alio aliquo inodo sensus efficiens, sed tantum in eo, quod sit residential extensa in longum latum et. If we subject Descartes' interpretation of the experience of hardness and resistance to a critical analysis, it will be plain how unable he is to let what shows itself in sensation present itself in its own kind of being, let alone determine its character. Cf. 19. Hardness is understood as resistance. But neither hardness nor resistance is understood in a phenomenal sense, as something experienced in itself and determinable in such experience. For Descartes, resistance amounts to no more than not yielding place, that is, not undergoing any change of location. A thing's resistance means that it stays in a definite place, relative to another thing changing its place, or else that it changes its own location with a velocity that permits the thing to catch up with it. But when the experience of hardness is interpreted in this way, the kind of being that belongs to sensory perception is obliterated, and with it the possibility of grasping the being of those beings encountered in such perception. Descartes translates the kind of being of the perception of something into the only kind of being that he knows. The perception of something becomes a definite objective presence of two objectively present residential extensa next to each other. The relation of their movements is itself a mode of extensio that primarily characterizes the objective presence of the corporeal thing. It is true that the possible fulfillment of the act of touching requires a distinctive nearness of what is touchable. But that does not mean that touching and the hardness made known in touching consist, ontologically understood, in different velocities of two corporeal things. Hardness and resistance do not show themselves at all unless there is a being which has the kind of being of Dasein, or at least of a living being. Thus Descartes' discussion of the possible kinds of access to inner-worldly beings is dominated by an idea of being which is patterned after a particular region of these beings themselves. The idea of being as constant presence not only motivates an extreme definition of the being of inner-worldly beings and their identification with the world as such. At the same time, it blocks the possibility of bringing to view attitudes of Dasein in a way which is ontologically appropriate. But thus the road is completely blocked to seeing the founded character of all sensuous and intellective apprehension, and to understanding them as a possibility of being in the world. But Descartes understands the being of Dasein, to whose basic constitution being in the world belongs, in the same way as the being of residential extensa as substance. But with these criticisms have we not foisted upon Descartes a task altogether beyond his horizon, and then demonstrated that he failed to solve it? How could Descartes identify a definite inner-worldly being and its being with the world if he does not know the phenomenon of world at all and thus something akin to inner-worldliness? In the realm of controversy over principles, one must not only attach oneself to theses which can be grasped doxographically, rather one must take the objective tendency of the problematic as an orientation, even if it does not go beyond a rather common version of that problematic. The fact that Descartes not only wanted to raise the question of ego and world with his doctrine of residential cogitans and res extensa but claimed to give a radical solution, becomes clear in his Meditations, cf. especially IN 4. The preceding discussion should have demonstrated that the basic ontological orientation toward the tradition, devoid of any positive criticism, made it impossible for him to clear the way for a primordial ontological problematic of Dasein, and necessarily distorted his view of the phenomenon of the world and forced the ontology of the world into the ontology of a particular inner-worldly being. One might object, however, that even if the problem of the world and also the being of beings encountered in the surrounding world indeed remain obscured, Descartes nonetheless laid the foundation for the ontological characteristic of that inner-worldly being which in its being is the basis for every other being, material nature. The other strata of inner-worldly reality are based upon it, the fundamental stratum. The definite properties which show themselves as qualities, but which are basically quantitative modifications of the modes of extensio itself, initially have their basis in the extended thing as such. Specific qualities such as beautiful, not beautiful, fitting, unfitting, usable, unusable then find a footing in these qualities which are themselves further reducible. Those specific qualities must be understood in a primary orientation to thingliness as non-quantifiable value predicates through which the thing, initially merely material, gets stamped as something good. But with this stratification we come, after all, to the being that we characterized ontologically as the useful thing at hand. Thus the Cartesian analysis of the world first makes possible a secure erection of the structure of what is initially at hand. It only needs to round out the natural thing so that it becomes in every sense a thing of use, a task easily accomplished. But apart from the specific problem of the world, is the being of what we initially encounter in the world ontologically attainable in this way? When we speak of material thingliness, do we not tacitly posit a kind of being the constant objective presence of a thing which is so far from being rounded out ontologically by subsequently outfitting beings with value predicates that these value characters themselves rather remain mere ontic qualities of a being which has the kind of being of a thing? The addition of value predicates is not in the least able to tell us anything new about the being of goods, but rather only again presupposes for them the kind of being of mere objective presence. Values are objectively present determinations of a thing. In the end, values have their ontological origin solely in the previous point of departure of the reality of the thing as the fundamental stratum. But pre-phenomenological experience already shows something about the being supposed to be a thing which is not fully intelligible through thingliness. Thus thing-like being needs a supplement. What, then, does the being of values or their validity, which Lotze understood as a mode of affirmation, mean ontologically? What does this inherence of values in things mean ontologically? As long as these matters remain obscure, the reconstruction of a thing of use in terms of a thing of nature is an ontologically questionable undertaking, not to speak of the fundamental distortion of the problematic. And does not this reconstruction of the initially stripped thing of use always need the previous, positive view of the phenomenon whose totality is to be re-established in the reconstruction? But if its own most constitution of being of the phenomenon is not adequately explicated, are we not building the reconstruction without a plan? Insofar as this reconstruction and rounding out of the traditional ontology of the world results in our reaching the same being from which the above analysis of the handiness of useful things and totality of relevance took its point of departure, it seems as if the being of that being were indeed clarified or had at least become a problem. Just as Descartes cannot grasp the being of substance with extensio as proprietas, the flight to valuable qualities cannot even catch sight of being as handiness, let alone make it ontologically thematic. Descartes narrowed down the question of the world to that of the thingliness of nature as that inner-worldly being which is initially accessible. He strengthened the opinion that the supposedly strictest ontic knowledge of a being is also the possible access to the primary being of the being discovered in such knowledge. But we must at the same time realize that the roundings out of an ontology of things are fundamentally on the same dogmatic basis as that of Descartes. We have already intimated, 14, that passing over the world and those beings initially encountered is not a matter of chance, not an oversight which we could simply make up for, but rather is grounded in the essential kind of being of Dasein itself. When our analytic of Dasein has made the most important basic structures of Dasein transparent in the scope of this problematic, when we have assigned to being in general the horizon of its possible, thus first making handiness and objective presence ontologically and primordially intelligible, 2. Only then can the critique of the Cartesian ontology of the world, which basically is still customary today, claim its philosophical justification. To do this, we must show several things. Cf. Part I, Division 3. 1. Why was the phenomenon of world passed over at the beginning of the ontological tradition decisive for us, explicitly in Parmenides? Where does the constant recurrence of this passing over come from? 2. Why do inner-worldly beings take the place of the phenomenon thus passed over as the ontological theme? 3. Why are these beings initially found in nature? 4. Why does the rounding out of such an ontology of the world, experienced as necessary, take place with the help of the phenomenon of value? In the answers to these questions a positive understanding of the problematic of the world will be reached for the first time, the source of our failure to recognize it will be demonstrated, and the justification for rejecting the traditional ontology of the world will have been demonstrated. The world, Dasein, and inner-worldly beings are the ontologically constitutive states nearest to us, but we have no guarantee that we achieve the basis for encountering them phenomenally by the seemingly obvious procedure of starting with the things of this world, still less by taking our orientation from what is supposedly the most rigorous knowledge of beings. Our remarks about Descartes should have brought us this insight. But if we recall that spatiality also manifestly constitutes inner-worldly beings, it is, after all, possible to salvage the Cartesian analysis of the world in the long run. With his radical exposition of extensio as the presuppositum for every quality of the residential corporea, Descartes prepared the way for the understanding of an a priori whose content Kant then made precise with greater penetration. Within certain limits, the analysis of extensio remains independent of his neglecting to provide an explicit interpretation of the being of extended beings. Taking extensio as the basic determination of the world has its phenomenal justification, although in recourse to it neither the spatiality of the world nor the spatiality initially discovered of beings encountered in the surrounding world, nor even the spatiality of Dasein itself, can be conceived ontologically. See the aroundness of the surrounding world and the spatiality of Dasein. In connection with our first preliminary sketch of being in, cf. 12, Dasein had to be contrasted with a way of being in space which we call insideness. This means that a being which is itself extended is enclosed by the extended boundaries of something extended. The being which is inside and what surrounds it are both present in space. Our rejection of such an insideness of Dasein in a spatial container should not, however, basically exclude all spatiality of Dasein, but only keep the way clear for seeing the kind of spatiality which is essential for Dasein. This must now be set forth. But since inner-worldly beings are also in space, their spatiality has an ontological connection with the world *. Thus we must determine in what sense space is constitutive for the world, which in turn was characterized as a structural factor of being in the world. We must especially show how the aroundness of the surrounding world, the specific spatiality of the beings encountered in the surrounding world, is grounded in the worldliness of the world, and not the other way around. That is, we cannot say that the world in its turn is present in space. Our study of the spatiality of Dasein and the spatial definiteness of the world takes its point of departure from an analysis of the inner-worldly things at hand in space. We shall consider three stages. 1. The spatiality of inner-worldly things at hand, 22. 2. The spatiality of being in the world, 23. 3. The spatiality of Dasein and space, 24. 22. The spatiality of inner-worldly things at hand. If space constitutes the world in a sense which we have yet to determine, it cannot be surprising that in our foregoing ontological characterization of the being of what is within the world we already had to regard that being as something in space too. This spatiality of things at hand has not yet been grasped phenomenally in an explicit way, and its interconnection with the structures of being of what is at hand has not yet been demonstrated. That is now the task. To what extent have we already bumped up against this spatiality in our characterization of what is at hand? We spoke of what is initially at hand. This means not only beings which we encounter first before others, but means at the same time beings that are nearby. The things at hand of everyday dealings have the character of nearness. To be exact, this nearness of useful things is already hinted at in the term which expresses their being, in handiness. Beings at hand have their various nearnesses which are not ascertained by measuring distances. Their nearness is determined by the handling and use that circumspectly calculate. The circumspection of taking care of things at the same time establishes what is thus near with respect to the direction in which useful things are always accessible. The structured nearness of useful things means that they do not simply have a place in space, objectively present somewhere, but as useful things are essentially installed, put in their place, set up, and put in order. Useful things have their place, or else they lie around, which is fundamentally different from merely occurring in a random spatial position. The actual place is defined as the place of this useful thing in terms of a totality of the interconnected places of the context of useful things at hand in the surrounding world. Place and the multiplicity of places must not be interpreted as the where of a random being present of things. Place is always the definite over there and the there of a useful thing belonging there. In each and every case belonging there corresponds to the useful character of what is at hand, that is, to its relevant belonging to a totality of useful things. But a where to in general, in which the positional totality is referred to a context of useful things, underlies the positional belonging somewhere of a totality of useful things as the condition of their possibility. This where to of the possible belonging somewhere of useful things, which is circumspectly held in view in advance and in heedful dealings, we call the region. In the region of means not only in the direction of, but also in the orbit of something that lies in that direction. The kind of place which is constituted by direction and remoteness nearness is only a mode of the latter is already oriented toward a region and within that region. Something akin to a region must already be discovered if there is to be any possibility of referring and finding the places of a totality of useful things available to circumspection. This regional orientation of the multiplicity of places of what is at hand constitutes the aroundness, the being around us of beings encountered initially in the surrounding world. There is never a three-dimensional multiplicity of possible positions initially given which is then filled out with objectively present things. This dimensionality of space is still veiled in the spatiality of what is at hand. The above is what is on the ceiling, the below is what is on the floor, the behind is what is at the door. All these wheres are discovered and circumspectly interpreted on the paths and ways of everyday dealings. They are not ascertained and catalogued by the observational measurement of space. Regions are not first formed by things present together, but are always already at hand in individual places. The places themselves are assigned to what is at hand in the circumspection of taking care of things, or else we come across them as such. Thus things constantly at hand, with which circumspect being in the world reckons from the outset, have their place. The where of their handiness is taken account of in taking care and is oriented toward other handy things. Thus the sun whose light and warmth we make use of every day has its circumspectly discovered, eminent places in terms of the changing usability of what it gives us, sunrise, noon, sunset, midnight. The places of these things, which are constantly at hand in various ways and yet uniformly, become accentuated indicators of the regions contained in them. These regions of the sky which do not yet need to have any geographical meaning at all, give beforehand the where to for every particular development of regions which can be occupied by places. The house has its sunny side and its shady side. This provides the orientation for dividing up the rooms and arranging them according to their useful character. Churches and graves, for example, are laid out according to the rising and setting of the sun, the regions of life and death which determine Dasein itself with regard to its own most possibilities of being in the world. In taking care, Dasein, which is in its very being concerned about that being, discovers beforehand the regions which are each in a decisive relevance. The discovery of regions beforehand is determined by the totality of relevance for which what is at hand is set free as something encountered. The handiness which belongs to each region beforehand has as the being of what is at hand the character of inconspicuous familiarity in a more primordial sense. The familiarity itself becomes visible in a conspicuous manner only when what is at hand is discovered circumspectly in the deficient mode of taking care. When we do not find something in its place, the region of that place often becomes explicitly accessible as such for the first time. Space, which is discovered in circumspect being in the world as the spatiality of a totality of useful things, belongs to beings themselves as their place. Bare space is still veiled. Space is split up into, but this spatiality has its own unity by virtue of the world-like totality of relevance of what is spatially at hand. The surrounding world does not arrange itself in a previously given space, but rather its specific worldliness articulates in its significance the relevant context of a totality of places that have been circumspectly assigned. In each case the world discovers the spatiality of space belonging to it. The fact that what is at hand can be encountered in its space of the surrounding world is ontically possible only because Dasein itself is spatial with regard to its being in the world. 23. The spatiality of being in the world. When we attribute spatiality to Dasein, this being in space must evidently be understood in terms of the kind of being of this being. The spatiality of Dasein, which is essentially not objective presence, can mean neither something like being found in a position in world space, nor being at hand in a place. Both of these are kinds of being belonging to beings encountered in the world. But Dasein is in the world in the sense of a familiar and heedful dealing with the beings encountered within the world. Thus when spatiality is attributed to it in some way, this is possible only on the basis of this being in. But the spatiality of being in shows the character of dedistancing and directionality. By dedistancing as a kind of being of Dasein with regard to its being in the world, we do not understand anything like remoteness, nearness, or even being at a distance. We use the expression dedistancing in an active and transitive sense. It means a constitution of being of Dasein, of which dedistancing something, putting it away, is only a definite, factical mode. Dedistancing means making distance, making the being at a distance of something disappear, bringing it near. Dasein is essentially dedistancing. As the being that it is, it lets beings be encountered in nearness. Plus or minus dedistancing discovers remoteness. Remoteness, like distance, is a categorical determination of beings unlike Dasein. Dedistancing, on the other hand, must be kept in mind as an existential. Only because beings in general are discovered by Dasein in their remoteness, do distances and intervals among inner-worldly beings become accessible in relation to other things. 2 points are as little remote from each other as two things in general because neither of these beings can dedistance in accordance with its kind of being. They merely have a measurable distance between them which is encountered in dedistancing. Initially and for the most part, dedistancing is a circumspect approaching, a bringing near as supplying, preparing, having at hand. But particular kinds of the purely cognitive discovery of beings also have the character of bringing near. An essential tendency toward nearness lies in Dasein *, all kinds of increasing speed which we are more or less compelled to go along with today push for overcoming distance. With the radio, for example, Dasein is bringing about today a dedistancing of the world, which is unforeseeable in its meaning for Dasein, by way of expanding and destroying the everyday surrounding world. Dedistancing does not necessarily imply an explicit estimation of the farness of things at hand in relation to Dasein. Above all, remoteness is never understood as measurable distance. If farness is estimated, this is done relative to the dedistancing in which everyday Dasein is involved. In the calculative sense these estimations may be imprecise and variable, but they have their own thoroughly intelligible definiteness in the everydayness of Dasein. We say that to go over there is a good walk, a stone's throw, as long it takes to smoke a pipe. These measures express the fact that they not only do not intend to measure, but that the estimated remoteness belongs to a being which one approaches in a circumspect, heedful way. but even when we use more exact measures and say it takes half an hour to get to the house, this measure must be understood as an estimation. Half an hour is not 30 minutes, but a duration which does not have any length in the sense of a quantitative stretch. This duration is always interpreted in terms of familiar, everyday activities. Even where officially calculated measurements are familiar, remoteness is initially estimated circumspectly. Because what is distanced is at hand in such estimates, it retains its specifically inner-worldly character. This even implies that the paths we take in our dealings with remote beings are of different lengths every day. What is at hand in the surrounding world is, after all, not objectively present for an eternal spectator exempt from Dasein, but is encountered in the circumspect, heedful everydayness of Dasein. On these paths Dasein does not traverse, like an objectively present corporeal thing, a stretch of space. It does not eat up kilometers. Nearing and distancing are always a heedful being toward what is approached and distanced. An objectively long path can be shorter than an objectively much shorter path, which is perhaps an onerous one and strikes one as infinitely long. When it strikes one thus, however, the actual world is first truly at hand. The objective distances of objectively present things do not coincide with the remoteness and nearness of what is at hand within the world. The former may be exactly known, but this knowledge is blind. It does not have the function of the circumspectly discovering approach to the surrounding world. One uses such knowledge only in and for a heedful being which does not measure stretches and which is related to the world which concerns us. When there is a prior orientation toward nature and the objectively measured distances of things, one is inclined to consider such interpretations and estimates of remoteness subjective. However, that is a subjectivity which perhaps discovers what is most real about the reality of the world, which has nothing to do with subjective arbitrariness and the subjectivistic conceptions of beings which are in themselves otherwise. The circumspect distancing of everyday Dasein discovers the being in itself of the true world of beings with which Dasein as existing is always already together. The primary and even exclusive orientation toward remoteness as measured distances obscures the primordial spatiality of being in. What is supposedly nearest is by no means that which has the smallest distance from us. What is near lies in that which is in the circle of an average reach, grasp, and look. Since Dasein is essentially spatial in the manner of distancing, its dealings always take place in a surrounding world which is remote from it in a certain leeway. Thus we initially always overlook and fail to hear what is measurably nearest to us. Seeing and hearing are senses of distance not because of their scope, but because Dasein, distancing, predominantly lives in them. For someone who, for example, wears spectacles which are distantially so close to him that they are sitting on his nose, this useful thing is further, in being used, further away in the surrounding world than the picture on the wall across the room. This useful thing has so little nearness that it is often not even to be found at all initially. Useful things for seeing, and those for hearing, for example, the telephone receiver, have the inconspicuousness of what is initially at hand which we characterized. That is also true, for example, of the street, the useful thing for walking. When we walk, we feel it with every step and it seems to be what is nearest and most real about what is generally at hand. It slides itself, so to speak, along certain parts of our body, the solace of one's feet. And yet it is more remote than the acquaintance one meets while walking in the distance, 20 steps away on the street. Circumspect heedfulness decides about the nearness and farness of what is initially at hand in the surrounding world. Whatever this heedfulness dwells in from the beginning is what is nearest, and regulates our distancing. When Dasein in taking care brings something near, this does not mean that it fixes upon something at a position in space which has the least measurable distance from a point of its body. To be near means to be in the range of what is initially at hand for circumspection. Bringing near is not oriented toward the I thing encumbered with a body, but rather toward heedful being in the world, that is, what that being in the world initially encounters. Neither is the spatiality of Dasein determined by citing the position where a corporeal thing is objectively present. It is true that we also say of Dasein that it occupies a place. But this occupying is to be fundamentally differentiated from being at hand at a place in terms of a region. Occupying a place must be understood as distancing what is at hand in the surrounding world in a region previously discovered circumspectly. Dasein understands its here in terms of the over there of the surrounding world. The here does not mean the where of something objectively present, but the where of distancing being with, together with this distancing. In accordance with its spatiality, Dasein is initially never here, but over there. From this over there it comes back to its here, and it does this only by interpreting its heedful being towards something in terms of what is at hand over there. This becomes quite clear from a phenomenal peculiarity of being in which has the structure of distancing. As being in the world, Dasein essentially dwells in distancing. This distancing, the farness from itself of what is at hand, is something that Dasein can never cross over. It is true that Dasein can take the remoteness of something at hand from Dasein to be distance if that remoteness is determined in relation to a thing which is thought of as being objectively present at a place which Dasein has already occupied. Dasein can subsequently traverse the between of this distance, but only in such a way that the distance itself becomes distanced. So little has Dasein crossed over its distancing that it rather has taken it along and continues to do so because it is essentially distancing. That is, it is spatial. Dasein cannot wander around in the current range of its distancings, it can only change them. Dasein is spatial by way of circumspectly discovering space so that it is related to beings thus spatially encountered by constantly distancing. As being in which distances, Dasein has at the same time the character of directionality. Every bringing near has always taken a direction in a region beforehand from which what is distanced approaches so that it can be discovered with regard to its place. Circumspect heedfulness is a directional distancing. In this heedfulness, that is, in the being in the world of Dasein itself, the need for signs is already present. As useful things, signs take over the giving of directions in a way which is explicit and easily handled. They explicitly keep the circumspectly used regions open, the actual whereto of belonging, going, bringing, fetching. If Dasein is, it always already has, as directing and distancing, its discovered region. As modes of being in the world, directing and distancing are guided beforehand by the circumspection of heedfulness. The firm directions of right and left originate out of this directionality. Dasein continually takes these directions along together with its distancing. The spatialization of Dasein in its corporeality, which contains a problematic of its own not to be discussed here, is also marked out in accordance with these directions. Thus things at hand and in use for the body, such as gloves, for example, that must go along with the hand's movement, must be oriented in terms of right and left. Tools, however, which are held in the hand and moved with it, do not go along with the specifically hand-like movement of the hand. Thus there are no right and left-handed hammers, even though they are held with the hand as gloves are. But we must observe the fact that the directionality that belongs to distancing is grounded in being in the world. Left and right are not something subjective for which the subject has a feeling, but they are directions of orientation in a world which is always already at hand. I could never find my way around in a world through a mere feeling of a difference between my two sides. The subject with the mere feeling of this difference is a construct posited without regard to the true constitution of the subject, namely that whenever Dasein has this mere feeling it is always already in a world and must be in order to be able to orient itself at all. This becomes clear in the example with which Kant tries to clarify the phenomenon of orientation. Let us assume that I enter a familiar but dark room which has been rearranged during my absence in such a way that everything which was on the right-hand side is now on the left-hand side. If I am to get oriented, the mere feeling of the difference between my two sides does not help at all as long as I do not apprehend some particular object whose position, as Kant casually remarks, I have in mind. But what else does this mean except that I necessarily orient myself in and from already being in a familiar world? The context of useful things in a world must already be given to Dasein. The fact that I am always already in a world is no less constitutive for the possibility of orientation than the feeling for right and left. That this constitution of being of Dasein is obvious does not justify suppressing it in its ontologically constitutive role. Kant does not suppress it either, any more than any other interpretation of Dasein. Continual use of this constitution does not, however, exempt us from giving an adequate ontological explication, but rather requires it. The psychological interpretation that the ego has something in mind fundamentally refers to the existential constitution of being in the world. Because Kant did not see the structure, he failed to understand the full context of the constitution of a possible orientation. Directedness toward the right or the left is grounded in the essential directionality of Dasein in general, which in turn is essentially determined by being in the world. However, Kant is not interested in a thematic interpretation of orientation, either. He only wishes to show that all orientation needs a subjective principle. But subjective means here a priori. The a priori of directionality in terms of right and left, however, is grounded in the subjective a priori of being in the world, which has nothing to do with a determinate character restricted beforehand to a worldless subject. As constitutive characteristics of being in, distancing, and directionality determine the spatiality of Dasein, for its being heedfully and circumspectly in discovered inner-worldly space. Our previous explication of the spatiality of inner-worldly things at hand and the spatiality of being in the world first lay out the presuppositions for working out the phenomenon of the spatiality of the world and for formulating the ontological problem of space. 24. The spatiality of Dasein and space. As being in the world, Dasein has always already discovered a world. We characterized this discovering, which is founded in the worldliness of the world, as the freeing of beings for a totality of relevance. Freeing something and letting it be relevant occur by way of circumspect self-reference which is grounded in a previous understanding of signification. We have now shown that circumspect being in the world is spatial. And only because Dasein is spatial by way of distancing and directionality can things at hand in the surrounding world be encountered in their spatiality. The freeing of a totality of relevance is equiprimordially a letting something be relevant in a region which distances and gives direction. It is a freeing of the spatial belongingness of things at hand. The essential disclosure of space lies in the significance with which Dasein as heedful being in is familiar. Space that is disclosed with the wordliness of the world does not yet have the characteristic of a pure manifold of three dimensions. In this proximate disclosedness, space is still hidden as the pure wherein in which points are ordered by measurement and the positions of things are determined. With the phenomenon of the region we have already indicated that for which space is discovered beforehand in Dasein. We understand the region as that to which the context of useful things at hand possibly belongs, a context which can be encountered as something directional, that is, containing places and as distanced. The belongingness is determined by the significance constitutive for the world and articulates the here and there within the possible whereto. The whereto in general is prefigured by the referential totality established in a for the sake of which of heedfulness. Freeing and letting something be relevant is referred within this totality. With that which is encountered as at hand there is always relevance in a region. A regional spatial relevance belongs to the totality of relevance which constitutes the being of things at hand in the surrounding world. On the basis of this relevance, things at hand can be found and determined according to form and direction. In accordance with the possible transparency of heedful circumspection, inner-worldly things at hand are distanced and oriented with the factical being of Dasein. Letting inner-worldly beings be encountered, which is constitutive for being in the world, is giving space. This giving space, which we call making room, frees things at hand for their spatiality. As a way of discovering and presenting a possible totality of places relevantly determined, making room makes actual factical orientation possible. As circumspect taking care of things in the world, Dasein can change things around, remove them or make room for them only because making room understood as an existential belongs to its being in the world. but neither the previously discovered region nor the actual spatiality in general are explicitly in view. In itself, it is present in the inconspicuousness of things at hand being taken care of by a circumspection absorbed in them for that circumspection. Space is initially discovered in this spatiality with being in the world. On the basis of the spatiality thus discovered, space itself becomes accessible to cognition. Space is neither in the subject nor is the world in space. Rather, space is in the world, since the being in the world constitutive for Dasein has disclosed space. Space is not in the subject, nor does that subject observe the world as if it were in space. Rather, the subject, correctly understood ontologically, Dasein, is spatial in a primordial sense. And because Dasein is spatial in the way described, space shows itself as a priori. This term does not mean something like belonging beforehand to an initially worldless subject which spins a space out of itself. Here, a priority means the previousness of encountering space, as region, in the actual encountering of things at hand in the surrounding world. The spatiality of what is initially circumspectly encountered can itself become the matized, and so the task of calculation and measurement for circumspection, as for example, in building a house and surveying land. With this predominantly circumspect thematization of the spatiality of the surrounding world, space in itself already comes to view in a way. The space which thus shows itself can be studied by purely looking at it, if that which was formerly the sole possibility of access to space, namely, circumspect calculation, is given up. The formal intuition of space discovers pure possibilities of spatial relations. Here there is a series of stages laying bare pure, homogeneous space, going from the pure morphology of spatial shapes to analysisitis and finally to the purely metrical science of space. In this present study we shall not consider how these are all interconnected. In our problematic we wish solely to establish ontologically the phenomenal basis for the thematic discovery and working out of pure space. Where space is discovered non-circumspectly by just looking at it, the regions of the surrounding world get neutralized to pure dimensions. The places and the totality of places of useful things at hand, which are circumspectly oriented, are reduced to a multiplicity of positions for random things. The spatiality of inner-worldly things at hand thus loses its character of relevance. The world loses its specific character of aroundness, the surrounding world becomes the natural world. The world as a totality of useful things at hand is spatialized to become a context of extended things which are merely present. The homogeneous space of nature shows itself only when the beings we encounter are discovered in such a way that the worldly character of what is at hand gets specifically deprived of its worldliness. In accordance with its being in the world, Dasein has always already been pre-given its discovered space, even if unthematically. On the other hand, space in itself is initially still obscured with regard to the mere possibilities of the pure spatial being of something contained in it. The fact that space essentially shows itself in a world does not tell us anything about its kind of being. It need not have the kind of being of something itself at hand in space or objectively present. Nor does the being of space have the kind of being of Dasein. From the fact that the being of space itself cannot be conceived as the kind of being of residential extensa, it follows neither that it must be ontologically determined as phenomenon of this res, it would not be distinguished from that res in its being, nor that the being of space can be equated with that of the residential cogitans and be conceived American Samoa something merely subjective, quite apart from the questionability of the being of this subject. The perplexity still present today with regard to the interpretation of the being of space is grounded not so much in an inadequate knowledge of the factual constitution of space itself as in the lack of a fundamental transparency of the possibilities of being in general and of their ontologically conceived interpretation. What is decisive for the understanding of the ontological problem of space lies in freeing the question of the being of space from the narrowness of the accidentally available and, moreover, undifferentiated concepts of being, and, with respect to the phenomenon itself, in moving the problematic of the being of space and the various phenomenal spatialities in the direction of clarifying the possibilities of being in general. The primary ontological character of the being of inner-worldly beings is not found in the phenomenon of space, either as unique or as one among others. Still less does space constitute the phenomenon of world. Space can only be understood by going back to the world. Space does not become accessible only by depriving the surrounding world of its worldliness. Spatiality can be discovered only on the basis of world. Indeed, space co-constitutes the world in accordance with the essential spatiality of Dasein itself with regard to its fundamental constitution of being in the world. The analysis of the worldliness of the world continually brought the whole phenomenon of being in the world into view without thereby delimiting all of its constitutive factors with the same phenomenal clarity as the phenomenon of world itself. The ontological interpretation of the world which discussed inner-worldly things at hand came first not only because Dasein in its everydayness is in a world in general and remains a constant theme with regard to that world, but because it relates itself to the world in a predominant mode of being. Initially and for the most part, Dasein is taken over by its world. This mode of being absorbed in the world, and in general the being in which underlies it, essentially determine the phenomenon which we shall now pursue with the question, who is it that Dasein is in everydayness? All of the structures of being of Dasein, thus also the phenomenon that answers to this question of who, are ways of its being. Their ontological characteristic is an existential one. Thus, we need to pose the question correctly and outline the procedure for bringing into view a broader phenomenal domain of the everydayness of Dasein. By taking our investigation in the direction of the phenomenon which allows us to answer the question of the who, we are led to structures of Dasein which are equiprimordial with being in the world, being with and Dasein with. In this kind of being the mode of everyday being as self is grounded. The explication of this mode makes visible what we might call the subject of everydayness, the they. This chapter on the who of average Dasein thus has the following structure. 1. The approach to the existential question of the who of Dasein, 25. 2. The Dasein with of others and everyday being with, 26. 3. Everyday being a self and the they, 27. 25. The approach to the existential question of the who of Dasein. The answer to the question of who this being actually is, Dasein, seems to have already been given with the formal indication of the basic characteristics of Dasein, cf 9. Dasein is a being which I myself am, its being is in each case mine. This determination indicates an ontological constitution, but no more than that. At the same time, it contains an ontic indication, albeit an undifferentiated one, that an I is always this being, and not others. The who is answered in terms of the I itself, the subject, the self. The who is what maintains itself as an identity throughout changes in behavior and experiences, and in this way relates itself to this multiplicity. Ontologically, we understand it as what is always already and constantly present in a closed region, and for that region, as that which lies at its basis in an eminent sense, as the subjectuine. As something self-same in manifold otherness, this subject has the character of the self. Even if one rejects a substantial soul, the thingliness of consciousness, and the objectivity of the person, ontologically one still posits something whose being retains the meaning of objective presence, whether explicitly or not. Substantiality is the ontological clue for the determination of beings in terms of which the question of the who is answered. Dasein is tacitly conceived in advance as objective presence. In any case, the indeterminacy of its being always implies this meaning of being. However, objective presence is the mode of beings unlike Dasein. The ontic obviousness of the statement that it is I who is in each case Dasein must not mislead us into supposing that the way for an ontological interpretation of what is thus given has been unmistakably prescribed. It is even questionable whether the ontic content of the above statement reaches the phenomenal content of everyday Dasein. It could be the case that the who of everyday Dasein is precisely not I myself. If, in coming to ontic and ontological statements, our phenomenal demonstration in terms of the mode of beings is to retain priority over the most obvious and usual answers as well as the problems arising from these, then the phenomenological interpretation of Dasein must be protected from a perversion of its problematic with regard to the question to be raised now. but does it not go against the rules of a sound method when the approach to a problematic does not stick to the givens that are evident within the thematic realm? And what is less dubious than the givenness of the I? And, for the purpose of working this givenness out in a primordial way, does it not direct us to abstract from everything else that is given, not only from an existing world, but also from the being of other is? Perhaps what this kind of giving gives this simple, formal, reflective perception of the I is indeed evident. This insight even opens access to an independent phenomenological problematic which has its fundamental significance in the framework known as formal phenomenology of consciousness. In the present context of an existential analytic of factical Dasein, the question arises whether the way of the giving of the I which we mentioned discloses Dasein in its everydayness, if it discloses it at all. Is it then a priori self-evident that the access to Dasein must be simple perceiving reflection of the I of acts? What if this kind of self-giving of Dasein were to lead our existential analytic astray and do so in a way grounded in the being of Dasein itself? Perhaps when Dasein addresses itself in the way which is nearest to itself, it always says it is I, and finally says this most loudly when it is not this being. What if the fact that Dasein is so constituted that it is in each case mine, were the reason for the fact that Dasein is, initially and for the most part, not itself? What if, with the approach mentioned above, the existential analytic fell into the trap, so to speak, of starting with the givenness of the I for Dasein itself and its obvious self-interpretation? What if it should turn out that the ontological horizon for the determination of what is accessible in simple giving should remain fundamentally undetermined? We can probably always correctly say ontically of this being that I am it. However, the ontological analytic which makes use of such statements must have fundamental reservations about them. The I must be understood only in the sense of a non-committal formal indication of something which perhaps reveals itself in the actual phenomenal context of being as that being's opposite. Then not I by no means signifies something like a being which is essentially lacking I-hood, but means a definite mode of being of the I itself, for example, having lost. But even the positive interpretation of Dasein that has been given up to now already forbids a point of departure from the formal givenness of the I if the intention is to find a phenomenally adequate answer to the question of the who. The clarification of being in the world showed that a mere subject without a world is not initially and is also never given. And, thus, an isolated I without the others is in the end just as far from being given initially. But if the others are always already there with us in being in the world, ascertaining this phenomenally, too, must not mislead us into thinking that the ontological structure of what is thus given is self-evident and not in need of an investigation. The task is to make this Dasein with of the nearest everydayness phenomenally visible and to interpret it in an ontologically appropriate way. Just as the ontic, self-evident character of the being in itself of inner-worldly beings misleads us to the conviction of the ontologically self-evident character of the meaning of this being and makes us overlook the phenomenon of world, so too does the ontically self-evident character that Dasein is always my own harbor the possibility that the ontological problematic inherent in it might be led astray. Initially the who of Dasein is not only a problem ontologically, it also remains concealed ontically. But, then, is the existential analytical answer to the question of the who without any clues at all? By no means. To be sure, of the formal indications of the constitution of being of Dasein given above, 9 and 12, it is not so much the ones which we discussed thus far which function as such a clue, but rather, the one according to which the essence of Dasein is grounded in its existence. If the one is an essential determination of Dasein, then it must be interpreted existentially. The question of the who can then be answered only by a phenomenal demonstration of a definite kind of being of Dasein. If Dasein is always only itself in existing, the constancy of the self as well as its possible inconstancy require an existential ontological kind of questioning as the only adequate access to the problematic. But if the self is conceived only as a way of the being of this being, then that seems tantamount to volatilizing the authentic core of Dasein. But such fears are nourished by the distorted presumption that the being in question really has, at bottom, the kind of being of something objectively present, even if one avoids attributing to it the solidifying element of a corporeal thing. However, the substance of human being is not spirit as the synthesis of body and soul, it is rather existence. 26. The Dasein with of others and everyday being with. The answer to the question of the who of everyday Dasein is to be won through the analysis of the kind of being in which Dasein, initially and for the most part, maintains itself. Our investigation takes its orientation from being in the world. This fundamental constitution of Dasein codetermines every mode of its being. If we justifiably stated that all other structural factors of being in the world already came into view by means of the previous explication of the world, then the answer to the question of the who must also be prepared by that explication. The description of the surrounding world closest to us, for example, the work world of the hand worker, showed that together with the useful things found in work, others are also encountered for whom the work is to be done. In the kind of being of these things at hand, that is, in their relevance, there lies an essential reference to possible wearers for whom they should be made to measure. Similarly, the producer or supplier is encountered in the material used as one who serves well or badly. The field, for example, along which we walk outside shows itself as belonging to such and such a person who keeps it in good order. The book which we use is bought at such and such a place, given by such and such a person, and so on. The boat anchored at the shore refers in its being in itself to an acquaintance who undertakes his voyages with it, but even as a boat which is unknown to us, it still points to others. The others who are encountered in the context of useful things in the surrounding world at hand are not somehow added on in thought to an initially merely objectively present thing, but these things are encountered from the world in which they are at hand for the others. This world is always already from the outset my own. In our previous analysis, the scope of what is encountered in the world was initially narrowed down to useful things at hand, or nature objectively present, thus to beings of a character unlike Dasein. This restriction was not only necessary for the purpose of simplifying the explication, but, above all, because the kind of being of the existence of others encountered within the surrounding world is distinct from handiness and objective presence. The world of Dasein thus frees beings which are not only completely different from tools and things, but which themselves in accordance with their kind of being as Dasein are themselves in the world as being in the world in which they are at the same time encountered. These beings are neither objectively present nor at hand, but they are like the very Dasein which frees them, they are there, too, and there with it. So, if one wanted to identify the world in general with inner-worldly beings, one would have to say the world is also Dasein. But the characteristic of encountering others is, after all, oriented toward one's own Dasein. Does not it, too, start with the distinction and isolation of the I, so that a transition from this isolated subject to others must then be sought? In order to avoid this misunderstanding, we must observe in what sense we are talking about others. Others does not mean everybody else but me, those from whom the I distinguishes itself. Others are, rather, those from whom one mostly does not distinguish oneself, those among whom one also is. This being there too with them does not have the ontological character of being objectively present with them within a world. The with is of the character of Dasein, the also means the sameness of being as circumspect, heedful being in the world. With and also are to be understood existentially, not categorially. On the basis of this with-bound being in the world is always already the one that I share with others. The world of Dasein is a with world. Being in is being with others. The inner-worldly being in itself of others is Dasein with. Others are not encountered by grasping and discriminating beforehand one's own subject, initially objectively present, from other subjects also present. They are not encountered by first looking at oneself and then ascertaining the opposite pole of a distinction. They are encountered from out of the world in which Dasein, heedful and circumspect, essentially dwells. As opposed to the theoretically concocted explanations of the presence of others, which easily urge themselves upon us, we must hold fast to the phenomenal fact which we have pointed out, namely, that they are encountered in the surrounding world. This nearest and elemental way of Dasein encountering the world goes so far that even one's own Dasein initially becomes discoverable by looking away from its experiences and the center of its actions, or by not yet seeing them at all. Dasein initially finds itself in what it does, needs, expects, has charge of, in the things at hand which it initially takes care of in the surrounding world. And even when Dasein explicitly addresses itself as I here, the locative personal designation must be understood in terms of the existential spatiality of Dasein. When we interpreted this, 23, we already intimated that this I here does not refer to an eminent point of an I thing, rather, it understands itself, as being in terms of the over there of the world at hand where Dasein dwells in taking care. W.V. Humboldt has alluded to certain languages which express the I by here, the thou by there, and the he by over there, thus rendering the personal pronouns by locative adverbs, to put it grammatically. It is disputed whether the primordial meaning of locative expressions is adverbial or pronominal. This dispute loses its basis if one notes that locative adverbs have a relation to the I qua Dasein. The here, over there, and there are not primarily pure locative designations of inner-worldly beings objectively present at positions in space, but, rather, characteristics of the primordial spatiality of Dasein. The supposedly locative adverbs are determinations of Dasein, they have primarily an existential, not a categorial, meaning. But they are not pronouns, either. Their significance is prior to the distinction of locative adverbs and personal pronouns. The true spatial meaning of these expressions of Dasein, however, documents the fact that the theoretically undistort interpretation of Dasein sees the latter immediately in its spatial being together with the world taken care of, spatial in the sense of distancing and directionality. In the here Dasein, absorbed in its world, does not address itself, but speaks away from itself, in circumspection, to the over there of something at hand and means, however, itself in its existential spatiality. Dasein understands itself, initially and for the most part, in terms of its world, and the Dasein with of others is frequently encountered from inner-worldly things at hand. But when others become, so to speak, thematic in their Dasein, they are not encountered as objectively present thing-persons, rather we meet them at work, that is, primarily in their being in the world. Even when we see the other just standing around, he is never understood as a human thing objectively present. Standing around is an existential mode of being, the lingering with everything and nothing which lacks heedfulness and circumspection. The other is encountered in his Dasein within the world. But, after all, the expression Dasein clearly shows that this being is initially unrelated to others, that it can, of course, also be with others subsequently. But we must not overlook the fact that we are also using the term Dasein with as a designation of the being to which the existing others are freed within the world. The Dasein with of others is disclosed only within the world, and so too for beings who are Daseins with us, because Dasein in itself is essentially being with. The phenomenological statement that Dasein is essentially being with has an existential ontological meaning. It does not intend to ascertain ontically that I am factically not objectively present alone, rather that others of my kind also are. If the statement that the being in the world of Dasein is essentially constituted by being with meant something like this, being with would not be an existential attribute that belongs to Dasein of itself on the basis of its kind of being, but something which occurs at times on the basis of the existence of others. Being with existentially determines Dasein even when an other is not factically present and perceived. The being alone of Dasein, too, is being with in the world. The other can be lacking only in and for a being with. Being alone is a deficient mode of being with, its possibility is a proof for the latter. On the other hand, factical being alone is not changed by the fact that a second instance of a human being is next to me, or by 10 such human beings. Even when these and still more are present, Dasein can be alone. Thus, being with and the facticity of being with one another are not based on the fact that several subjects are physically there together. Being alone among many, however, does not mean with respect to the being of others that they are simply objectively present. Even in being among them, they are therewith. Their Dasein with is encountered in the mode of indifference and being alien. Lacking and being away are modes of Dasein with and are possible only because Dasein as being with lets the Dasein of others be encountered in its world. Being with is an attribute of one's own Dasein. Dasein with characterizes the Dasein of others in that it is freed for a being with by the world of that being with. Only because it has the essential structure of being with, is one's own Dasein encounterable by others as Dasein with. If being with remains existentially constitutive for being in the world, it must be interpreted, as must also circumspect dealings with the inner worldly things at hand which we characterized by way of anticipation as taking care, in terms of the phenomenon of care which we use to designate the being of Dasein in general. Cf. Chapter 6 of this division. Taking care of things is a character of being which being with cannot have as its own, although this kind of being is a being toward beings encountered in the world, as is taking care of thing. The being to which Dasein is related as being with does not, however, have the kind of being of useful things at hand, it is itself Dasein. This being is not taken care of, but is a matter of concern. Even taking care of food and clothing, and the nursing of the sick body is concern. But we understand this expression in a way which corresponds to our use of taking care as a term for an existential. For example, welfare work, as a factical social institution, is based on the constitution of being of Dasein as being with. Its factical urgency is motivated by the fact that Dasein initially and, for the most part, lives in the deficient modes of concern. Being for dash, against dash, and without one another, passing one another by, not mattering to one another, are possible ways of concern. And precisely the last named modes of deficiency and indifference characterize the everyday and average being with one another. These modes of being show the characteristics of inconspicuousness and obviousness which belong to everyday inner worldly Dasein with of others, as well as to the handiness of useful things taken care of daily. These indifferent modes of being with one another tend to mislead the ontological interpretation into initially interpreting this being as the pure objective presence of several subjects. It seems as if only negligible variations of the same kind of being lie before us, and yet ontologically there is an essential distinction between the indifferent being together of arbitrary things and the not mattering to one another of beings who are with one another. With regard to its positive modes, concern has two extreme possibilities. It can, so to speak, take the other's care away from him and put itself in his place in taking care, it can leap in for him. Concern takes over what is to be taken care of for the other. The other is thus displaced, he steps back so that afterwards, when the matter has been attended to, he can take it over as something finished and available or disburden himself of it completely. In this concern, the other can become someone who is dependent and dominated even if this domination is a tacit one and remains hidden from him. This kind of concern which does the job and takes away care is, to a large extent, determinative for being with one another and pertains, for the most part, to our taking care of things at hand. In contrast to this, there is the possibility of a concern which does not so much leap in for the other as leap ahead of him in his existential potentiality of being not in order to take care away from him, but rather to authentically give it back as such. This concern which essentially pertains to authentic care, that is, it pertains to the existence of the other, and not to a what which it takes care of, helps the other to become transparent to himself in his care and free for it. Concern proves to be constitutive of the being of Dasein which, in accordance with its different possibilities, is bound up with its being toward the world taken care of and also with its authentic being toward itself. Being with one another is based initially and often exclusively on what is taken care of together in such being. A being with only another which arises from one's doing the same thing as someone else not only keeps for the most part within outer limits but enters the mode of distance and reserve. The being with one another of those who are employed for the same thing often thrives only on mistrust. On the other hand, when they devote themselves to the same thing in common, their doing so is determined by their Dasein, which has been moved. This authentic alliance first makes possible the proper kind of objectivity which frees the other for himself in his freedom. Between the two extremes of positive concern, the one which does someone's job for him and dominates him, and the one which is in advance of him and frees him, everyday being with one another maintains itself and shows many mixed forms whose description and classification lie outside of the limits of this investigation. Just as circumspection belongs to taking care of things as a way of discovering things at hand, concern is guided by considerateness and tolerance. With concern, both can go through the deficient and indifferent modes up to the point of inconsiderateness and the tolerance which is guided by indifference. The world not only frees things at hand as beings encountered within the world, but also Dasein and others in their Dasein with. But in accordance with its own meaning of being, this being which is freed in the surrounding world is being in the same world in which, as encounterable for others, it is there with them. Worldliness was interpreted, 18, as the referential totality of significance. In being familiar with this significance and previously understanding it, Dasein lets things at hand be encountered as things discovered in their relevance. The referential context of significance is anchored in the being of Dasein toward its own most being. It cannot be relevance, it is rather being for the sake of which Dasein itself is as it is. But, according to the analysis which we have now completed, being with others belongs to the being of Dasein, with which it is concerned in its very being. As being with, Dasein is essentially for the sake of others. This must be understood as an existential statement as to its essence. But even when actual, factical Dasein does not turn to others and thinks that it does not need them, or misses them, it is in the mode of being with. In being with as the existential for the sake of others, these others are already disclosed in their Dasein. This previously constituted disclosedness of others together with being with thus helps to constitute significance, that is, worldliness. As this worldliness, disclosedness is anchored in the existential for the sake of which. Hence the worldliness of the world thus constituted in which Dasein always already essentially is, lets things at hand be encountered in the surrounding world in such a way that the Dasein with of others is encountered at the same time with them as circumspectly taken care of. The structure of the worldliness of the world is such that others are not initially present as unattached subjects along with other things, but show themselves in their heedful being in the surrounding world in terms of the things at hand in that world. The disclosedness of the Dasein with of others which belongs to being with means that the understanding of others already lies in the understanding of being of Dasein because its being is being with. This understanding, like all understanding, is not a knowledge derived from cognition, but a primordially existential kind of being which first makes knowledge and cognition possible. Knowing oneself is grounded in being with which primordially understands. It operates initially in accordance with the nearest kind of being together in the world in the understanding knowledge of what Dasein circumspectly finds and takes care of with others. Concernful taking care of things is understood in terms of what is taken care of and with an understanding of them. Thus the other is initially disclosed in the taking care of concern. But because concern, initially and for the most part, dwells in the deficient or at least in different modes in the indifference of passing gone another by the closest and essential knowing oneself is in need of a getting to know oneself. And when even knowing oneself loses itself in aloofness, concealing oneself and misrepresenting oneself, being with one another requires special ways in order to get close to others or to see through them. But just as opening oneself up or closing oneself off are grounded in the actual mode of being with one another, indeed it is nothing besides this mode itself, so too does the explicit disclosure of the other in concern only grow out of one's primary being with him. Such a disclosure of the other which is indeed thematic, but not in the mode of theoretical psychology, easily becomes the phenomenon that first comes into view for the theoretical problematic of understanding the psychical life of others. What initially presents phenomenally a way of being with one another that understands is at the same time, however, taken to mean that which originally and primordially makes possible and constitutes being toward others. This phenomenon, which is none too happily designated as empathy, is then supposed, as it were, to provide the first ontological bridge from one's own subject, initially given by itself, to the other subject, which is initially quite inaccessible. To be sure, being toward others is ontologically different from being toward objectively present things. The other being itself has the kind of being of Dasein. Thus, in being with and toward others, there is a relation of being from Dasein to Dasein. But, one would like to say, this relation is after all already constitutive for one's own Dasein, which has an understanding of its own being and is thus related to Dasein. The relation of being to others then becomes a projection of one's own being toward oneself into an other. The other is a duplicate of the self. But it is easy to see that this seemingly obvious deliberation has little ground to stand on. The presupposition which this argument makes use of, that the being of Dasein toward itself is a being toward another, is incorrect. As long as the presupposition has not been demonstrated clearly in its legitimacy, it remains puzzling how the relation of Dasein to itself should thus be disclosed to the other as other. Being toward others is not only an autonomous irreducible relation of being, as being with it already exists with the being of Dasein. Of course, it is indisputable that a lively mutual acquaintanceship on the basis of being with often depends on how far one's own Dasein has actually understood itself, but this only means that it depends upon how far it has made one's essential being with others transparent and not disguised it. This is possible only if Dasein as being in the world is always already with others. Empathy does not first constitute being with, but is first possible on its basis, and is motivated by the prevailing deficient modes of being with in their inevitability. But the fact that empathy is not an original existential phenomenon, any more than is knowing in general, does not mean that there is no problem here. Its special hermeneutic will have to show how the various possibilities of being of Dasein themselves mislead and obstruct being with one another and its self-knowledge, so that a genuine understanding is suppressed and Dasein takes refuge in surrogates. This positive existential condition presupposes a correct understanding of the stranger for its possibility. Our analysis has shown that being with is an existential constituent of being in the world. Dasein with has proved to be a manner of being which beings encountered within the world have as their own. In that Dasein is at all, it has the kind of being with one another. Being with one another cannot be understood as an accumulative result of the occurrence of multiple subjects. Encountering a number of subjects itself is possible only by treating the others encountered in their Dasein with merely as such numbers are discovered only by a distinctive being with and being toward one another. Inconsiderate being with reckons with others without seriously counting on them or even wishing to have anything to do with them. One's own Dasein, like the Dasein with of others, is encountered, initially and for the most part, in terms of the surrounding world taken care of that is shared. In being absorbed in the world of taking care of things, that is, at the same time in being with toward others, Dasein is not itself. Who is it, then, who has taken over being as everyday being with one another? 27. Everyday being is self and the they. The ontologically relevant result of the foregoing analysis of being with is the insight that the subject character of one's own Dasein and of the others is to be defined existentially, that is, in terms of certain ways to be. In what is taken care of in the surrounding world, others are encountered as what they are what they do. In taking care of the things which one has taken hold of, for and against others, there is constant care as to the way one differs from them, whether this difference is to be equalized, whether one's own Dasein has lagged behind others and wants to catch up in relation to them, whether Dasein in its priority over others is intent on suppressing them. Being with one another is, unknown to itself, disquieted by the care about this distance. Existentially expressed, being with only another has the character of distentiality. The more inconspicuous this kind of being is to everyday Dasein itself, all the more stubbornly and primordially does it work itself out. But this distentiality which belongs to being with is such that, as everyday being with one another, Dasein stands in subservience to others. It itself is not, the others have taken its being away from it. The everyday possibilities of being of Dasein are at the disposal of the whims of others. These others are not definite others. On the contrary, any other can represent them. What is decisive is only the inconspicuous domination by others that Dasein as being with has already taken over unawares. One belongs to the others oneself, and entrenches their power. The others, whom one designates as such in order to cover over one's own essential belonging to them, are those who are there initially and for the most part in everyday being with one another. The who is not this one and not that one, not oneself, not some, and not the sum of them all. The who is the neuter, the they. We have shown earlier how the public surrounding world is always already at hand and taken care of in the surrounding world nearest to us. In utilizing public transportation, in the use of information services such as the newspaper, every other is like the next. This being with one another dissolves one's own Dasein completely into the kind of being of the others in such a way that the others, as distinguishable and explicit, disappear more and more. In this inconspicuousness and unascertainability, the they unfolds its true dictatorship. We enjoy ourselves and have fun the way they enjoy themselves. We read, see, and judge literature and art the way they see and judge. But we also withdraw from the great mass the way they withdraw. We find shocking what they find shocking. The they, which is nothing definite and which all are, though not as a sum, prescribes the kind of being of everydayness. The they has its own ways to be. The tendency of being with which we call distentiality is based on the fact that being with only another as such creates averageness. It is an existential characteristic of the they. In its being, the they is essentially concerned with averageness. Thus, the they maintains itself factically in the averageness of what belongs to it, what it does and does not consider valid, and what it grants or denies success. This averageness, which prescribes what can and may be ventured, watches over every exception which thrusts itself to the fore. Every priority is noiselessly squashed. Overnight, everything that is original is flattened down as something long since known. Everything won through struggle becomes something manageable. Every mystery loses its power. The care of averageness reveals, in turn, an essential tendency of Dasein, which we call the leveling down of all possibilities of being. Distentiality, averageness, and leveling down, as ways of being of the they, constitute what we know as publicness. Publicness initially controls every way in which the world and Dasein are interpreted, and it is always right, not because of an eminent and primary relation of being to things, not because it has an explicitly appropriate transparency of Dasein at its disposal, but because it does not get to the heart of the matter, because it is insensitive to every difference of level and genuineness. Publicness obscures everything, and then claims that what has been thus covered over is what is familiar and accessible to everybody. The they is everywhere, but in such a way that it has always already stolen away when Dasein presses for a decision. However, because the they presents every judgment and decision as its own, it takes the responsibility of Dasein away from it. The they can, as it were, manage to have them constantly invoking it. It can most easily be responsible for everything because no one has to vouch for anything. The they always did it, and yet it can be said that no one did it. In the everydayness of Dasein, most things happen in such a way that we must say no one did it. In this way, the they disburdens Dasein in its everydayness. Not only that, but disburdening it of its being, the they accommodates Dasein in its tendency to take things easily and make them easy. And since the they constantly accommodates Dasein by disburdening its being, it retains and entrenches its stubborn dominance. Everyone is the other, and no one is himself. The they, which supplies the answer to the who of everyday Dasein, is the nobody to whom every Dasein has always surrendered itself, in its being among gone another. In these characteristics of being which we have laid out everyday being among one another, distentiality, averageness, leveling down, publicness, disburdening of one's being, and accommodation lies the initial constancy of Dasein. This constancy pertains not to the enduring objective presence of something, but to the kind of being of Dasein as being with. Existing in the modes we have mentioned, the self of one's own Dasein and the self of the other have neither found nor lost themselves. One is in the manner of dependency and inauthenticity. This way of being does not signify a lessening of the facticity of Dasein, just as the they as the nobody is not nothing. On the contrary, in this kind of being Dasein is an ens realissimum, if by reality we understand being that has the character of Dasein. Of course, the they is as little objectively present as Dasein itself. The more openly the they behaves, the more slippery and hidden it is, but then too the less is it nothing at all. To the unprejudiced ontocontological eye, it reveals itself as the most real subject of everydayness. And if it is not accessible like an objectively present stone, that is not the least decisive with regard to its kind of being. One may neither decree prematurely that this they is really nothing, nor profess the opinion that the phenomenon has been interpreted ontologically if one explains it as the result of the objective presence of several subjects which one has put together in hindsight. On the contrary, the elaboration of the concepts of being must be guided by these indubitable phenomena. Nor is the they something like a universal subject which hovers over a plurality of subjects. One could understand it this way only if the being of subjects is understood as something unlike Dasein, and if these are regarded as factually objectively present cases of an existing genus. With this approach, the only possibility ontologically is to understand everything which is not a case of this sort in the sense of genus and species. The they is not the genus of an individual Dasein, nor can it be found in this being as an abiding quality. That traditional logic also fails in the face of these phenomena, cannot surprise us if we consider that it has its foundation in an ontology of objective presence, an ontology which is still crude. Thus, it fundamentally cannot be made more flexible no matter how many improvements and expansions might be made. These reforms of logic, oriented toward the humanistic sciences, only increase the ontological confusion. The they is an existential and belongs as a primordial phenomenon to the positive constitution of Dasein. It has, in turn, various possibilities of concretion as a characteristic of Dasein. The extent to which its dominance becomes penetrating and explicit may change historically. The self of everyday Dasein is the they self, which we distinguish from the authentic self, that is, the self which has explicitly grasped itself. As the they self, Dasein is dispersed in the they and must first find itself. This dispersion characterizes the subject of the kind of being which we know as heedful absorption in the world encountered as closest. If Dasein is familiar with itself as the they self, this also means that the they prescribes the nearest interpretation of the world and of being in the world. The they itself, for the sake of which Dasein is every day, articulates the referential context of significance. The world of Dasein frees the beings encountered for a totality of relevance which is familiar to the they in the limits which are established with the averageness of the they. Initially, factical Dasein is in the with world, discovered in an average way. Initially, I am not in the sense of my own self, but I am the others in the mode of the they. In terms of the they, and as the they, I am initially given to myself. Initially, Dasein is the they and for the most part it remains so. If Dasein explicitly discovers the world and brings it near, if it discloses its authentic being to itself, this discovering of world and disclosing of Dasein always comes about by clearing away coverings and obscurities, by breaking up the disguises with which Dasein cuts itself off from itself. With this interpretation of being with and being oneself in the they, the question of the who in the everydayness of being with only another is answered. These considerations have at the same time given us a concrete understanding of the basic constitution of Dasein. Being in the world became visible in its everydayness and averageness. Everyday Dasein derives the pre-ontological interpretation of its being from the closest kind of being of the they. The ontological interpretation initially follows this tendency of interpretation. It understands Dasein in terms of the world and finds it there as an inner-worldly being. But that is not all. The closest ontology of Dasein takes the meaning of being on the basis of which these existing subjects are understood also in terms of the world. But since the phenomenon of world itself is passed over in this absorption in the world, it is replaced by objective presence in the world, by things. The being of beings, which is there too, comes to be understood as objective presence. Thus, by showing the positive phenomenon of closest everyday being in the world, we have made possible an insight into the basic reason why the ontological interpretation of this constitution of being is lacking. It itself, in its everyday kind of being, is what initially misses itself and covers itself over. If the being of everyday being with one another, which seems ontologically to approach mere objective presence, is really fundamentally different from that kind of presence, then the being of the authentic self can be understood still less as objective presence. Authentic being as self is not based on an exceptional state of the subject, detached from the they, but is an existential modification of the they as an essential existential. But, then, the sameness of the authentically existing self is separated ontologically by a gap from the identity of the I maintaining itself in the multiplicity of its experiences. 28. The task of a thematic analysis of being in the preparatory stage of the existential analytic of Dasein we have for our leading theme this being's basic constitution, being in the world. Our first aim is to bring into relief phenomenally the unitary primordial structure of the being of Dasein by which its possibilities and ways to be are ontologically determined. Until now, the phenomenal characterization of being in the world has been directed toward the structural moment of the world and has attempted to provide an answer to the question of the who of this being in its everydayness. But in first sketching out the tasks of a preparatory fundamental analysis of Dasein we already provided an orientation to being in as such and demonstrated it by the concrete mode of knowing the world. The anticipation of this sustaining structural moment arose out of the intention of enclosing the analysis of individual moments, from the outset, within a steadfast anticipation of the structural whole, and with the intention of guarding against any disruption and fragmentation of the unitary phenomenon. Now, keeping in mind what has been achieved in the concrete analysis of world and who, we must turn our interpretation back to the phenomenon of being in. By considering this more penetratingly, however, we shall not only get a new and more certain phenomenological view of the structural totality of being in the world, but shall also pave the way to grasping the primordial being of Dasein itself, care. But what more is there to point out in being in the world beyond the essential relations of being together with the world, taking care, being with, concern, and being a self, who? There is still the possibility of broadening the analysis by comparing the variations of taking care and its circumspection, of concern and its considerateness, and of distinguishing Dasein from all beings unlike Dasein by a more precise explication of the being of all possible inner-worldly beings. Without question, there are unfinished tasks in this direction. What we have set forth so far needs to be supplemented in many ways with respect to a full elaboration of the existential a priori of philosophical anthropology. But this is not the aim of our investigation. Its aim is that of fundamental ontology. If we thus inquire into being in thematically, we cannot be willing to nullify the primordiality of the phenomenon by deriving it from others, that is, by an inappropriate analysis in the sense of dissolving it. But the fact that we cannot derive something primordial does not exclude a multiplicity of characteristics of being constitutive for it. If these characteristics show themselves, they are existentially equiprimordial. The phenomenon of the equiprimordiality of constitutive factors has often been disregarded in ontology on account of a methodically unrestrained tendency to derive everything and anything from a simple primordial ground. In which direction must we look for the phenomenal characteristics of being in as such? We get the answer to this question by recalling what we were charged with keeping in view phenomenologically when we pointed out this phenomenon, being in contradistinction to the objectively present insideness of something objectively present in an other, being in not as an attribute of an objectively present subject affected or even just triggered by the objective presence of the world, rather, being in essentially as the kind of being of this being itself. But then what else presents itself with this phenomenon other than the objectively present commercium between an objectively present subject and an objectively present object? This interpretation would come closer to the phenomenal content if it stated that Dasein is the being of this between. Nonetheless, the orientation toward the between would still be misleading. It colludes unawares with the ontologically indefinite approach that there are beings between which this between as such is. the between is already understood as the result of the convenientia of two objectively present things. But this kind of approach always already splits the phenomenon beforehand, and there is no prospect of ever again putting it back together from the fragments. Not only do we lack the cement, even the schema according to which this joining together is to be accomplished has been split apart, or never as yet unveiled. What is ontologically decisive is to avoid splitting the phenomenon beforehand, that is, to secure its positive phenomenal content. The fact that extensive and complicated preparations are necessary for this, only shows that something ontically self-evident in the traditional treatment of the problem of knowledge was ontologically distorted in many ways to the point of becoming invisible. The being which is essentially constituted by being in the world is itself always its there. According to the familiar meaning of the word, there points to here and over there. The here of an I here is always understood in terms of an over there at hand in the sense of being toward it which to distances, is directional, and takes care. The existential spatiality of Dasein which determines its place for it in this way is itself based upon being in the world. The over there is the determinateness of something encountered within the world. Here and over there are possible only in a there, that is, when there is a being which as the being of the there has disclosed spatiality. This being bears in its own most being the character of not being closed off. The expression there means this essential disclosedness. Through disclosedness this being, Dasein, is therefore itself together with the there being of the world. When we talk in an ontically figurative way about the lumen natural in human being, we mean nothing other than the existential ontological structure of this being, the fact that it is in such a way as to be its there. To say that it is illuminated means that it is in itself as being in the world, not by another being, but in such a way that it is itself the clearing. Only for a being thus cleared existentially do objectively present things become accessible in the light or concealed in darkness. By its very nature, Dasein brings its there along with it. If it lacks its there, it is not only factically not, but in no sense, the being which is essentially Dasein. Dasein is one its disclosedness. We must set forth the constitution of this being. But since the nature of this being is existence, the existential statement that Dasein is its disclosedness means, the being about which this being is concerned in its being is its there, which it is to be. In addition to characterizing the primary constitution of the being of disclosure, we must, in accordance with the character of our analysis, interpret the kind of being in which this being is its there in an everyday way. This chapter, which undertakes the explication of being in as such, that is, of the being of the there, has two parts: a. the existential constitution of the there; b. the everyday being of the there and the entanglement asterisk of Dasein. We see the two equiprimordially constitutive ways to be the there in attunement and understanding. Their analysis obtains the necessary phenomenal confirmation through an interpretation of a concrete mode which is important for the subsequent problematic. Attunement and understanding are equiprimordially determined by discourse. Under Part A, the existential constitution of the there, we shall treat Dasein as attunement, 29, fear as a mode of attunement, 30, Dasein as understanding, 31, understanding and interpretation, 32, statement as a derivative mode of interpretation, 33, Dasein, discourse, and language, 34. The analysis of the characteristics of the being of Dasein is an existential one. This means that the characteristics are not properties of something objectively present, but essentially existential ways to be. Thus, their kind of being in everydayness must be brought out. Under Part B, the everyday being of the there and the entanglement of Dasein, we shall analyze idle talk, 35, curiosity, 36, and ambiguity, 37, as existential modes of the everyday being of the there. We shall analyze them as corresponding to the constitutive phenomenon of discourse, the vision which lies in understanding, and the interpretation, meaning, belonging to that understanding. In these phenomena a fundamental kind of being of the there becomes visible which we interpret as entanglement. This falling exhibits a movement which is existentially its own, 38. A. The existential constitution of the there. 29. De sen as attunement. What we indicate ontologically with the term attunement is ontically what is most familiar and an everyday kind of thing, mood, being in a mood. Prior to all psychology of moods, a field which, moreover, still lies fallow, we must see this phenomenon as a fundamental existential and outline its structure. Both the undisturbed equanimity and the inhibited discontent of everyday heedfulness, the way we slide over from one to another or slip into bad moods, are by no means nothing ontologically, although these phenomena remain unnoticed as what is supposedly the most indifferent and fleeting in Dasein. The fact that moods can be spoiled and change only means that Dasein is always already in a mood. The often persistent, smooth, and pallid lack of mood, which must not be confused with a bad mood, is far from being nothing. Rather, in this Dasein becomes tired of itself. The being of the there has, in such a bad mood, becomes manifest as a burden one does not know why. And Dasein cannot know why, because the possibilities of disclosure belonging to cognition fall far short of the primordial disclosure of moods in which Dasein is brought before its being as the there. Furthermore, an elevated mood can alleviate the manifest burden of being. But the possibility of this mood, too, discloses the burdensome character of Dasein even when it alleviates that burden. Mood makes manifest how one is and is coming along. In this how one is, being in a mood brings being to its there. In being in a mood, Dasein is always already disclosed in accordance with its mood as that being to which Dasein was delivered over in its being as the being which it, existing, has to be. To be disclosed does not, as such, mean to be known. And even in the most indifferent and harmless everydayness the being of Dasein can burst forth as the naked that it is and has to be. The pure that it is shows itself, the whence and whither remain obscure. The fact that Dasein normally does not give in to such everyday moods, that is, does not pursue what they disclose and does not allow itself to confront what has been disclosed, is no evidence against the phenomenal fact of the mood-like disclosure of the being of the there in its that, but is rather evidence for it. For the most part Dasein evades the being that is disclosed in moods in an ontic and existential way. Ontologically and existentially this means that, even in that to which such a mood pays no attention, Dasein is unveiled in its being delivered over to the there. In the evasion itself the there is something disclosed. We shall call this character of being of Dasein which is veiled in its whence and whither, but in itself all the more openly disclosed, this that it is, the thrownness of this being into its there, it is thrown in such a way that it is the there as being in the world. The expression thrownness is meant to suggest the facticity of its being delivered over. The that it is and has to be disclosed in the attunement of Dasein is not the that which expresses ontologically and categorially the factuality belonging to objective presence, the latter is accessible only when we ascertain it by looking at it. Rather, the that disclosed in attunement must be understood as an existential attribute of that being which is in the mode of being in the world. Facticity is not the factuality of the factum brutum of something objectively present, but is a characteristic of the being of Dasein taken on in existence, although initially thrust aside. The that of facticity is never to be found by looking. Beings of the character of Dasein are there in such a way that they find themselves in their thrownness, whether explicitly or not. In attunement, Dasein is always already brought before itself, it has always already found itself, not as perceiving oneself to be there, but as one finds oneself in attunement. As a being which is delivered over to its being, it is also delivered over to the fact that it must always already have found itself in a finding which comes not from a direct seeking, but from a fleeing. Mood does not disclose in the mode of looking at thrownness, but as turning toward and away from it. For the most part, mood does not turn itself toward the burdensome character of Dasein manifest in it, it does this least of all in an elevated mood in which this burden is lifted. This turning away is always what it is in the mode of attunement. Phenomenally, what mood discloses and how it discloses would be completely misunderstood if what has been disclosed were conflated with that which attuned Dasein at the same time is acquainted with, knows, and believes. Even when Dasein is sure of its whither in faith or thinks it knows about its whence in rational enlightenment, all of this makes no difference in the face of the phenomenal fact that moods bring Dasein before the that of its there, which stares directly at it with the inexorability of an enigma. Existentially and ontologically there is not the slightest justification for minimizing the evidence of attunement by measuring it against the apodictic certainty of the theoretical cognition of something merely objectively present. But the falsification of the phenomena, which banishes them to the sanctuary of the irrational, is no better. Irrationalism, as the counterpart of rationalism, talks about the things to which rationalism is blind, but only with a squint. That a Dasein factically can, should, and must master its mood with knowledge and will may signify a priority of willing and cognition in certain possibilities of existing. But that must not mislead us into ontologically denying mood as a primordial kind of being of Dasein in which it is disclosed to itself before all cognition and willing and beyond their scope of disclosure. Moreover, we never master a mood by being free of a mood, but always through a counter-mood. The first essential ontological characteristic of attunement is, attunement discloses Dasein in its thrownness and, initially and for the most part, in the mode of an evasive turning away. From this we can already see that attunement is far removed from anything like finding a psychical condition. Far from having the character of an apprehension which first turns itself around and then turns back, all immanent reflection can find experiences only because the there is already disclosed in attunement. Mere mood discloses the there more primordially, but it also closes it off more stubbornly, than any not perceiving. Bad moods show this. In bad moods, Dasein becomes blind to itself, the surrounding world of heedfulness is veiled, the circumspection of taking care is led astray. Attunement is so far from being reflected upon that, in the unreflected devotion to and giving into the world of its heedfulness, it assails Dasein. Mood assails. It comes neither from without nor from within, but rises from being in the world itself as a mode of that being. But thus by negatively contrasting attunement with the reflective apprehension of the inner, we arrive at a positive insight into its character of disclosure. Mood has always already disclosed being in the world as a whole and first makes possible directing oneself towards something. Being attuned is not initially related to something psychical, it is itself not an inner condition which then in some mysterious way reaches out and leaves its mark on things and persons. In this the second essential characteristic of attunement shows itself. It is a fundamental existential mode of the equiprimordial disclosedness of world, Dasein with, and existence because this disclosure itself is essentially being in the world. Besides these two essential determinations of attunement just explicated, the disclosure of thrownness and the actual disclosure of the whole of being in the world, we must notice a third, which above all contributes to a more penetrating understanding of the worldliness of the world. We said earlier 3 that the world already disclosed lets inner worldly things be encountered. This prior disclosedness of the world which belongs to being in is also constituted by attunement. Letting something be encountered is primarily circumspective, not just a sensation or staring out at something. Letting things be encountered in a circumspect heedful way has, we can see this now more precisely in terms of attunement, the character of being affected or moved. But being affected by the unserviceable, resistant, and threatening character of things at hand is ontologically possible only because being in as such is existentially determined beforehand in such a way that what it encounters in the world can matter to it in this way. This mattering to it is grounded in attunement, and as attunement it has disclosed the world, for example, as something by which it can be threatened. Only something which is the attunement of fearing, or fearlessness, can discover things at hand in the surrounding world as being threatening. The moodness of attunement constitutes existentially the openness to world of Dasein. And only because the senses belong ontologically to a being whose kind of being is an attuned being in the world can they be touched and have a sense for something so that what touches them shows itself in an affect. Something like an affect would never come about under the strongest pressure and resistance. Resistance would be essentially undiscovered, if attuned being in the world were not already related to having things in the world matter to it in a way prefigured by moods. In attunement lies existentially a disclosive submission to world out of which things that matter to us can be encountered. Indeed, we must ontologically in principle leave the primary discovery of the world to mere mood. Pure beholding, even if it penetrated into the innermost core of the being of something objectively present, would never be able to discover anything like what is threatening. The fact that everyday circumspection goes wrong on account of attunement, which is primarily disclosive and is vastly subject to deception, is, gauged by the idea of an absolute world cognition, but such ontologically unjustified value judgments completely fail to recognize the existential positivity of the capacity for being deceived. When we see the world in an unsteady and wavering way in accordance with our moods, what is at hand shows itself in its specific worldliness, which is never the same on any given day. Theoretical looking at the world has always already flattened it down to the uniformity of what is merely present, although, of course, a new abundance of what can be discovered in pure determination lies within that uniformity. But the purist does not abandon all moods, either. Even when we look theoretically at what is merely present, it does not show itself in its pure outward appearance unless the Saupfa lets it come toward us in a tranquil lingering, in PC 6 Tivril, and we must not confuse demonstrating the existential ontological constitution of cognitive determination in the attunement of being in the world with the attempt to surrender science ontically to feeling. The various modes of attunement and their interconnected foundations cannot be interpreted within the problematic of this investigation. As phenomena they have long been familiar ontically under the terms of affects and feelings and have always been considered in philosophy. It is not a matter of chance that the first traditional and systematically developed interpretation of affects is not treated in the scope of psychology. Aristotle investigated the acare in the second book of his Rhetoric. Contrary to the traditional orientation of the concept of rhetoric according to which it is some kind of discipline, Aristotle's rhetoric must be understood as the first systematic hermeneutic of the everydayness of being with one another. Publicness as the kind of being of the they, cf 27, not only has its attunedness, it needs mood and makes it for itself. The speaker speaks to it and from out of it. He needs an understanding of the possibilities of mood in order to arouse and direct it in the right way. The continuation of the interpretation of the affects in the Stoics, as well as their tradition in patristic and scholastic theology down to modern times, are well known. What has not been noted is the fact that the fundamental ontological interpretation of affects has hardly been able to take one step worthy of mention since Aristotle. On the contrary, the affects and feelings fall thematically under the psychic phenomena, functioning as a third class of these, mostly along with representational thinking and willing. They sink to the level of accompanying phenomena. It is the merit of phenomenological investigation that it has again created a freer view of these phenomena. Not only that, Skeeler, adopting the suggestions of Augustine and Pascal, steered the problematic toward the connections between the foundations of representing and interested acts. Of course, here too, the existential ontological foundations of the phenomenon of act remain in the dark. Attunement discloses Dasein not only in its thrownness and dependence on the world already disclosed with its being, it is itself the existential kind of being in which it is continually surrendered to the world and lets itself be concerned by it in such a way that it, in a certain sense, evades its very self. The existential constitution of this evasion becomes clear in the phenomenon of entanglement. Attunement is an existential, fundamental way in which Dasein is its there. It not only characterizes Dasein ontologically, but is at the same time of fundamental methodical significance for the existential analytic because of its disclosure. Like every ontological interpretation in general, the analytic can only listen in, so to speak, on beings already previously disclosed with regard to their being. And it will keep to the eminent disclosive possibilities of Dasein of the widest scope in order to gain from them information about this being. The phenomenological interpretation must give to Dasein itself the possibility of primordial disclosure and let it, so to speak, interpret itself. It goes along with this disclosure only in order to raise the phenomenal content of disclosure existentially to a conceptual level. With regard to the later interpretation of such an existential ontologically significant basic attunement of Dasein, anxiety, cf. 40, the phenomenon of attunement will be demonstrated more concretely in the definite mode of fear. 30. Fear as a mode of attunement. 6. The phenomenon of fear can be considered in three aspects. We shall analyze what we are afraid of, fearing, and that about which are afraid. These possible aspects of fear are not accidental, they belong together. With them, the structure of attunement in general comes to the fore. We shall complete our analysis by alluding to the possible modifications of fear, each of which concerns its various structural factors. That before which we are afraid, the fearsome, is always something encountered within the world, either with the kind of being of something at hand or something objectively present or Dasein with. We do not intend to report ontically about beings which often and for the most part can be fearsome, but to determine phenomenally what is fearsome in its fearsome character. What is it that belongs to the fearsome as such which is encountered in fearing? What is feared has the character of being threatening. Here several points must be considered. 1. What is encountered has the relevant nature of harmfulness. It shows itself in a context of relevance. 2. Thus harmfulness aims at a definite range of what can be affected by it. So determined, it comes from a definite region. 3. The region itself and what comes from it is known as something which is unnerving. 4. As something threatening, what is harmful is not yet near enough to be dealt with, but it is coming near. As it approaches, harmfulness radiates, and thus has the character of threatening. 5. This approaching occurs within nearness. Something may be harmful in the highest degree and may even be constantly coming nearer, but if it is still far off it remains veiled in its fearsome nature. As something approaches in nearness, however, what is harmful is threatening, it can get us, and yet perhaps not. In approaching, this it can and yet in the end it may not gets worse. It is fearsome, we say. 6. This means that what is harmful, approaching near, bears the revealed possibility of not happening and passing us by. This does not lessen or extinguish fearing, but enhances it. Fearing itself frees what we have characterized as threatening in a way which lets us be concerned with it. It is not that we initially ascertain a future evil, inal future yuan, and then are afraid of it. But neither does fearing first confirm something approaching us, rather it discovers it beforehand in its fearsomeness. And then fear, in being afraid, can clarify what is fearsome by explicitly looking at it. Circumspection sees what is fearsome because it is in the attunement of fear. As a dormant possibility of attuned being in the world, fearfulness has already disclosed the world with regard to the fact that something like a fearful thing can draw near to us from this fearfulness. The ability to draw near is itself freed by the essential, existential spatiality of being in the world. The about which fear is afraid is the fearful being itself, Dasein. Only a being which is concerned in its being about that being can be afraid. Fearing discloses this being in its jeopardization, in its being left to itself. Although it does so in varying degrees of explicitness, fear always reveals Dasein in the being of its there. When we are afraid for house and home, this is not a counterexample for the above determination of what it is we are fearful about. For as being in the world, Dasein is always a heedful being with. Initially and for the most part, Dasein is in terms of what it takes care of. The jeopardization of that is a threat to being with. Fear predominantly discloses Dasein in a privative way. It bewilders us and makes us lose our heads. At the same time that fear closes off our jeopardized being in it lets us see it, so that when fear has subsided Dasein has to first find its way about again. Fear about, as being afraid of, always equiprimordially discloses whether privatively or positively inner-worldly beings in their possibility of being threatening and being in with regard to its being threatened. Fear is a mode of attunement. But fearing about can also involve others, and we then speak of fearing for them. This fear for, does not take away the other's fear from him. That is out of the question because the other for whom we are afraid does not even have to be afraid on his part. We are afraid for the other most of all precisely when he is not afraid and blunders recklessly into what is threatening. Fearing for is a mode of co-attunement with others, but it is not necessarily being afraid with them or even being afraid together. One can be afraid for, without being afraid oneself. But viewed precisely, fearing for is, after all, being afraid oneself. What is feared here is the being with the other who could be snatched away from us. What is fearsome is not aimed directly at the one who is fearing with. Fearing for knows in a way that it is unaffected and yet is affected in the involvement of Dasein with for whom it is afraid. It is not a matter here of degrees of feeling tones, but of existential modes. Fearing for does not lose its specific genuineness when it is really not afraid. The factors constitutive for the full phenomenon of fear can vary. Thus various possibilities of fear result. Approaching nearby belongs to the structure of encountering what is threatening. When something threatening itself suddenly bursts into heedful being in the world in its character of not right now, but at any moment, fear becomes alarm. Accordingly, we must distinguish in what is threatening the nearest approach of what threatens and the way in which this approach itself is encountered, namely, its suddenness. What we are alarmed about is initially something known and familiar. But when what threatens has the character of something completely unfamiliar, fear becomes horror. And when something threatening is encountered in the aspect of the horrible, and at the same time is encountered as something alarming, suddenness, fear becomes terror. We are familiar with further variations of fear, such as timidity, shyness, nervousness, misgiving. All modifications of fear as possibilities of attunement point to the fact that Dasein as being in the world is fearful. This fearfulness must not be understood in the ontic sense of a factical, isolated tendency, but rather as the existential possibility of the essential attunement of Dasein in general, which is, of course, not the only one. 31. Dasein as understanding. Attunement is one of the existential structures in which the being of the there dwells. Equiprimordially with it, understanding constitutes this being. Attunement always has its understanding, even if only by suppressing it. Understanding is always attuned. If we interpret understanding as a fundamental existential asterisk, we see that this phenomenon is conceived as a fundamental mode of the being of Dasein. On the other hand, understanding in the sense of one possible kind of cognition among others, distinguished as explaining, must be interpreted, like explaining, as an existential derivative of the primary understanding which constitutes the being of the there in general. Our previous inquiry already encountered this primordial understanding, but without explicitly taking it up within the theme under consideration. To say that Dasein, existing, is its there means, world is there, its Dasein is being in. Being in is there as that for the sake of which Dasein is. Existing being in the world as such is disclosed in the for the sake of which, and we call this disclosedness understanding. In understanding the for the sake of which, the significance grounded therein is also disclosed. The disclosure of understanding, as that of the for the sake of which and of significance, equiprimordially pertains to the entirety of being in the world. Significance is that for which world as such is disclosed. The statement that the for the sake of which and significance are disclosed in Dasein means that Dasein is a being which, as being in the world, is concerned about itself. Speaking ontically, we sometimes use the expression to understand something to mean being able to handle it, being up to it, being able to do something. In understanding as an existential, the thing we are able to do is not a what, but being as existing. The mode of being of Dasein as a potentiality of being lies existentially in understanding. Dasein is not something objectively present which then has as an addition the ability to do something, rather it is primarily being possible. Dasein is always what it can be and how it is its possibility. The essential possibility of Dasein concerns the ways of taking care of the world which we characterized, of concern for others and, always already present in all of this, the potentiality of being itself, for its own sake. The being possible, which Dasein always is existentially, is also distinguished from empty, logical possibility and from the contingency of something objectively present, where this or that can happen to it. As a modal category of objective presence, possibility means what is not yet real and not always necessary. It characterizes what is only possible. Ontologically, it is less than reality and necessity. In contrast, possibility as an existential is the most primordial and the ultimate positive ontological determination of Dasein. As is the case with existentiality, possibility can initially be prepared for solely as a problem. Understanding, as a potentiality of being that is disclosive, offers the phenomenal ground to see it at all. As an existential, possibility does not refer to a free-floating potentiality of being in the sense of the liberty of indifference, libertas indifferentia. As essentially attuned, Dasein has always already got itself into definite possibilities. As a potentiality for being which it is, it has let some go by, it constantly adopts the possibilities of its being, grasps them, and goes astray. But this means that Dasein is a being possible which is entrusted to itself, it is thrown possibility throughout. Dasein is the possibility of being free for its own most potentiality of being. Being possible is transparent for it in various possible ways and degrees. Understanding is the being of such a potentiality of being which is never still outstanding as something not yet objectively present, but, as something essentially never objectively present, is together with the being of Dasein in the sense of existence. Dasein is in the way that in each case it understands, or, alternatively, has not understood, to be in this or that way. As this understanding, it knows what is going on, that is, what its potentiality of being is. This knowing does not first grow out of an immanent self-perception, but belongs to the being of the there which is essentially understanding. And only because Dasein is its there, understandingly can it go astray and fail to recognize itself. And since understanding is attuned and attunement is existentially surrendered to thrownness, Dasein has always already gone astray and failed to recognize itself. In its potentiality of being, it is thus delivered over to the possibility of first finding itself again in its possibilities. Understanding is the existential being of the ownmost potentiality of being of Dasein itself in such a way that this being discloses in itself what its very being is about. The structure of this existential must be grasped more precisely. As disclosing, understanding always concerns the whole fundamental constitution of being in the world. As a potentiality of being, being in is always a potentiality of being in the world. Not only is the world, qua world, disclosed in its possible significance, but inner-worldly beings themselves are freed, these beings are freed for their own possibilities. What is at hand is discovered as such in its serviceability, usability, detrimentality. The totality of relevance reveals itself as the categorial whole of a possibility of the connection of things at hand. But the unity, too, of manifold presence, nature, is discoverable only on the basis of the disclosedness of one of its possibilities. Is it a matter of chance that the question of the being of nature aims at the conditions of its possibility? On what is this questioning based? It cannot omit the question, why are beings unlike Dasein understood in their being if they are disclosed in terms of the conditions of their possibility? Kant presupposed something like this, perhaps correctly so. But this presupposition itself cannot be left without demonstrating how it is justified. Why does understanding always penetrate into possibilities from among all the essential dimensions of what can be disclosed to it? Because understanding in itself has the existential structure which we call project. It projects the being of Dasein just as primordially upon its for the sake of which as upon significance as the worldliness of its particular world. The project character of understanding constitutes being in the world with regard to the disclosedness of its there as the there of a potentiality of being. Project is the existential constitution of being in the realm of factical potentiality of being. And, as thrown, Dasein is thrown into the mode of being of projecting. Projecting has nothing to do with being related to a plan thought out, according to which Dasein arranges its being, but, as Dasein, it has always already projected itself and is, as long as it is, projecting. As long as it is, Dasein always has understood itself and will understand itself in terms of possibilities. Furthermore, the project character of understanding means that understanding does not thematically grasp that upon which it projects, namely, possibilities themselves. Such a grasp precisely takes its character of possibility away from what is projected, it degrades it to the level of a given, intended content, whereas, in projecting, project throws possibility before itself as possibility, and as such lets it be. As projecting, understanding is the mode of being of Dasein in which it is its possibilities as possibilities. Because of the kind of being which is constituted by the existential of projecting, Dasein is constantly more than it actually is, assuming that one wanted to, and if one could, give an inventory of it as something objectively present in its content of being. But it is never more than it factically is because its potentiality of being belongs essentially to its facticity. But, as being possible, Dasein is also never less. It is existentially that which it is not yet in its potentiality of being. And only because the being of the there gets its constitution through understanding and its character of project, only because it is what it becomes or does not become, can it say understandingly to itself, become what you are. Project always concerns the complete disclosedness of being in the world. As a potentiality of being, understanding itself has possibilities which are prefigured by the scope of what can be essentially disclosed to it. Understanding can turn primarily to the disclosedness of the world, that is, Dasein can understand itself initially and for the most part in terms of the world. Or else understanding throws itself primarily into the for the sake of which means Dasein exists as itself. Plus or minus understanding is either authentic, originating from its own self as such, or else inauthentic. The in does not mean that Dasein cuts itself off from itself and understands only the world. World belongs to its being as self as being in the world. Again, authentic as well as inauthentic understanding can be either genuine or not genuine. As a potentiality of being, understanding is altogether permeated with possibility. Turning to one of these fundamental possibilities of understanding, however, does not dispense with the other. Rather, because understanding always has to do with the complete disclosedness of Dasein as being in the world, the involvement of understanding is an existential modification of project as a whole. In understanding the world, being in is always also understood. Understanding of existence as such is always an understanding of world. As factical, Dasein has always already transferred its potentiality of being into a possibility of understanding. In its character of project, understanding constitutes existentially what we call the side of Dasein. In accordance with the fundamental modes of its being which we characterized as the circumspection of taking care, the considerateness of concern, and as the side geared toward being as such for the sake of which Dasein is as it is, Dasein is equiprimordially side existentially existing together with the disclosedness of the there. We shall call the side which is primarily and as a whole related to existence transparency. We choose this term to designate correctly understood self-knowledge in order to indicate that it is not a matter here of perceptually finding and gazing at a point which is the self, but of grasping and understanding the full disclosedness of being in the world throughout all its essential constitutive factors. Existing beings glimpse themselves only when they have become transparent to themselves equiprimordially in their being with the world, in being together with others as the constitutive factors of their existence. Conversely, the opacity of Dasein is not solely and primarily rooted in egocentric self-deceptions, but just as much in ignorance about the world. We must, of course, guard against a misunderstanding of the expression side. It corresponds to the clearness characterizing the disclosedness of the there. Seeing not only does not mean perceiving with the bodily eyes, neither does it mean the mere nonsensory perception of something objectively present in its objective presence. The only peculiarity of seeing which we claim for the existential meaning of sight is the fact that it lets beings accessible to it be encountered in themselves without being concealed. Of course, every sense does this within its genuine realm of discovery. but the tradition of philosophy has been primarily oriented from the very beginning toward seeing as the mode of access of beings and to being. To preserve this connection, one can formalize sight and seeing to the point of establishing a universal term which characterizes every access as access whatsoever to beings and to being. By showing how all sight is primarily based on understanding, the circumspection of taking care is understanding as comprehension, we have taken away from mere intuition its priority, which noetically corresponds to the traditional ontological priority of objective presence. Intuition and thought * are both already remote derivatives of understanding. Even the phenomenological intuition of essences is based on existential understanding. We can decide about this kind of seeing only when we have obtained the explicit concepts of being and the structure of being, which only phenomena in the phenomenological sense can become. The disclosedness of the there in understanding is itself a mode of the potentiality of being of Dasein. In the projectedness of its being upon the for the sake of which, together with the projectedness of its own being upon significance, world, lies the disclosedness of being in general. Plus or minus an understanding of being is already anticipated in the projecting upon possibilities. Being is understood, in the project, but not ontologically grasped. Beings which have the kind of being of the essential project of being in the world have as the constituent of their being the understanding of being. What we asserted earlier dogmatically is now demonstrated in terms of the constitution of the being in which Dasein, as understanding, is its there. In accordance with the limits of this whole inquiry, a satisfactory clarification of the existential meaning of this understanding of being can only be attained on the basis of the temporal interpretation of being. As existentials, attunement and understanding characterize the primordial disclosedness of being in the world. In the mode of being attuned, Dasein sees possibilities in terms of which it is. In the projective disclosure of such possibilities, it is always already attuned. The project of its own most potentiality of being is delivered over to the fact of thrownness into the there. With the explication of the existential constitution of the being of the there in the sense of thrown project, does not the being of Dasein become still more mysterious? Indeed. We must first let the full mysteriousness of this being emerge, if only to be able to fail in a more genuine way in its solution and to raise the question anew of the being of thrown projecting being in the world. In order to sufficiently bring even only the everyday mode of being of attuned understanding phenomenally to view, and if this is to be sufficient for the full disclosedness of the there, a concrete development of these existentials is necessary. 32. Understanding and interpretation. As understanding, Dasein projects its being upon possibilities. This being toward possibilities that understands is itself a potentiality for being because of the way these disclosed possibilities come back to Dasein. The project of understanding has its own possibility of development. We shall call the development of understanding interpretation. In interpretation, understanding appropriates what it has understood understandingly. In interpretation, understanding does not become something different, but rather itself. Interpretation is existentially based in understanding, and not the other way around. Interpretation is not the acknowledgement of what has been understood, but rather the development of possibilities projected in understanding. In accordance with the train of these preparatory analyses of everyday Dasein, we shall pursue the phenomenon of interpretation in the understanding of the world, that is, in inauthentic understanding in the mode of its genuineness. In terms of the significance of what is disclosed in understanding the world, the being of taking care of what is at hand learns to understand what the relevance can be with what is actually encountered. This means that circumspection discovers that the world which has already been understood is interpreted. What is at hand comes explicitly before sight that understands. All preparing, arranging, setting right, improving, rounding out, occur in such a way that things at hand for circumspection are taken apart in their in order to and are taken care of according to what has become visible in this way. What has been circumspectly taken apart with regard to its in order to as such, what has been explicitly understood, has the structure of something as something. The circumspectly interpretive answer to the circumspect question of what this particular thing at hand is runs, it is for. Saying what it is for is not simply naming something, but what is named is understood as that as which what is in question is to be taken. What is disclosed in understanding, what is understood, is always already accessible in such a way that in it it's as what can be explicitly delineated. The as constitutes the structure of the explicitness of what is understood, it constitutes the interpretation. The circumspect, interpretive dealing with what is at hand in the surrounding world which sees this as a table, a door, a car, a bridge does not necessarily already have to analyze what is circumspectly interpreted in a particular statement. Any simple prepredicative seeing of what is at hand is in itself already understanding and interpretive. But does not the lack of this as constitute the simplicity of a mere perception of something? The seeing of this sight is always already understanding and interpreting. It contains in itself the explicitness of referential relations, of the in order to, which belong to the totality of relevance in terms of which what is simply encountered is understood. The articulation of what is understood in the interpreting approach to beings guided by the something as something lies before a thematic statement about it. The as does not first show up in the statement, but is only first stated, which is possible only because it is there as something to be stated. The fact that the explicitness of a statement can be lacking in simple looking, does not justify us in denying every articulate interpretation, and thus the as structure, to this simple seeing. The simple seeing of things nearest to us in our having to do with, contains the structure of interpretation so primordially that a grasping of something which is, so to speak, free of the as requires a kind of reorientation. When we just stare at something, our just having it before us lies before us as a failure to understand it any more. This grasping which is free of the as is a privation of simple seeing, which understands. It is not more primordial than the latter, but derived from it. The ontic inexplicitness of the as must not mislead us into overlooking it as the a priori existential constitution of understanding. But if any perception of useful things at hand always understands and interprets them, letting them be circumspectly encountered as something, does this not then mean that initially something merely objectively present is experienced which then is understood as a door, as a house? That would be a misunderstanding of the specific disclosive function of interpretation. Interpretation does not, so to speak, throw a significance over what is nakedly objectively present and does not stick a value on it, but what is encountered in the world is always already in a relevance which is disclosed in the understanding of world, a relevance which is made explicit by interpretation. Things at hand are always already understood in terms of a totality of relevance. This totality need not be explicitly grasped by a thematic interpretation. Even if this totality of relevance has undergone such an interpretation, it recedes again into an undifferentiated understanding. It is precisely in this modality that it is the essential foundation of everyday, circumspect interpretation. This is always based on a forehaving. As the appropriation of understanding in being that understands, the interpretation operates in being toward a totality of relevance which has already been understood. When something is understood but still veiled, it becomes unveiled by an act of appropriation that is always done under the guidance of a perspective which fixes that with regard to which what has been understood is to be interpreted. In each instance, the interpretation is grounded in a foresight that approaches what has been taken in forehaving with a definite interpretation in view. What is held in the forehaving and understood in a foreseeing view becomes comprehensible through the interpretation. The interpretation can draw the conceptuality belonging to the beings to be interpreted from these themselves, or else the interpretation can force those beings into concepts to which they are opposed in accordance with their kind of being. The interpretation has always already decided, finally or provisionally, upon a definite conceptuality. It is grounded in a foreconception, then that which initially is there is nothing other than the self-evident, undiscussed prejudice of the interpreter which necessarily lies in every interpretive approach as that which is already posited with interpretation in general, namely, that which is pre-given in forehaving, foresight, and foreconception. How are we to conceive the character of this fore? Have we done this when we formally say a priori? Why is this structure appropriate to understanding, which we have characterized as a fundamental existential of Dasein? How is the structure of the as which belongs to what is interpreted as such related to the for structure? This phenomenon is obviously not to be dissolved into pieces. But is a primordial analytic to be ruled out? Should we accept such phenomena as finalities? Then the question would remain, why? Or do the for structure of understanding and the as structure of interpretation show an existential ontological connection with the phenomenon of project? And does this phenomenon refer back to a primordial constitution of being of Dasein? Before answering these questions, for which the preparation up to this point is not at all sufficient, we must inquire whether what is visible as the for structure of understanding and the as structure of interpretation does not itself already represent a unitary phenomenon which has been used extensively in philosophical problematics, without what is used so universally measuring up to the primordiality of ontological explication. In the projecting of understanding, beings are disclosed in their possibility. The character of possibility always corresponds to the kind of being of the beings understood. Inner-worldly beings in general are projected upon the world, that is, upon a totality of significance in whose referential relations taking care, as being in the world, has rooted itself from the beginning. When inner-worldly beings are discovered along with the being of Dasein, that is, when they become intelligible, we say that they have meaning. But strictly speaking, what is understood is not the meaning, but beings, or being. Meaning is that wherein the intelligibility of something maintains itself. That which can be articulated in disclosure that understands we call meaning. The concept of meaning includes the formal framework of what necessarily belongs to what interpretation that understands articulates. Meaning, structured by forehaving, foresight, and foreconception, is the upon which of the project in terms of which something becomes intelligible as something. Insofar as understanding and interpretation constitute the existential constitution of the being of the there, meaning must be conceived as the formal, existential framework of the disclosedness belonging to understanding. Meaning is an existential of Dasein, not a property that is attached to beings, which lies behind them or floats somewhere as a realm between. Only Dasein has meaning in that the disclosedness of being in the world can be fulfilled through the beings discoverable in it. Thus only Dasein can be meaningful or meaningless. This means, its own being and the beings disclosed with that being can be appropriated in understanding or they can be confined to incomprehensibility. This interpretation of the concept of meaning is fundamentally ontological existential. If we adhere to it, then all beings whose mode of being is unlike Dasein must be understood as essentially bare of meaning as such. Does not mean here a value judgment, but expresses an ontological determination. And only what is unmeaningful can be absurd. Objectively present things encountered in Dasein can, so to speak, assault its being, for example, events of nature which break in on us and destroy us. And when we ask about the meaning of being, our inquiry does not become profound and does not brood on anything which stands behind being, but questions being itself in so far as it stands within the intelligibility of Dasein. The meaning of being can never be contrasted with beings or with being as the supporting ground of beings, for ground is only accessible as meaning, even if that meaning itself is an abyss of meaninglessness. As the disclosedness of the there, understanding always concerns the whole of being in the world. In every understanding of world, existence is also understood, and vice versa. Furthermore, every interpretation operates within the for structure which we characterized. Every interpretation which is to contribute some understanding must already have understood what is to be interpreted. This fact has always already been noticed, even if only in the realm of derivative ways of understanding and interpretation, in philological interpretation. The latter belongs to the scope of scientific cognition. Such cognition demands the rigor of demonstration giving reasons. Scientific proof must not already presuppose what its task is to found. But if interpretation always already has to operate within what is understood and nurture itself from this, how should it then produce scientific results without going in a circle, especially when the presupposed understanding still operates in the common knowledge of human being and world? But according to the most elementary rules of logic, the circle is a circulus viciosus. If this is so, then the business of historical interpretation is thus banned a priori from the realm of rigorous knowledge. If the fact of the circle in understanding is not eliminated, historiography must be content with less rigorous possibilities of knowledge. It is permitted to compensate for this defect to some extent with the spiritual significance of its objects. But even according to the opinion of historiographers themselves, it would be more ideal if the circle could be avoided and if there were the hope of finally creating a historiography which is as independent of the standpoint of the observer as the knowledge of nature is supposed to be. But to see a vitiosum in this circle and to look for ways to avoid it, even to feel that it is an inevitable imperfection, is to misunderstand understanding from the ground up. It is not a matter of assimilating understanding and interpretation to a particular ideal of knowledge which is itself only a degeneration of understanding that has strayed into the legitimate grasping of what is objectively present in its essential unintelligibility. Rather, the fulfillment of the fundamental conditions of possible interpretation lies in not failing to recognize beforehand the essential conditions of its being done. What is decisive is not to get out of the circle, but to get in it in the right way. This circle of understanding is not a circle in which any random kind of knowledge operates, but it is rather the expression of the existential force structure of Dasein itself. The circle must not be degraded to a vitiosum, not even to a tolerated one. A positive possibility of the most primordial knowledge is hidden in it which, however, is only grasped in a genuine way when interpretation has understood that its first, constant, and last task is not to let forehaving, foresight, and foreconception be given to it by chance ideas and popular conceptions, but to guarantee the scientific theme by developing these in terms of the things themselves. Because, in accordance with its existential meaning, understanding is the potentiality for being of Dasein itself, the ontological presuppositions of historical knowledge transcend in principle the idea of rigor of the most exact sciences. Mathematics is not more exact than history, but only narrower with regard to the scope of the existential foundations relevant to it. The circle in understanding belongs to the structure of meaning, and this phenomenon is rooted in the existential constitution of Dasein, that is, in interpretive understanding. Beings which, as being in the world, are concerned about their being itself have an ontological structure of the circle. However, if we note that the circle belongs ontologically to a kind of being of objective presence, subsistence, we shall in general have to avoid characterizing something like Dasein ontologically with this phenomenon. 33. Statement as a derivative mode of interpretation. All interpretation is grounded in understanding. What is articulated as such in interpretation and is prefigured as articulable in understanding in general is meaning. Since the statement, the judgment, is based on understanding and represents a derivative form of interpretation, it also has a meaning. Meaning, however, cannot be defined as what occurs in a judgment along with the act of judgment. The explicit analysis of the statement has several goals in our context. On the one hand, we can demonstrate in the statement in what way the structure of the as, which is constitutive for understanding and interpretation, can be modified. Understanding and interpretation thus come into sharper focus. Moreover, the analysis of the statement has a distinctive place in the fundamental ontological problematic, because, in the decisive beginnings of ancient ontology, the V709 functioned as the sole guide for the access to beings as they really are and for the determination of the being of beings. Finally, the statement has been regarded from ancient times as the primary and true locus of truth. This phenomenon is so intimately connected with the problem of being that our inquiry necessarily runs into the problem of truth as it proceeds. It already lies within the dimension of that problem, although not explicitly. The analysis of the statement is to make way for this problematic. In what follows we shall assign to the term statement three significations which are drawn from the phenomenon thus characterized. They are interconnected and delineate in their unity the full structure of the statement. 1. Primarily, statement means pointing out. With this we adhere to the primordial meaning of oyos as atoiabmes, to let beings be seen from themselves. In the statement, the hammer is too heavy, what is discovered for sight is not a meaning, but a being in the mode of its being at hand. Even when this being is not near enough to be grasped and seen, pointing out designates the being itself, not a mere representation of it, neither something merely represented nor even a psychical condition of the speaker, his representing of this being. 2. Statement is tantamount to predication. A predicate is stated about a subject, the latter is determined by the former. What is stated in the signification of statement is not the predicate, but the hammer itself. What does this stating, that is, the determining, on the other hand, lies in the too heavy. What is stated in the second signification of statement, what is determined as such, has been narrowed down in its content as opposed to what is stated in the first signification of this term. Every predication is what it is only as a pointing out. The second signification of statement has its foundation in the first. The elements which are articulated in predication, subject-predicate, originate within the pointing out. Determining does not first discover, but as a mode of pointing out initially limits seeing precisely to what shows itself hammer as such, in order to manifest explicitly what is manifest in its determinacy through the explicit limitation of looking. When confronted with what is already manifest, with the hammer which is too heavy, determining must first take a step back. Positing the subject dims beings down to focus on the hammer there in order to let what is manifest be seen in its determinable definite character through this dimming down. Positing the subject, positing the predicate, and positing them together are thoroughly apophantic in the strict sense of the word. 3. Statement means communication, speaking forth. As such it has a direct relation to statement in the first and second meanings. It is letting someone see with us what has been pointed out in its definite character. Letting someone see with us shares with others the being pointed out in its definiteness. What is shared is the being toward that which has been pointed out, it is a way of seeing something as in common. We must keep in mind that this being toward is being in the world, namely, in the world from which what is pointed out is encountered. Any statement, as a communication understood existentially, must have been expressed. As something communicated, what is spoken can be shared by others with the speaker even when they themselves do not have the beings pointed out and defined within reach or within sight. What is spoken can be passed along in further retelling. The orbit of communication which sees expands itself. But at the same time what is pointed out can become veiled again in this further retelling, although the knowledge and cognition growing in such hearsay always refers to beings themselves and does not affirm a valid meaning passed around. Even hearsay is a being in the world and a being toward what is heard. The theory of judgment prevalent today that is oriented toward the phenomenon of validity shall not be discussed at any length here. It is sufficient to refer to the very questionable character of this phenomenon of validity which, ever since Lotze, people have been fond of passing off as a primal phenomenon not to be traced further back. It owes this role only to its ontological lack of clarity. The problematic which has entrenched itself around this idolatry of the word is just as opaque. First, validity means the form of the reality which belongs to the content of the judgment insofar as it is unchangeable as opposed to the changeable psychic act of judgment. In light of the position of the question of being in general characterized in the introduction to this inquiry, we can hardly expect that validity as ideal being is going to be distinguished by any special ontological clarity. Second, validity means the validity of the meaning of the judgment which is valid for the object it has in view, and thus receives the significance of objective validity and objectivity in general. The meaning thus valid for beings, and which is valid timelessly in itself, is said to be valid also in the sense of being valid for every person who judges rationally. Third, validity means bindingness, universal validity if one then advocates a critical epistemology, according to which the subject does not truly come out to the object, then this valid character, as the validity of an object, objectivity, is based on the valid content of true meaning. The three meanings of validity set forth, the way of being of the ideal as objectivity and as bindingness, are not only in themselves opaque, but constantly get confused with one another. Methodological caution requires that we do not choose such unstable concepts as the guide for our interpretation. We do not restrict the concept of meaning in advance to the signification of a content of judgment, but we understand it as the existential phenomenon characterized in which the formal framework of what can be disclosed in understanding and articulated in interpretation becomes visible as such. When we collect the three meanings of statement analyzed here in a unitary view of the complete phenomenon, the definition reads, statement is a pointing out which communicates and defines. Now we must ask, what right do we have at all to conceive the statement as a mode of interpretation? If it is something of this sort, the essential structures of interpretation must be repeated in it. The statement's pointing out is accomplished on the basis of what is already disclosed in understanding, or what is circumspectly discovered. The statement is not an unattached kind of behavior which could of itself primarily disclose beings in general, but always already maintains itself on the basis of being in the world. What we showed earlier 9 with regard to knowing the world is just as true of the statement. It needs a forehaving of something disclosed in general which it points out in the mode of determining. Furthermore, when one begins to determine something, one has a directed viewpoint with respect to what is to be stated. In the act of determining something, the function of determining is taken over by that with regard to which beings that have been presented are envisaged. Thus, the statement needs a foresight in which the predicate that is to be delineated and attributed is itself loosened, so to speak, from its implicit enclosure in the being itself. A significant articulation of what is pointed out always belongs to the statement as communication that defines, it operates within a definite set of concepts. The hammer is heavy, heaviness belongs to the hammer has the property of heaviness. The foreconception always also contained in the statement remains mostly inconspicuous because language always already contains a developed conceptuality. Like interpretation in general, the statement necessarily has its existential foundations in forehaving, foresight, and foreconception. But how does the statement become a derivative mode of interpretation? What has been modified in it? We can point out the modification by sticking with limiting cases of statements which function in logic as normal cases and as examples of the simplest phenomena of statement. That which logic makes thematic with the categorical statement, for example, the hammer is heavy, it has always already understood logically before any analysis. As the meaning of the sentence, it has already presupposed, without noticing, the following: this thing, the hammer, has the property of heaviness. Initially there are no such statements in heedful circumspection. But it does have its specific ways of interpretation which can read as follows as compared with the theoretical judgment just mentioned, and may take some such form as the hammer is too heavy, or, even better, too heavy, the other hammer. The primordial act of interpretation does not lie in a theoretical sentence, but in circumspectly and heedfully putting away or changing the inappropriate tool without wasting words. From the fact that words are absent, we may not conclude that the interpretation is absent. On the other hand, the circumspectly spoken interpretation is not already necessarily a statement in the sense defined. Through what existential ontological modifications does the statement originate from circumspect interpretation? The being held in forehaving, for example, the hammer, is initially at hand as a useful thing. If this being is the object of a statement, as soon as we begin the statement, a transformation in the forehaving is already brought about beforehand. Something at hand with which we have to do or perform something, turns into something about which the statement that points it out is made. Foresight aims at something objectively present in what is at hand. Both by and for the way of looking, what is at hand is veiled as something at hand. Within this discovering of objective presence which covers over handiness, what is encountered as objectively present is determined in its being objectively present in such and such a way. Now the access is first available for something like qualities. That as which the statement determines what is objectively present is drawn from what is objectively present as such. The S structure of interpretation has undergone a modification. The S no longer reaches out into a totality of relevance in its function of approaching what is understood. It is cut off with regard to its possibilities of the articulation of referential relations of significance which constitute the character of the surrounding world. The as gets pushed back to the uniform level of what is merely objectively present. It dwindles to the determination that belongs to the structure of just letting what is objectively present be seen. This leveling down of the primordial as of circumspect interpretation to the as of the determination of objective presence is the specialty of the statement. Only in this way does it gain the possibility of pointing something out in a way that we merely look at it. Thus the statement cannot deny its ontological provenance from an interpretation that understands. We call primordial the as of circumspect interpretation that understands, epirilkva, the existential hermeneutical as in distinction from the apophthegmatical as of the statement. There are many interim stages between an interpretation which is completely wrapped up in heedful understanding and the extreme opposite case of a theoretical statement about objectively present things, statements about events in the surrounding world, descriptions of what is at hand, reports on situations, noting and ascertaining a factual situation, describing a state of affairs, telling about what has happened. These sentences cannot be reduced to theoretical propositional statements without essentially distorting their meaning. Like the latter, they have their origin in circumspect interpretation. With the progress of knowledge about the structure of the koiog, it was inevitable that this phenomenon of the apophthegmatical as came to view in some form. The way in which it was initially seen is not a matter of chance, nor did it fail to have its influence on the history of logic to come. When considered philosophically, the aoos is itself a being and, in accordance with the orientation of ancient ontology, something present. What is initially present, that is, what can be found like things, are words and the succession of words in which the is spoken. When we first seek for the structure of the logos thus present, we find a being present together of several words. What constitutes the unity of this together? As Plato knew, it consists in the fact that the V709 is always titvog. With regard to the beings manifest in the words are combined to form one totality of words. Aristotle had a more radical view. Every is 61jv 6ng and 6ux 6ns at the same time, neither the one say, as a positive judgment nor the other as a negative judgment. Rather, every statement, whether affirmative or negative, whether false or true, is equiprimordially 61jvic 6ng and ncdpc 6ng. Pointing out is putting together and taking apart. However, Aristotle did not pursue this analytical question further to the problem, what phenomenon is it then within the structure of the AIOS that allows and requires us to characterize every statement as synthesis and diaresis? What is to be got at phenomenally with the formal structures of binding and separating, more precisely, with the unity of the two, is the phenomenon of something as something. In accordance with this structure, something is understood with regard to something else, it is taken together with it, so that this confrontation that understands, interprets, and articulates, at the same time takes apart what has been put together. If the phenomenon of the as is covered over and, above all, veiled in its existential origin from the hermeneutical as, then Aristotle's phenomenological point of departure disintegrates into the analysis of V709 in a superficial theory of judgment, according to which judgment is a binding or separating of representations and concepts. Binding and separating can be further formalized to mean a relating. The judgment is dissolved logistically into a system of coordinations, it becomes the object of calculation, but not a theme of ontological interpretation. The possibility and impossibility of the analytical understanding of 61jvic 6ng and ncxfpcrng, or relation in the judgment in general, is closely bound up with the actual state of the fundamental ontological problematic. To what extent this problematic has an effect on the interpretation of the and, on the other hand, to what extent the concept of judgment has, by a remarkable counter-movement, an effect on the ontological problematic, is shown by the phenomenon of the copula. It becomes evident in this bond that the structure of synthesis is initially posited as a matter of course and that it has also maintained the decisive interpretative function. but if the formal characteristics of relation and binding cannot contribute anything phenomenally to the factual structural analysis of the phenomenon intended with the term copula, finally has nothing to do with bond and binding. Whether expressed explicitly in language or indicated in the verbal ending, the is and its interpretation are moved into the context of problems of the existential analytic if statements and an understanding of being are existential possibilities of being of Dasein itself. The development of the question of being, cf. Division 1, 3, will then encounter again this peculiar phenomenon of being within the. For the time being, we wanted to clarify with this demonstration of the derivation of the statement from interpretation and understanding the fact that the logic of Koyag is rooted in the existential analytic of recognizing the ontologically insufficient interpretation of the at the same time sharpens our insight into the lack of primordiality of the methodical basis on which ancient ontology developed. The is experienced as something objectively present and interpreted as such, and the beings which it points out have the meaning of objective presence as well. This meaning of being itself is left undifferentiated and uncontrasted with other possibilities of being, so that being in the sense of a formal being something is at the same time fused with it, and we are unable to obtain a clear-cut division between these two realms. 34. Descent and discourse. Language. The fundamental existentials which constitute the being of the there, the disclosedness of being in the world, are attunement and understanding. Understanding harbors in itself the possibility of interpretation, that is, the appropriation of what is understood. To the extent that attunement is equiprimordial with understanding, it maintains itself in a certain understanding. A certain possibility of interpretation also belongs to it. An extreme derivative of interpretation was made visible with the statement. The clarification of the third meaning of statement as communication, speaking forth, led us to the concept of saying and speaking, to which we purposely paid no attention up to now. The fact that language only now becomes thematic should indicate that this phenomenon has its roots in the existential constitution of the disclosedness of Dasein. The existential ontological foundation of language is discourse. In our previous interpretation of attunement, understanding, interpretation, and statement we have constantly made use of this phenomenon, but have, so to speak, suppressed it in the thematic analysis. Discourse is existentially equiprimordial with attunement and understanding. Intelligibility is also always already articulated before its appropriative interpretation. Discourse is the articulation of intelligibility. Thus it already lies at the basis of interpretation and statement. We call that which can be articulated in interpretation, and thus more primordially in speech, meaning. What is structured in discoursing articulation as such, we call the totality of significations. This totality can be broken up into significations. As what is articulated of what can be articulated, significations are always bound up with meaning. If discourse, the articulation of the intelligibility of the there, is the primordial existential of disclosedness, and if disclosedness is primarily constituted by being in the world, discourse must also essentially have a specifically worldly mode of being. The attuned intelligibility of being in the world expresses itself as discourse. The totality of significations of intelligibility is put into words. Words accrue to significations. But word things are not provided with significations. The way in which discourse gets expressed is language. This totality of words in which discourse has its own worldly being can thus be found as an inner worldly being like something at hand. Language can be broken up into world things objectively present. Discourse is existential language because the beings whose disclosedness it significantly articulates have the kind of being in the world which is thrown and reliant upon the world. As the existential constitution of the disclosedness of Dasein, discourse is constitutive for the existence of Dasein. Listening and silence are possibilities belonging to discoursing speech. The constitutive function of discourse for the existentiality of existence first becomes completely clear in these phenomena. First of all, we must develop the structure of discourse as such. Discoursing is the significant structuring of the intelligibility of being in the world, to which being with belongs, and which maintains itself in a particular way of heedful being with only another. Being with one another talks in assenting, refusing, inviting, warning, as talking things through, as getting back to someone, interceding, furthermore as making statements and as talking in giving a talk. Discourse is discourse about. That which discourse is about does not necessarily have the character of the theme of a definite statement, in fact, mostly it does not have it. Even a command is given about something, a wish is about something. And so is intercession. Discourse necessarily has this structural factor because it also constitutes the disclosedness of being in the world and is pre-structured in its own structure by this fundamental constitution of Dasein. What is talked about in discourse is always addressed in a particular view and within certain limits. In all discourse there is what is spoken as such, what is said as such when one actually wishes, asks, talks things over. In this something said, discourse communicates. As the analysis has already indicated, the phenomenon of koinonication must be understood in an ontologically broad sense. Communication in which one makes statements, for example, giving information, is a special case of the communication that is grasped in principle existentially. Here the articulation of being with one another understandingly is constituted. It brings about the sharing of being attuned together and of the understanding of being with. Communication is never anything like a conveying of experiences, for example, opinions and wishes, from the inside of one subject to the inside of another. Dasein with is essentially already manifest in attunement with and understanding with. Being with is explicitly shared in discourse, that is, it already is, only unshared as something not grasped and appropriated. All discourse about, which communicates in what it says has at the same time the character of expressing itself. In talking, Dasein expresses itself not because it has been initially cut off as something internal from something outside, but because as being in the world it is already outside when it understands. What is expressed is precisely this being that is, the actual mode of attunement, of mood, which we showed to pertain to the full disclosedness of being in. Being in and its attunement are made known in discourse and indicated in language by intonation, modulation, in the tempo of talk, in the way of speaking. The communication of the existential possibilities of attunement, that is, the disclosing of existence, can become the true aim of poetic speech. Discourse is the structuring of the attuned intelligibility of being in the world. Its constitutive factors are, what discourse is about, what is discussed, what is said as such, communication, and making known. These are not properties which can be just empirically snatched from language, but are existential characteristics rooted in the constitution of being of Dasein which first make something like language ontologically possible. Some of these factors can be lacking or remain unnoticed in the factical linguistic form of a particular discourse. The fact that they often are not verbally expressed is only an indication of a particular kind of discourse which, insofar as it is discourse, must always lie within the totality of these structures. Attempts to grasp the essence of language have always taken their orientation toward a single one of these factors and have understood language guided by the idea of expression, symbolical forms, communication as statement, making known experiences or the form of life. But nothing would be gained for a completely sufficient definition of language if we were to put these different fragmentary definitions together in a syncretistic way. What is decisive is to develop the ontological existential totality of the structure of discourse beforehand on the basis of the analytic of Dasein. The connection of discourse with understanding and intelligibility becomes clear through an existential possibility which belongs to discourse itself, listening. It is not a matter of chance that, when we have not heard rightly, we say that we have not understood. Listening is constitutive for discourse. And just as linguistic utterance is based on discourse, acoustic perception is based on listening. Listening to, is the existential being open of Dasein as being with for the other. Listening even constitutes the primary and authentic openness of Dasein for its own most possibility of being, as in hearing the voice of the friend whom every Dasein carries with it. Dasein hears because it understands. As understandingly being in the world with others, Dasein listens to itself and to Dasein with, and in this listening belongs to these. Listening to each other, in which being with is developed, has the possible ways of following, going along with, and the privative modes of not hearing, opposition, defying, turning away. On the basis of this existentially primary potentiality for hearing, something like hear-kenning becomes possible. Hear-kenning is itself phenomenally more primordial than what the psychologist initially defines as hearing, the sensing of tones and the perception of sounds. Hear-kenning, too, has the mode of being of a hearing that understands. Initially we never hear noises and complexes of sound, but the creaking wagon, the motorcycle. We hear the column on the march, the north wind, the woodpecker tapping, the crackling fire. It requires a very artificial and complicated attitude in order to hear a pure noise. The fact that we initially hear motorcycles and cars is, however, the phenomenal proof that Dasein, as being in the world, always already maintains itself together with inner-worldly things at hand and initially not at all with sensations whose chaos would first have to be formed to provide the springboard from which the subject jumps off finally to land in a world. Essentially understanding, Dasein is initially together with what is understood. Likewise, in the explicit listening to the discourse of the other we initially understand what is said, more precisely, we are already together with the other beforehand, with the being which the discourse is about. We do not, on the contrary, first hear what is expressed in the utterance. Even when speaking is unclear or the language is foreign, we initially hear unintelligible words, and not a multiplicity of tone data. When what the discourse is about is heard naturally, however, we can at the same time hear the way in which it is said, the diction, but this, too, only by previously understanding what is spoken. Only thus is there a possibility of estimating whether the way in which it is said is appropriate to what the discourse that replies is about thematically. Similarly, a counter-discourse that replies initially arises directly from understanding what the discourse is about, which has already been shared in being with. Only when the existential possibility of discourse and listening are given, can someone hearken. He who cannot hear and must feel can perhaps hearken very well precisely for this reason. Just listening around is a privation of the hearing that understands. Discourse and listening are grounded in understanding. Understanding comes neither from a lot of talking, nor from busy listening around. Only one who already understands is able to listen. Another essential possibility of discourse, keeping silent, has the same existential foundation. In talking with one another, the person who is silent can let something be understood, that is, one can develop an understanding more authentically than the person who never runs out of words. Speaking a lot about something does not in the least guarantee that understanding is thus furthered. On the contrary, talking at great length about something covers things over and brings what is understood into an illusory clarity, that is, the unintelligibility of the trivial. But to keep silent does not mean to be mute. On the contrary, one who is mute still has the tendency to speak. Such a person has not only not proved that he can keep silent, he even lacks the possibility of proving this. And the person who is by nature accustomed to speak little is no better able to show that he can be silent and keep silent. One who never says anything is also unable to keep silent at a given moment. Authentic silence is possible only in genuine discourse. In order to be silent, Dasein must have something to, that is, must be in command of an authentic and rich disclosedness of itself. Then reticence makes manifest and puts down idle talk. As a mode of discourse, reticence articulates the intelligibility of Dasein so primordially that it gives rise to a genuine potentiality for hearing and to a being with one another that is transparent. Since discourse is constitutive for the being of the there, that is, attunement and understanding, and since Dasein means being in the world, Dasein as discoursing being in has already expressed itself. Dasein has language. Is it a matter of chance that the Greeks, whose everyday existence lay predominantly in speaking with one another, and who at the same time had eyes to see, determined the essence of human being as koiophyxoft in the pre-philosophical as well as in the philosophical interpretation of Dasein? The later interpretation of this definition of human being in the sense of animal rational, rational living being, is not false, but it covers over the phenomenal basis from which this definition of Dasein is taken. The human being shows itself as a being who speaks. This does not mean that the possibility of vocal utterance belongs to it, but that this being is in the mode of discovering world and Dasein itself. The Greeks do not have a word for language. They initially understood this phenomenon as discourse. However, since the V709 came into their philosophical view predominantly as statement, the development of the fundamental structures of the forms and constituents of discourse was carried out following the guideline of this grammar searched for its foundation in the logic of this logos. But this logic is based on the ontology of what is present. The basic stock of categories of significance which were passed over in subsequent linguistics, and are fundamentally still accepted as the criterion today, is oriented toward discourse as statement. If, however, we take this phenomenon in principle to have the fundamental primordiality and scope of an existential, the necessity arises of re-establishing linguistics on an ontologically more primordial foundation. The task of freeing grammar from logic requires in advance a positive understanding of the a priori fundamental structure of discourse in general as an existential, and cannot be carried out subsequently by improving and supplementing the tradition. Bearing this in mind, we must inquire into the basic forms in which it is possible to articulate what is intelligible in general, not only of the inner worldly beings that can be known in theoretical observation and expressed in propositions. A doctrine of significance will not emerge automatically from a comprehensive comparison of as many languages as possible, even including those that are most exotic. Nor is it sufficient to adopt the philosophical horizon within which W. von Humboldt took language as a problem. The doctrine of significance is rooted in the ontology of Dasein. Whether it flourishes or goes to waste depends upon the fate of this ontology. In the end, philosophical research must finally decide to ask what mode of being belongs to language in general. Is it an inner-worldly useful thing at hand, or does it have the mode of being of Dasein, or neither of the two? What kind of being does language have if there can be a dead language? What does it mean ontologically that a language grows or declines? We possess a linguistics, and the being of the beings which it has as its theme is obscure. Even the horizon for any investigative question about it is veiled. Is it a matter of chance that initially and for the most part significations are worldly, prefigured beforehand by the significance of the world, that they are indeed often predominantly spatial? Or is this fact existentially and ontologically necessary, and why? Philosophical research will have to give up linguistics if it is to ask about the things themselves and attain the status of a problematic that has been clarified conceptually. The foregoing interpretation of language has the sole function of pointing out the ontological place for this phenomenon in the constitution of being of Dasein, and above all of preparing the way for the following analysis, in which, taking as our guideline a fundamental kind of being belonging to discourse, in connection with other phenomena, we shall try to bring the everydayness of Dasein into view in a way that is ontologically more primordial. b. The everyday being of the there and the falling prey of Dasein. In returning to the existential structures of the disclosedness of being in the world, our interpretation has in a way lost sight of the everydayness of Dasein. The analysis must again regain this phenomenal horizon that was our thematic point of departure. Now the question arises, what are the existential characteristics of the disclosedness of being in the world to the extent that the latter, as something everyday, maintains itself in the mode of being of the they? Is a specific attunement, a special understanding, discourse, and interpretation appropriate to the they? The answer to this question becomes all the more urgent when we remember that Dasein initially and for the most part is immersed in the they and mastered by it. Is not Dasein, as thrown being in the world, initially thrown into the publicness of the they? And what else does this publicness mean than the specific disclosedness of the they? If understanding must be conceived primarily as the potentiality for being of Dasein, we shall be able to gather from an analysis of the understanding and interpretation belonging to the they which possibilities of its being Dasein, as the they, has disclosed and appropriated to itself. These possibilities themselves, however, reveal an essential tendency of being of everydayness. And finally, when everydayness is explicated in an ontologically sufficient way, it unveils a primordial mode of being of Dasein in such a way that from it the phenomenon of thrownness, to which we have called attention, can be exhibited in its existential concreteness. What is initially required is to make visible the disclosedness of the they, that is, the everyday mode of being of discourse, sight, and interpretation, in specific phenomena. With regard to these, the remark may not be superfluous that our interpretation has a purely ontological intention and is far removed from any moralizing critique of everyday Dasein and from the aspirations of a philosophy of culture. 35. Idle talk. The expression idle talk is not to be used here in a disparaging sense. Terminologically, it means a positive phenomenon which constitutes the mode of being of the understanding and interpretation of everyday Dasein. For the most part, discourse expresses itself and has always already expressed itself. It is language. But then understanding and interpretation are always already contained in what is expressed. As expression, language harbors in itself an interpretedness of the understanding of Dasein. This interpretedness is no more merely objectively present than language is, but rather its being is itself of the character of Dasein. Dasein is initially, and in certain limits, constantly entrusted to this interpretedness that directs and apportions the possibilities of the average understanding and the attunement belonging to it. In the totality of its structured contexts of signification, expression preserves an understanding of the disclosed world and thus equiprimordially an understanding of the Dasein with of others and of one's own being in. The intelligibility already deposited in expression pertains to the discoveredness of beings actually obtained and handed down, as of the current intelligibility of being, and of the possibilities and horizons available for fresh interpretation and conceptual articulation. But above and beyond a mere reference to the fact of this interpretedness of Dasein, we must now ask about the existential mode of being of the discourse which is expressed and expressing itself. If it cannot be conceived as something objectively present, what is its being, and what does this being say in principle about the everyday mode of being of Dasein? Discourse expressing itself is communication. Its tendency of being aims at bringing the hearer to participate in disclosed being toward what is talked about in discourse. In the language that is spoken when one expresses oneself, there already lies an average intelligibility, and, in accordance with this intelligibility, the discourse communicated can be understood, to a large extent, without the listener coming to a being toward what is talked about in the discourse so as to have a primordial understanding of it. One understands not so much the beings talked about, rather, one already only listens to what is spoken about as such. This is understood, what is talked about is understood, only approximately and superficially. One means the same thing because it is in the same averageness that we have in common understanding of what is said. Hearing and understanding have attached themselves beforehand to what is spoken about as such. Communication does not impart the primary relation of being to the being spoken about, but being with one another takes place in talking with one another and in heeding what is spoken about. What is important to it is that one speaks. The being said, the saying, and the pronouncement provide a guarantee for the genuineness and appropriateness of the discourse and the understanding belonging to it. And since this discoursing has lost the primary relation of being to the being talked about, or else never achieved it, it does not communicate in the mode of a primordial appropriation of this being, but communicates by gossiping and passing the word along. What is spoken about as such spreads in wider circles and takes on an authoritative character. Things are so because one says so. Idle talk is constituted in this gossiping and passing the word along, a process by which its initial lack of grounds to stand on increases to complete groundlessness. And this is not limited to vocal gossip, but spreads to what is written, as scribbling. In this latter case, gossiping is based not so much on hearsay. It feeds on sporadic superficial reading, the average understanding of the reader will never be able to decide what has been drawn from primordial sources with a struggle, and how much is just gossip. Moreover, the average understanding will not even want such a distinction, will not have need of it, since, after all, it understands everything. The groundlessness of idle talk is no obstacle to its being public, but encourages it. Idle talk is the possibility of understanding everything without any previous appropriation of the matter. Idle talk already guards against the danger of getting stranded in such an appropriation. Idle talk, which everyone can snatch up, not only divests us of the task of genuine understanding, but develops an indifferent intelligibility for which nothing is closed off any longer. Discourse, which belongs to the essential constitution of the being of Dasein, and also constitutes its disclosedness, has the possibility of becoming idle talk, and as such of not really keeping being in the world open in an articulated understanding, but of closing it off and covering over inner worldly beings. To do this, one need not aim to deceive. Idle talk does not have the kind of being of consciously passing off something as something else. The fact that one has said something groundlessly and then passes it along in further retelling is sufficient to turn disclosing around into a closing off. For what is said is initially always understood as saying, that is, as discovering. Thus, by its very nature, idle talk is a closing off since it omits going back to the foundation of what is being talked about. This closing off is aggravated anew by the fact that idle talk, in which an understanding of what is being talked about is supposedly reached, holds any new questioning and discussion at a distance because it presumes it has understood, and in a peculiar way it suppresses them and holds them back. This interpretedness of idle talk has always already settled itself down in Dasein. We get to know many things initially in this way, and some things never get beyond such an average understanding. Dasein can never escape the everyday way of being interpreted into which Dasein has grown initially. All genuine understanding, interpreting and communication, rediscovery and new appropriation come about in it, out of it, and against it. It is not the case that a Dasein, untouched and unseduced by this way of interpreting, was ever confronted by the free land of a world, so that it just looks at what it encounters. The domination of the public way in which things have been interpreted has already decided upon even the possibilities of being attuned, that is, about the basic way in which Dasein lets itself be affected by the world. Though they prescribes that attunement, it determines what and how one sees. Idle talk, which closes off in the way we described, is the mode of being of the uprooted understanding of Dasein. However, it does not occur as the objectively present condition of something objectively present, but it is existentially uprooted, and this uprooting is constant. Ontologically, this means that when Dasein maintains itself in idle talk, it is, as being in the world, cut off from the primary and primordially genuine relations of being toward the world, toward Dasein toward being in itself. It keeps itself in suspension, and yet in doing so it is still always together with the world, with others, and toward itself. Only a being whose disclosedness is constituted by attuned and understanding discourse, that is, who in this ontological constitution is its there, who is in the world, has the possibility of being of such uprooting which, far from constituting a non-being of Dasein, rather constitutes its most everyday and stubborn reality. However, it is in the nature of the obviousness and self-assurance of the average way of being interpreted that under its protection, the uncanniness of the suspension in which Dasein can drift toward an increasing groundlessness remains concealed to actual Dasein itself. 36. Curiosity. In the analysis of understanding and the disclosedness of the there in general, we referred to the lumen natural and called the disclosedness of being in the clearing of Dasein in which something like sight first becomes possible. Sight was conceived with regard to the basic kind of disclosing characteristic of Dasein, namely, understanding, in the sense of the genuine appropriation of those beings to which Dasein can be related in accordance with its essential possibilities of being. The basic constitution of the being of sight shows itself in a peculiar tendency of being which belongs to everydayness, the tendency toward seeing. We designate it with the term curiosity, which is characteristically not limited to seeing and expresses the tendency toward a peculiar way of letting the world be encountered in perception. Our aim in interpreting this phenomenon is in principle existential and ontological. We do not restrict ourselves to an orientation toward cognition which even in the early stages of Greek philosophy, and not by accident, was conceived in terms of the desire to see. The treatise which stands first in the collection of Aristotle's treatises on ontology begins with the sentence, Tav tes aftapwito todi ei bevat opeoftat cpv 6 et.11. The care for seeing is essential to the being of human being. Thus an inquiry is introduced which attempts to discover the origin of all scientific investigation of beings and their being by deriving it from the kind of being of Dasein which we mentioned. This Greek interpretation of the existential genesis of science is not a matter of chance. It brings to an explicit understanding what was prefigured in the statement of Parmenides, to yap avdiovio eve 6 tip brise. Being is what shows itself in pure, intuitive perception, and only the seeing discovers being. Primordial and genuine truth lies in pure intuition. This thesis henceforth remains the foundation of Western philosophy. The Hegelian dialectic has its motivation in it, and only on its basis is that dialectic possible. Above all, it was Augustine who noted the remarkable priority of seeing in conjunction with his interpretation of concupiscentia. 12 Ad oculos enim videre propri pert inet, seeing truly belongs to the eyes. Udimur autem hoc verbo entium in cateris sensibus cum eos ad conoscendum intendimus. But we use this word to see for the other senses, too, when we use them in order to know. Nec enim decimus, audi quid rutilat, and, olfac quam nitiat, aut, gusta quam splendiat, and, palpa quam fulgit, videre enim decuntur hec omnia. For we do not say, hear how that glistens, or smell how that shines, or taste how that glows, or feel how that gleams, but we say of each, see, we say that all these things are seen. Decimus autem non solum, vidi quid luciat, quod soli oculi sentire possunt, nor do we just say, see how that glows when only the eyes can perceive it, sed entium, vidi quid sonat, vidi quid oleat, vidi quid sapiat, vidi quid durum sit. We also say, see how that sounds, see how it smells, see how it tastes, see how hard that is. Idea qui generalis experientia sensuum concupiscentia sicut dictum est oculorum vocator, quia videndi officium in quo primatum oculi tenant, entium cateri sensus sibi dissimilitudine usurpant, cum alicid cognitionis explorant. That is why the experience of the senses in general is called the pleasure of the eyes, because even the other senses take upon themselves a certain resemblance to the function of seeing where cognition is concerned, since there the function of seeing has a privilege. What is this tendency to just perceive about? Which existential constitution of Dasein becomes intelligible in the phenomenon of curiosity? Being in the world is initially absorbed in the world taken care of. Taking care is guided by circumspection which discovers things at hand and preserves them in their discoveredness. Circumspection gives to all our teaching and performing the route for moving forward, the means of doing something, the right opportunity, the proper moment. Taking care can come to rest in the sense of one's interrupting the performance and taking a rest or by finishing something. Taking care does not disappear in rest, but circumspection becomes free, it is no longer bound to the work world. When it rests, care turns into circumspection which has become free. The circumspect discovery of the work world has the character of being of distancing. Circumspection which has become free no longer has anything at hand which it has to bring near. Essentially distancing, it provides new possibilities of distancing for itself, that is, it tends to leave the things nearest at hand for a distant and strange world. Care turns into taking care of possibilities, resting and staying to see the world only in its outward appearance. Dasein seeks distance solely to bring it near in its outward appearance. Dasein lets itself be intrigued just by the outward appearance of the world, this then is a kind of being in which it makes sure that it gets rid of itself as being in the world, and gets rid of being with the nearest everyday things at hand. When curiosity has become free, it takes care to see not in order to understand what it sees, that is, to come to a being toward it, but only in order to see. It seeks novelty only to leap from it again to another novelty. The care of seeing is not concerned with comprehending and knowingly being in the truth, but with possibilities of abandoning itself to the world. Thus curiosity is characterized by a specific not staying with what is nearest. Consequently, it also does not seek the leisure of reflective staying, rather it seeks restlessness and excitement from continual novelty and changing encounters. In not staying, curiosity makes sure of the constant possibility of distraction. Curiosity has nothing to do with the contemplation that wonders at being, I9ava sti, it has no interest in wondering to the point of not understanding. Rather, it makes sure of knowing, but just in order to have known. The two factors constitutive for curiosity, not staying in the surrounding world taken care of and distraction by new possibilities, are the basis of the third essential characteristic of this phenomenon, which we call never dwelling anywhere. Curiosity is everywhere and nowhere. This mode of being in the world reveals a new kind of being of everyday Dasein, one in which it constantly uproots itself. Idle talk also controls the ways in which one may be curious. It says what one is to have read and seen. The being everywhere and nowhere of curiosity is entrusted to idle talk. These two everyday modes of being of discourse and sight are not only objectively present side by side in their uprooting tendency, but one way of being drags the other with it. Curiosity, for which nothing is closed off, and idle talk, for which there is nothing that is not understood, provide themselves, that is, the Dasein existing in this way, with the guarantee of a supposedly genuine lively life. But with this supposition a third phenomenon shows itself as characterizing the disclosedness of everyday Dasein. 37. Ambiguity. When, in everyday being with one another, we encounter things that are accessible to everybody and about which everybody can say everything, we can soon no longer decide what is disclosed in genuine understanding and what is not. This ambiguity extends not only to the world, but likewise to being with one another as such, even to the being of Dasein toward itself. Everything looks as if it were genuinely understood, grasped, and spoken, whereas basically it is not, or it does not look that way, yet basically is. Ambiguity not only affects the way we avail ourselves of what is accessible for use and enjoyment, and the way we manage it, but it has already established itself in understanding as a potentiality for being, and in the way Dasein projects itself and presents itself with possibilities. Not only does everyone know and talk about what is the case and what occurs, but everyone also already knows how to talk about what has to happen first, which is not yet the case, but really should be done. Everybody has always already guessed and felt beforehand what others also guess and feel. This being on the track is based upon hearsay. Whoever is on the track of something in a genuine way does not talk about it, and this is the most entangling way in which ambiguity presents possibilities of Dasein so that they will already be stifled in their power. Even supposing that what they guessed and felt should one day be actually translated into deeds, ambiguity has already seen to it that the interest for what has been realized will immediately die away. This interest persists only, after all, in a kind of curiosity and idle talk, only as long as there is the possibility of a non-committal just guessing with zomion. When one is on the track, and as long as one is on it, being in on it with someone precludes one's allegiance when what was guessed at is carried out. For then Dasein is actually forced back upon itself. Idle talk and curiosity lose their power. And they do take their revenge. In the light of the actualization of what they guessed, idle talk is quick to maintain that they could have done that, too, for, after all, they had guessed it, too. In the end, idle talk is indignant that what it guessed and constantly demanded now actually happens. After all, the opportunity to keep guessing is thus snatched away from it. Since, however, the time span when Dasein becomes involved in the reticence of carrying something out, and even of genuinely getting stranded, is different from that of idle talk, which lives at a quicker pace, so that viewed publicly it is essentially slower, idle talk will have long since gone on to something else which is currently even newer. That which had been surmised earlier, and has now been carried out, has come too late with regard to what is the very newest. In their ambiguity, curiosity and idle talk make sure that what is done in a genuine and new way is outdated as soon as it emerges before the public. Only then can it become free in its positive possibilities, when the idle talk covering it over has become ineffectual and the common interest has died out. The ambiguity of the way things have been interpreted publicly passes off talking about things ahead of time and curious guessing as what is really happening, and it stamps carrying things out and taking action as something subsequent and of no importance. The understanding of Dasein in the they thus constantly goes astray in its projects with regard to the genuine possibilities of being. Dasein is always ambiguously there, that is, in the public disclosedness of being with only another, where the loudest idle talk and the most inventive curiosity keep the business going, where everything happens in an everyday way, and basically nothing happens at all. Ambiguity is always tossing to curiosity what it seeks, and it gives to idle talk the illusion of having everything decided in it. This kind of being of the disclosedness of being in the world, however, also dominates being with one another as such. The other is initially there in terms of what they have heard about him, what they say and know about him. Idle talk initially intrudes itself into the midst of primordial being with one another. Everyone keeps track of the other, initially and first of all, watching how he will behave, what he will say to something. Being with one another in the they is not at all a self-contained, indifferent side-by-sideness, but a tense, ambiguous keeping track of each other, a secretive, reciprocal listening in. Under the mask of the for one another, the against one another is at play. Here we must note that ambiguity does not first originate out of an explicit intention to dissimulate and distort, that it is not called forth by the individual Dasein. It is already implied in being with one another, as thrown being with one another in a world. But publicly it is quite concealed, and they will always protest the possibility that this interpretation of the kind of being of interpreting the they could be correct. It would be a misunderstanding if the explication of these phenomena were to seek to be confirmed by the approval of the they. The phenomena of idle talk, curiosity, and ambiguity were set forth in such a way as to indicate that they are already interconnected in their being. The kind of being of this connection must now be grasped existentially and ontologically. The basic kind of being of everydayness is to be understood in the horizon of the structures of the being of Dasein hitherto obtained. 38. Falling prey and thrownness. Idle talk, curiosity, and ambiguity characterize the way in which Dasein is its there, the disclosedness of being in the world, in an everyday way. As existential determinations, these characteristics are not objectively present in Dasein, they constitute its being. In them and in the connectedness of their being, a basic kind of the being of everydayness reveals itself, which we call the entanglement of Dasein. This term, which does not express any negative value judgment, means that Dasein is initially and for the most part together with the world that it takes care of. This absorption in, mostly has the character of being lost in the publicness of the they. As an authentic potentiality for being a self, Dasein has initially always already fallen away from itself and fallen prey to the world. Falling prey to the world means being absorbed in being with one another as it is guided by idle talk, curiosity, and ambiguity. What we called the inauthenticity of Dasein 13 may now be defined more precisely through the interpretation of falling prey. But inauthentic and non-authentic by no means signify not really, as if Dasein utterly lost its being in this kind of being. Inauthenticity does not mean anything like no longer being in the world, but rather it constitutes precisely a distinctive kind of being in the world which is completely taken in by the world and the Dasein with of the others in the they. Not being itself functions as a positive possibility of beings which are absorbed in a world, essentially taking care of that world. This non-being must be conceived as the kind of being of Dasein closest to it and in which it mostly maintains itself. Thus the falling prey of Dasein must not be interpreted as a fall from a purer and higher primordial condition. Not only do we not have any experience of this ontically, but we also do not have possibilities and guidelines for such an ontological interpretation. As factical being in the world, Dasein, falling prey, has already fallen away from its ape. It has not fallen prey to some being which it does or does not run into in the course of its being, but it has fallen prey to the world which itself belongs to its being. Falling prey is an existential determination of Dasein itself, and says nothing about Dasein as something objectively present, or about present relations to beings from which it is derived or to beings with which it has subsequently found itself in a commercium. The ontological existential structure of falling prey would also be misunderstood if we wanted to attribute to it the meaning of a bad and deplorable ontic quality which could perhaps be removed in the advanced stages of human culture. Neither in our first reference to being in the world, as the fundamental constitution of Dasein, nor in our characterization of its constitutive structural factors, did we go beyond an analysis of the constitution of this kind of being and note its character as a phenomenon. It is true that the possible basic kinds of being in, taking care and concern, were described. But we did not discuss the question of the everyday kind of being of these ways of being. It also became evident that being in is quite different from a confrontation which merely observes and acts, that is, the concurrent objective presence of a subject and an object. Nevertheless, it must have seemed that being in the world functions as a rigid framework within which the possible relations of Dasein to its world occur, without the framework itself being touched upon in its kind of being. But this supposed framework itself belongs to the kind of being of Dasein. An existential mode of being in the world is documented in the phenomenon of falling prey. Idle talk discloses to Dasein a being toward its world, to others, and to itself. This being toward is such that these are understood, but in a mode of groundless floating. Curiosity discloses each and everything, but in such a way that being in is everywhere and nowhere. Ambiguity conceals nothing from the understanding of Dasein, but only in order to suppress being in the word in this uprooted everywhere and nowhere. With the ontological clarification of the kind of being of everyday being in the world discernible in these phenomena, we first gain an existentially adequate determination of the fundamental constitution of Dasein. What structure does the movement of falling prey show? Idle talk and the public interpretedness contained in it constitute themselves in being with one another. Idle talk is not objectively present for itself within the world, as a product detached from being with one another. Nor can it be volatilized to mean something universal which, since it essentially belongs to no one, really is nothing and actually only occurs in the individual Dasein that speaks. Idle talk is the kind of being with one another itself, and does not first originate through certain conditions which influence Dasein from the outside. But since, in idle talk and public interpretedness, Dasein itself presents itself with the possibility of losing itself in the they, of falling prey to groundlessness, that means that Dasein prepares for itself the constant temptation of falling prey. Being in the world is in itself tempting to Dasein, for which everything is in the best order and for whom all doors are open. Entangled being in the world, tempting itself, is at the same time tranquilizing. This tranquilization in inauthentic being, however, does not seduce one into stagnation and inactivity, but drives one to uninhibited busyness. Being entangled in the world does not somehow come to rest. Tempting tranquilization increases entanglement. With special regard to the interpretation of Dasein, the opinion may now arise that understanding the most foreign cultures and synthesizing them with one's own may lead to the thorough and first genuine enlightenment of Dasein about itself. Versatile curiosity and restlessly knowing it all masquerade as a universal understanding of Dasein. But fundamentally it remains undetermined and unasked what is then really to be understood, nor has it been understood that understanding itself is a potentiality for being which must become free solely in one's own anost Dasein. When Dasein, tranquilized and understanding everything, thus compares itself with everything, it drifts toward an alienation in which its own most potentiality for being in the world is concealed. Entangled being in the world is not only tempting and tranquilizing, it is at the same time alienating. However, this alienation cannot mean that Dasein is factically torn away from itself. On the contrary, it drives Dasein into a kind of being intent upon the most exaggerated self-dissection which tries out all kinds of possibilities of interpretation, with the result that the characterologies and typologies which it points out are themselves too numerous to grasp. Yet this alienation, which closes off to Dasein its authenticity and possibility, even if only that of genuinely getting stranded, still does not surrender it to beings which it itself is not, but forces it into its inauthenticity, into a possible kind of being of itself. The tempting and tranquilizing alienation of falling prey has its own kind of movement, with the consequence that Dasein gets tangled up in itself. The phenomena pointed out of temptation, tranquilizing, alienation, and self-entangling, entanglement. Dasein plunges out of itself, into the groundlessness and nothingness of inauthentic everydayness. But this plunge remains concealed from it by the way things have been publicly interpreted, so that it is interpreted as getting ahead and living concretely. The kind of movement of plunging into and within the groundlessness of inauthentic being in the they constantly tears understanding away from projecting authentic possibilities, and drags it into the tranquilized supposition of possessing or attaining everything. Since the understanding is thus constantly torn away from authenticity and dragged into the they, although always with a sham of authenticity, the movement of falling prey is characterized by turbulence. Not only does falling prey determine being in the world existentially, at the same time turbulence reveals the character of throwing and movement of thrownness which can force itself upon Dasein in its attunement. Not only is thrownness not a finished fact, it is also not a self-contained fact. The facticity of Dasein is such that Dasein, as long as it is what it is, remains tossed about and sucked into the turbulence of this inauthenticity. Thrownness, in which facticity can be seen phenomenally, belongs to Dasein, which is concerned in its being about that being. Dasein exists factically. But now that falling prey has been exhibited, have we not set forth a phenomenon which directly speaks against the definition in which the formal idea of existence was indicated? Can Dasein be conceived as a being whose being is concerned with potentiality for being if this being has lost itself precisely in its everydayness and lives away from itself in falling prey? Falling prey to the world is, however, phenomenal evidence against the existentiality of Dasein only if Dasein is posited as an isolated I-subject, as a self-point from which it moves away. Then the world is an object. Falling prey to the world is then reinterpreted ontologically as objective presence in the manner of inner-worldly beings. However, if we hold on to the being of Dasein in the constitution indicated of being in the world, it becomes evident that falling prey, as the kind of being of this being in, represents the most elemental proof for the existentiality of Dasein. In falling prey, nothing other than our potentiality for being in the world is the issue, even if in the mode of inauthenticity. Dasein can fall prey only because it is concerned with understanding, attuned being in the world. On the other hand, authentic existence is nothing which hovers over entangled everydayness, but is existentially only a modified grasp of everydayness. The phenomenon of falling prey does not give something like a night view of Dasein, a property occurring ontically which might serve to round out the harmless aspect of this being. Falling prey reveals an essential, ontological structure of Dasein itself. Far from determining its nocturnal side, it constitutes all of its days in their everydayness. Our existential, ontological interpretation thus does not make any ontic statement about the corruption of human nature, not because the necessary evidence is lacking but because its problematic is prior to any statement about corruption or incorruption. Falling prey is an ontological concept of motion. Ontically, we have not decided whether human being is drowned in sin, in the status corrupt iones, or whether he walks in the status integritus or finds himself in an interim stage, the status gratii. But faith and worldview, when they state such and such a thing and when they speak about Dasein as being in the world, must come back to the existential structures set forth, provided that their statements at the same time claim to be conceptually comprehensible. The leading question of this chapter pursued the being of the there. Its theme was the ontological constitution of the disclosedness essentially belonging to Dasein. The being of disclosedness is constituted in attunement, understanding, and discourse. Its everyday mode of being is characterized by idle talk, curiosity, and ambiguity. These show the kind of movement of falling prey with the essential characteristics of temptation, tranquilization, alienation, and entanglement. With this analysis, however, the totality of the existential constitution of Dasein has been laid bare in its main features, and the phenomenal basis has been obtained for a comprehensive interpretation of the being of Dasein as care. 39. The question of the primordial totality of the structural whole of Dasein. Being in the world is a structure that is primordially and constantly whole. In the previous chapters, Division 1, chapters 2-5, this structure was clarified phenomenally as a whole and, always on this basis, in its constitutive moments. The preview given at the beginning of the whole of the phenomenon has now lost the emptiness of its first general prefiguration. However, the phenomenal manifoldness of the constitution of the structural whole and its everyday kind of being can now easily distort the unified phenomenological view of the whole as such. But this view must be held in readiness more freely and more securely when we now ask the question toward which the preparatory fundamental analysis of Dasein was striving in general: how is the totality of the structural whole that we pointed out to be determined existentially and ontologically? Dasein exists factically. We are asking about the ontological unity of existentiality and facticity, namely, whether facticity belongs essentially to existentiality. On the basis of the attunement essentially belonging to it, Dasein has a mode of being in which it is brought before itself and it is disclosed to itself in its thrownness. But thrownness is the mode of a being which always is itself its possibilities in such a way that it understands itself in them and in terms of them, projects itself upon them. Being in the world, to which being together with things at hand belongs just as primordially as being with others, is always for the sake of itself. But the self is initially and for the most part inauthentic, the they-self. Being in the world is always already entangled. The average everydayness of Dasein can thus be determined as entangled disclosed, thrown projecting being in the world, which is concerned with its own innost potentiality in its being together with the world and in being with others. Can we succeed in grasping this structural whole of the everydayness of Dasein in its totality? Can the being of Dasein be delineated in a unified way so that in terms of it the essential equiprimordiality of the structures pointed out becomes intelligible, together with the existential possibilities of modification which belong to it? Is there a way to attain this being phenomenally on the basis of the present point of departure of the existential analytic? To put it negatively, it is beyond question that the totality of the structural whole is not to be reached phenomenally by means of cobbling together elements. This would require a blueprint. The being of Dasein, which ontologically supports the structural whole as such, becomes accessible by completely looking through this whole at a primordially unified phenomenon which already lies in the whole in such a way that it is the ontological basis for every structural moment in its structural possibility. Thus a comprehensive interpretation cannot consist of a process of piecing together what we have hitherto gained. The question of Dasein's existential character is essentially different from the question of the being of something objectively present. Everyday experience of the surrounding world, which is directed ontically and ontologically toward inner-worldly beings, cannot present Dasein ontically and primordially for the ontological analysis. Similarly, our immanent perception of experiences is lacking an ontologically sufficient guideline. On the other hand, the being of Dasein is not to be deduced from an idea of human being. Can we gather from our previous interpretation of Dasein what ontological access to itself it requires, from itself, as the sole appropriate one? An understanding of being belongs to the ontological structure of Dasein. In existing, it is disclosed to itself in its being. Attunement and understanding constitute the kind of being of this disclosedness. Is there an understanding attunement in Dasein in which it is disclosed to itself in a distinctive way? If the existential analytic of Dasein is to maintain a fundamental clarity about its basic ontological function, then, in order to accomplish its preliminary task of setting forth the being of Dasein, it must search for the most far-reaching and most primordial possibilities of disclosure which lie in Dasein itself. The kind of disclosure in which Dasein brings itself before itself must be such that in it Dasein becomes accessible to itself as simplified in a certain way. Together with what has been disclosed to it, the structural whole of the being we seek must then come to light in an elemental way. As a kind of attunement adequate for such methodical requirements, we shall take the phenomenon of anxiety as the basis of analysis. The elaboration of this fundamental kind of attunement and the ontological characteristics of what is disclosed in it as such take their point of departure from the phenomenon of entanglement, and distinguish anxiety from the related phenomenon of fear analyzed earlier. As a possibility of being of Dasein, together with the Dasein itself disclosed in it, anxiety provides the phenomenal basis for explicitly grasping the primordial totality of being of Dasein. Its being reveals itself as care. The ontological development of this fundamental existential phenomenon demands that we differentiate it from phenomena which at first might seem to be identified with care. Such phenomena are will, wish, predilection, and urge. Care cannot be derived from them because they are themselves founded upon it. Like any ontological analysis, the ontological interpretation of Dasein as care, with whatever can be gained from the interpretation, is far removed from what is accessible to the pre-ontological understanding of being or even to our ontic acquaintance with beings. That the common understanding estranges what is known ontologically by referring it to that with which it is solely ontically acquainted is not surprising. Nonetheless, even the ontic approach with which we have tried to interpret Dasein ontologically as care might appear to be contrived in a far-fetched and theoretical way, to say nothing of the violence which one could see in our exclusion of the traditional and approved definition of human being. Thus we need a pre-ontological confirmation of the existential interpretation of Dasein as care. This lies in demonstrating that as soon as Dasein expressed anything about itself, it had already interpreted itself as care, kura, even though it did so only pre-ontologically. The analytic of Dasein, which penetrates to the phenomenon of care, is to prepare the way for the fundamental, ontological problematic, the question of the meaning of being in general. In order to direct our view explicitly to this in the light of what we have gained, and go beyond the special task of an existential, a priori anthropology, we must look back at the phenomena which are most intimately connected with the leading question of being in order to get a more penetrating grasp of them. These phenomena are the modes of being explained hitherto, handiness and objective presence which determine inner-worldly beings unlike Dasein. Because the ontological problematic has hitherto understood being primarily in the sense of objective presence, reality, world actuality, while the being of Dasein remained ontologically undetermined, we need to discuss the ontological connection of care, worldliness, handiness, and objective presence, reality. That leads to a more exact determination of the concept of reality in the context of a discussion of the epistemological questions oriented toward this idea which have been raised by realism and idealism. Beings are independently of the experience, cognition, and comprehension through which they are disclosed, discovered, and determined. But being is only in the understanding asterisk of that being to whose being something like an understanding of being belongs. Thus being can be unconceptualized, but it is never completely uncomprehended. In ontological problematics, being and truth have been brought together since ancient times, if not even identified. This documents the necessary connection of being and understandings, even if it is perhaps concealed in its primordial grounds. Thus for an adequate preparation of the question of being, we need an ontological clarification of the phenomenon of truth. This will be accomplished initially on the basis of that which our interpretation hitherto has gained with the phenomena of disclosedness and discoveredness, interpretation and statement. The conclusion of the preparatory fundamental analysis of Dasein thus has as its theme the fundamental attunement of anxiety as a distinctive disclosedness of Dasein, 40, the being of Dasein as care, 41, the confirmation of the existential interpretation of Dasein as care in terms of the pre-ontological self-interpretation of Dasein, 42, Dasein, worldliness, and reality, 43, Dasein, disclosedness, and truth, 44. 40. The fundamental attunement of anxiety as an eminent disclosedness of Dasein. One possibility of being of Dasein is to give ontic information about itself as a being. Such information is possible only in the disclosedness belonging to Dasein, which is based on attunement and understanding. To what extent is anxiety a distinctive attunement? How, in anxiety, is Dasein brought before itself in it through its own being, so that phenomenologically the being disclosed in anxiety is defined as such in its being, or adequate preparations can be made for doing so. With the intention of penetrating to the being of the totality of the structural whole, we shall take our point of departure from the concrete analysis of entanglement carried out in the last chapter. The absorption of Dasein in the they and in the world taken care of reveals something like a flight of Dasein from itself as an authentic potentiality for being itself. This phenomenon of the flight of Dasein from itself and its authenticity seems, however, to be least appropriate to serve as a phenomenal foundation for the following inquiry. In this flight, Dasein precisely does not bring itself before itself. In accordance with its own most trait of entanglement, this turning away leads away from Dasein. But in investigating such phenomena, our inquiry must guard against conflating ontic existential characteristics with ontological existential interpretation, and must not overlook the positive, phenomenal foundations provided for this interpretation by such a characterization. It is true that existentially the authenticity of being a self is closed off and pushed away in entanglement, but this closing off is only the privation of a disclosedness which reveals itself phenomenally in the fact that the flight of Dasein is a flight from itself. That from which Dasein flees is precisely what Dasein comes up behind. Only because Dasein is ontologically and essentially brought before itself by the disclosedness belonging to it, can it flee from that from which it flees. Of course, in this entangled turning away, that from which it flees is not grasped, nor is it experienced in a turning toward it. But in turning away from it, it is there, disclosed. On account of its character of being disclosed, this existentially ontic turning away makes it phenomenally possible to grasp existentially and ontologically what the flight is from. Within the ontic away from, which lies in turning away, that from which Dasein flees can be understood and conceptualized by turning toward in a way which is phenomenologically interpretive. Thus the orientation of our analysis toward the phenomenon of entanglement is not condemned in principle to be without any prospect of ontologically experiencing something about the Dasein disclosed in that phenomenon. On the contrary, it is precisely here that our interpretation is the least likely to be surrendered to an artificial self-conception of Dasein. It only carries out the explication of what Dasein itself discloses ontically. The possibility of penetrating to the being of Dasein by going along with it and pursuing it interpretatively in an attuned understanding increases, the more primordially that phenomenon is which functions methodologically as disclosive attunement. To say that anxiety accomplishes something like this is only an assertion for now. We are not completely unprepared for the analysis of anxiety. It is true that we are still in the dark as to how it is ontologically connected with fear. Obviously they are kindred phenomena. What tells us this is the fact that both phenomena remain mostly undifferentiated, and we designate as anxiety what is really fear, and call fear what has the character of anxiety. We shall attempt to penetrate to the phenomenon of anxiety step by step. The falling prey of Dasein to the they and the world taken care of, we called a flight from itself. But not every shrinking back from, not every turning away from, is necessarily a flight. Shrinking back from what fear discloses, from what is threatening, is founded upon fear and has the character of flight. Our interpretation of fear as attunement showed that what we fear is always a detrimental inner-worldly being, approaching nearby from a definite region, which may remain absent. In falling prey, Dasein turns away from itself. What it shrinks back from must have a threatening character, yet this being has the same kind of being as the one which shrinks back from it is Dasein itself. What it shrinks back from cannot be grasped as something fearsome, because anything fearsome is always encountered as an inner-worldly being. The only threat which can be fearsome, and which is discovered in fear, always comes from inner-worldly beings. The turning away of falling prey is thus not a flight which is based on a fear of inner-worldly beings. Any flight based on that kind of fear belongs still less to turning away, as turning away precisely turns toward inner-worldly beings while absorbing itself in them. The turning away of falling prey is rather based on anxiety, which in turn first makes fear possible. In order to understand this talk about the entangled flight of Dasein from itself, we must recall that being in the world is the basic constitution of Dasein. That about which one has anxiety is being in the world as such. How is what anxiety is anxious about phenomenally differentiated from what fear is afraid of? What anxiety is about is not an inner-worldly being. Thus it essentially cannot have any relevance. The threat does not have the character of a definite harmfulness which concerns what is threatened with a definite regard to a particular factical potentiality for being. What anxiety is about is completely indefinite. This indefiniteness not only leaves factically undecided which inner-worldly being is threatening, it also means that inner-worldly beings in general are not relevant. Nothing which is at hand and present within the world functions as that which anxiety is anxious about. The totality of relevance discovered within the world of things at hand and objectively present is completely without importance. It collapses into itself. The world has the character of complete insignificance. In anxiety we do not encounter this or that thing which, as threatening, could be relevant. Thus neither does anxiety see a definite there and over here from which what is threatening approaches. The fact that what is threatening is nowhere characterizes what anxiety is about. Anxiety does not know what it is anxious about. But nowhere does not mean nothing, rather, region in general lies therein, and disclosedness of the world in general for essentially spatial being in. Therefore, what is threatening cannot come closer from a definite direction within nearness, it is already there and yet nowhere. It is so near that it is oppressive and takes away one's breath and yet it is nowhere. In what anxiety is about, the it is nothing and nowhere becomes manifest. The recalcitrance of the inner-worldly nothing and nowhere means phenomenally that what anxiety is about is the world as such. The utter insignificance which makes itself known in the nothing and nowhere does not signify the absence of world, but means that inner-worldly beings in themselves are so completely unimportant that, on the basis of this insignificance of what is inner-worldly, the world in its worldliness is all that obtrudes itself. What crowds in upon us is not this or that, nor is it everything objectively present together as a sum, but the possibility of things at hand in general, that is, the world itself. When anxiety has subsided, in our everyday way of talking we are accustomed to say it was really nothing. This way of talking, indeed, gets at what it was ontically. Everyday discourse aims at taking care of things at hand and talking about them. That about which anxiety is anxious is not inner-worldly things at hand. But this not anything at hand, which is all that everyday, circumspect discourse understands, is not completely nothing. The nothing of handiness is grounded in the primordial something * in the world. The world, however, ontologically belongs essentially to the being of Dasein as being in the world. So if what anxiety is about exposes nothing, that is, the world as such, this means that that about which anxiety is anxious is being in the world itself. T. Being anxious discloses, primordially and directly, the world as world. It is not the case that initially we deliberately look away from inner-worldly beings and think only of the world about which anxiety arises, but anxiety, as a mode of attunement, first discloses the world as world. However, that does not mean that the worldliness of the world is grasped in anxiety. Anxiety is not only anxiety about, but is at the same time, as attunement, anxiety for. That for which anxiety is anxious is not a definite kind of being and possibility of Dasein. The threat itself is, after all, indefinite and thus cannot penetrate threateningly to this or that factically concrete potentiality of being. What anxiety is anxious for is being in the world itself. In anxiety, the things at hand in the surrounding world sink away, and so do inner-worldly beings in general. The world can offer nothing more, nor can the Dasein with of others. Thus anxiety takes away from Dasein the possibility of understanding itself, falling prey, in terms of the world and the public way of being interpreted. It throws Dasein back upon that for which it is anxious, its authentic potentiality for being in the world. Anxiety individuates Dasein to its ownmost being in the world which, as understanding, projects itself essentially upon possibilities. Thus along with that for which it is anxious, anxiety discloses Dasein as being possible, and indeed as what, solely from itself, can be individualized in individuation. Anxiety reveals in Dasein its being toward its ownmost potentiality of being, that is, being free for the freedom of choosing and grasping itself. Anxiety brings Dasein before its being free for propensio in, the authenticity of its being as possibility which it always already is. But, at the same time, it is this being to which Dasein as being in the world is entrusted. That about which anxiety is anxious reveals itself as that for which it is anxious, being in the world. The sameness of that about which and that for which one has anxiety extends even to anxiousness itself. For as attunement, anxiousness is a fundamental mode of being in the world. The existential sameness of disclosing and what is disclosed, so that in what is disclosed the world is disclosed as world, as being in, individualized, pure, thrown potentiality for being, makes it clear that with the phenomenon of anxiety a distinctive kind of attunement has become the theme of our interpretation. Anxiety individualizes and thus discloses Dasein as solus ipsi. This existential solipsism, however, is so far from transposing an isolated subject thing into the harmless vacuum of a worldless occurrence that it brings Dasein in an extreme sense precisely before its world as world, and thus itself before itself as being in the world. Again, everyday discourse and the everyday interpretation of Dasein furnish the most unbiased evidence that anxiety as a basic attunement is disclosive in this way. We said earlier that attunement reveals how one is. In anxiety one has an uncanny feeling. Here, with anxiety, the peculiar indefiniteness of that which Dasein finds itself involved in anxiety initially finds expression, the nothing and nowhere. But uncanniness means at the same time not being at home. In our first phenomenal indication of the fundamental constitution of Dasein, and the clarification of the existential meaning of being in contradistinction to the categorical signification of insideness, being in was defined as dwelling with, being familiar. This characteristic of being in was then made more concretely visible through the everyday publicness of the they, which brings tranquilized self-assurance being at home with all its obviousness, into the average everydayness of Dasein. Point 3. Anxiety, on the other hand, fetches Dasein back out of its entangled absorption in the world. Everyday familiarity collapses. Dasein is individualized, but as being in the world. Being in enters the existential mode of not being at home. The talk about uncanniness means nothing other than this. Now, however, what falling prey, as flight, is fleeing from becomes phenomenally visible. It is not a flight from inner-worldly beings, but precisely toward them as the beings among which taking care of things, lost in the they, can linger in tranquilized familiarity. Entangled flight into the being at home of publicness is flight from not being at home, that is, from the uncanniness which lies in Dasein as thrown, as being in the world entrusted to itself in its being. This uncanniness constantly pursues Dasein and threatens its everyday lostness in the they, although not explicitly. This threat can factically go along with the complete security and self-sufficiency of the everyday way of taking care. Anxiety can arise in the most harmless situations. Nor does it have any need for darkness, in which things usually become uncanny to us more easily. In the dark there is emphatically nothing to see, although the world is still there more obtrusively. If we interpret the uncanniness of Dasein existentially and ontologically as a threat which concerns Dasein itself and which comes from Dasein itself, we are not asserting that uncanniness has always already been understood in factical anxiety in this sense. The everyday way in which Dasein understands uncanniness is the entangled turning away which dims down not being at home. The everydayness of this fleeing, however, shows phenomenally that anxiety as a fundamental kind of attunement belongs to Dasein's essential constitution as being in the world, which, as an existential, is never objectively present, but is itself always in the mode of factical Dasein, that is, in the mode of an attunement. Tranquilized, familiar being in the world is a mode of the uncanniness of Dasein, not the other way around. Not being at home * must be conceived existentially and ontologically as the more primordial phenomenon. And only because anxiety always already latently determines being in the world, can being in the world, as being together with the world taking care of things and attuned, be afraid. Fear is anxiety which has fallen prey to the world. It is inauthentic and concealed from itself as such. Factically, the mood of uncanniness remains for the most part existentially uncomprehended. Moreover, with the dominance of falling prey and publicness, real anxiety is rare. Often, anxiety is physiologically conditioned. This fact is an ontological problem in its facticity, not only with regard to its ontic causes and course of development. The physiological triggering of anxiety is possible only because Dasein is anxious in the very ground of its being. Still more rare than the existential fact of real anxiety are the attempts to interpret this phenomenon in its fundamental, existential ontological constitution and function. The reasons for this lie partly in the general neglect of the existential analytic of Dasein, particularly in the failure to recognize the phenomenon of the factical rarity of the phenomenon of anxiety, however, cannot deprive it of its suitability for taking over a methodical function in principle for the existential analytic. On the contrary, the rarity of the phenomenon is an indication of the fact that Dasein, which mostly remains concealed from itself in its authenticity because of the way things get publicly interpreted by the they, can be disclosed in a primordial sense in its fundamental attunement. It is true that it is the nature of every kind of attunement to disclose complete being in the world in all its constitutive factors, world, being in, self. However, in anxiety there lies the possibility of a distinctive disclosure, since anxiety individualizes. This individuality fetches Dasein back from its falling prey and reveals to it authenticity and inauthenticity as possibilities of its being. The fundamental possibilities of Dasein, which are always show themselves in anxiety as they are, undisguised, by inner-worldly beings to which Dasein, initially and for the most part, clings. To what extent has this existential interpretation of anxiety gained a phenomenal basis for answering the leading question of the being of the totality of the structural whole of Dasein? 41. The being of Dasein as care. With the intention of grasping the totality of the structural whole ontologically, we must first ask whether the phenomenon of anxiety and what is disclosed in it are able to give us the whole of Dasein in a way that is phenomenally equiprimordial, so that our search for totality can be fulfilled in this givenness. The complete inventory of what lies in it can be enumerated, as attunement. Being anxious is a way of being in the world, that about which we have anxiety is thrown being in the world, that for which we have anxiety is our potentiality for being in the world. The complete phenomenon of anxiety thus shows Dasein as factical, existing being in the world. The fundamental, ontological characteristics of this being are existentiality, facticity, and falling prey. These existential determinations are not pieces belonging to something composite, one of which might sometimes be missing, but a primordial coherence is woven in them which constitutes the totality of the structural whole that we are seeking. In the unity of the determinations of the being of Dasein that we have mentioned, its being becomes ontologically comprehensible as such. How is this unity itself to be characterized? Dasein is a being which is concerned in its being about that being. The is concerned about has become clearer in the constitution of being of understanding as self-projective being toward its own most potentiality for being. This potentiality is that for the sake of which any Dasein is as it is. Dasein has always already compared itself, in its being, with the possibility of itself. Being free for its own most potentiality for being, and thus for the possibility of authenticity and inauthenticity, shows itself in a primordial, elemental concretion in anxiety. But ontologically, Being toward one's own most potentiality for being means that Dasein is always already ahead of itself in its being. Dasein is always already beyond itself, not as a way of behaving toward beings which it is not, but as being toward the potentiality for being which it itself is. This structure of being of the essential being concerned about we formulate as the being ahead of itself of Dasein. But this structure concerns the whole of the constitution of Dasein. Being ahead of itself does not mean anything like an isolated tendency in a worldless subject, but characterizes being in the world. But to being in the world belongs the fact that it is entrusted to itself, that it is always already thrown into a world. The fact that Dasein is left to itself shows itself primordially and concretely in anxiety. More completely formulated, being ahead of itself means being ahead of itself in already being in a world. As soon as this essentially unitary structure is seen phenomenally, what we worked out earlier in the analysis of worldliness also becomes clearer. There we found that the referential totality of significance, which is constitutive for worldliness, is anchored in a for the sake of which. The fact that this referential totality of the manifold relations of the in order to is bound up with that which Dasein is concerned about does not signify that an objectively present world of objects is welded together with a subject. Rather, it is the phenomenal expression of the fact that the constitution of Dasein, whose wholeness is now delineated explicitly as being ahead of itself in already being in, is primordially a whole. Expressed differently, existing is always factical. Existentiality is essentially determined by facticity. Furthermore, the factical existing of Dasein is not only in general and indifferently a thrown potentiality for being in the world, but is always already also absorbed in the world taken care of. In this entangled being together with, fleeing from uncanniness, which mostly remains covered over by latent anxiety because the publicness of the they suppresses everything unfamiliar, announces itself, whether it does so explicitly or not, and whether it is understood or not. Entangled being together with inner worldly things at hand taken care of is essentially included in being ahead of oneself already being in the world. The formal existential totality of the ontological structural whole of Dasein must thus be formulated in the following structure: the being of Dasein means being ahead of oneself already in the world, as being together with inner worldly beings encountered. This being fills in the significance of the term care, which is used in a purely ontological and existential way. Any ontically intended tendency of being, such as worry or carefreeness, is ruled out. Since being in the world is essentially care, being together with things at hand could be taken in our previous analyses as taking care of them, while being with the Dasein with of others encountered within the world could be taken as concern. Being together with is taking care, because as a mode of being in it is determined by its fundamental structure, care. Care not only characterizes existentiality, abstracted from facticity and falling prey, but encompasses the unity of these determinations of being. Nor does care mean primarily and exclusively an isolated attitude of the ego toward itself. The expression care for oneself, following the analogy of taking care and concern, would be a tautology. Care cannot mean a special attitude toward the self, because the self is already characterized ontologically as being ahead of itself, but in this determination the other two structural moments of care, already being in, and being together with, are co-posited. In being ahead of oneself as the being toward one's own most potentiality of being lies the existential and ontological condition of the possibility of being free for authentic existential possibilities. It is the potentiality for being for the sake of which Dasein always is as it factically is. But since this being toward the potentiality for being is itself determined by freedom, Dasein can also be related to its possibilities unwillingly. It can be inauthentic and factically it is this initially and for the most part. The authentic for the sake of which remains ungrasped, the project of one's potentiality of being is left to the disposal of the they. Thus in being ahead of itself, the self actually means the self in the sense of the they self. Even in inauthenticity, Dasein remains essentially ahead of itself, just as the entangled fleeing of Dasein from itself still shows the constitution of a being that is concerned about its being. As a primordial structural totality, care lies before every factical attitude and position of Dasein, that is, it is always already in them as an existential a priori. Thus this phenomenon by no means expresses a priority of practical over theoretical behavior. When we determine something objectively present by merely looking at it, this has the character of care just as much as a political action, or resting and having a good time. Theory and praxis are possibilities of being for a being whose being must be defined as care. The phenomenon of care in its totality is essentially something that cannot be split up, thus any attempts to derive it from special acts or drives, such as willing and wishing or urge and predilection, or of constructing it out of them, will be unsuccessful. Willing and wishing are necessarily rooted ontologically in Dasein as care and are not simply ontologically undifferentiated experiences, which occur in a stream that is completely indeterminate as to the meaning of its being. This is no less true for predilection and urge. They, too, are based upon care insofar as they are purely demonstrable in Dasein in general. This does not exclude the fact that urge and predilection are ontologically constitutive even for beings which are only alive. The basic ontological constitution of life, however, is a problem in its own right, and can be developed only reductively and privatively in terms of the ontology of Dasein. Care is ontologically prior to the phenomena we mentioned, which can, of course, always be adequately described within certain limits without the complete ontological horizon needing to be visible or even known as such. For the present fundamental ontological study, which neither aspires to a thematically complete ontology of Dasein nor even to a concrete anthropology, it must suffice to suggest how these phenomena are existentially grounded in care. The potentiality for being for the sake of which Dasein is, has itself the mode of being in the world. Accordingly, the relation to inner-worldly beings lies in it ontologically. Even if only privately, care is always taking care and concern. In willing, a being that is understood, that is, projected upon its possibility, is grasped as something to be taken care of or to be brought to its being through concern. For this reason, to any willing there always belongs something willed, and this thing willed has already been determined in terms of a for the sake of which. If willing is to be possible ontologically, the following factors are constitutive for it: the previous disclosedness of the for the sake of which in general, being ahead of oneself, the disclosedness of what can be taken care of, world as the wherein of already being, and the understanding self-projection of Dasein upon a potentiality for being toward a possibility of the being willed. The underlying wholeness of care shows through in the phenomenon of willing. As something factical, the understanding self-projection of Dasein is always already together with the discovered world. From this world it takes its possibilities, initially in accordance with the interpretedness of the they. This interpretation has from the outset restricted the possible options of choice to the scope of what is familiar, attainable, feasible, to what is correct and proper. The leveling down of the possibilities of Dasein to what is initially available in an everyday way at the same time results in a phasing out of the possible as such. The average everydayness of taking care of things becomes blind to possibility and gets tranquilized with what is merely real. This tranquilization not only does not rule out a high degree of busyness in taking care of things, rather, it arouses it. It is not the case that positive, new possibilities are then willed, but what is available is tactically changed in such a way that there is an illusion of something happening. All the same, under the leadership of the they, this tranquilized willing does not signify that being toward one's potentiality for being has been extinguished, but only that it has been modified. Being toward possibilities then shows itself for the most part as mere wishing. In the wish, Dasein projects its being toward possibilities which not only remain ungrasped in taking care of things, but whose fulfillment is not even thought about and expected. On the contrary, the predominance of being ahead of itself in the mode of mere wishing brings with it a lack of understanding of factical possibilities. Being in the world whose world is primarily projected as a wish world has lost itself utterly in what is available, but in such a way that in the light of what is wished for, what is available, all the things at hand, is never enough. Wishing is an existential modification of understanding self-projection which, having fallen prey to thrownness, simply indulges in possibilities. Such indulgence closes off possibilities. What is there in such wishful indulgence becomes the real world. Ontologically, wishing presupposes care. In indulgence, being in the world already among, has priority. Being ahead of itself in already being in is modified accordingly. Entangled indulgence reveals the inclination of Dasein to be lived by the world in which it is. This inclination shows the character of being out for something. Being ahead of itself has gotten lost in adjustal ways already among. That toward which one is inclined is a letting oneself be attracted by the sort of thing in which the inclination loses itself. When Dasein, so to speak, sinks down into an inclination, then it is not just an inclination that is present, rather, the complete structure of care is modified. Blinded, it puts all possibilities in the service of the inclination. On the other hand, the urge to live is a toward which brings its own drive along with it. It is toward at any cost. Urge seeks to crowd out other possibilities. Here, too, being ahead of oneself is inauthentic if one is invaded by an urge coming from the very thing that is urging one on. The urge can outrun one's actual attunement and understanding. But Dasein is not then and never is a mere urge to which other relations of dominating and leading are sometimes added, but as a modification of complete being in the world, it is always already care. In pure urge, care has not yet become free, although it first makes it ontologically possible for Dasein to be urged on by itself. On the other hand, in an inclination care is always already bound. Inclination and urge are possibilities rooted in the thrownness of Dasein. The urge to live is not to be destroyed, the inclination to be lived by the world is not to be eradicated. But because and only because they are ontologically based in care, both are to be modified ontically and existentially by care as something authentic. The expression care means an existential and basic ontological phenomenon which nevertheless is not simple in its structure. This ontologically elemental totality of the care structure cannot be reduced to an ontic primal element, just as being certainly cannot be explained in terms of beings. Finally, we shall see that the idea of being in general is no more simple than the being of Dasein. The characterization of care as being ahead of itself in already being in as being together with makes clear that this phenomenon, too, is still structurally articulated in itself. But is that not a phenomenal indication that the ontological question must be pursued still further until we can set forth a still more primordial phenomenon which ontologically supports the unity and totality of the structural manifold of care? Before we follow up this question, we need to look back and appropriate more precisely what has been interpreted up to now with the intention of seeing the fundamental ontological question of the meaning of being in general. But first we must show that what is ontologically new in this interpretation is ontically rather old. The explication of the being of Dasein as care does not force Dasein under a contrived idea, but brings us existentially to a concept which has already been disclosed ontically and existentially. 42. Confirmation of the existential interpretation of Dasein as care in terms of the pre-ontological self-interpretation of Dasein. In the foregoing interpretations, which finally led to exposing care as the being of Dasein, the most important thing was to arrive at the appropriate ontological foundations of the being which we ourselves actually are and which we call human being. For this purpose, it was necessary from the outset to change the direction of our analysis from the approach presented by the traditional definition of human being, which is an approach that is ontologically unclarified and fundamentally questionable. In comparison with this definition, the existential and ontological interpretation might seem strange, especially if care is understood just ontically as worry and troubles. Accordingly, we shall cite a document that is pre-ontological in character, even though its demonstrative power is only historical. Let us bear in mind, however, that in this document Dasein expresses itself about itself primordially, unaffected by any theoretical interpretation and without aiming to propose any. Furthermore, let us observe that the being of Dasein is characterized by historicality, though this must be demonstrated ontologically. If Dasein is historical in the basis of its being, then a statement that comes from its history and goes back to it, and that is prior to any scientific knowledge, takes on a special importance which, however, is never purely ontological. The understanding of being which lies in Dasein itself expresses itself pre-ontologically. What is cited in the following document is to make clear the fact that our existential interpretation is not a mere fabrication, but as an ontological construction it is well grounded and has been sketched out beforehand in elemental ways. The following self-interpretation of Dasein as care is preserved in an old fable 5. Cura cum fluvium transiret, videt critosum ludum systulit cogitabunda et copit fingeri. Dum deliberat quid iam facicit. Jovis intervenit. Rogat eum cura ut det illi spiritum, et facil impetrad. Cui cum velit cura nomen ex sisi ipsa imponera, Jovis prohibit suum qui nomen ei dandum esse dictatat. Dum cura et Jovis deceptant, telesurixit simul suum qui nomen esse volt cui corpus preburit suum. Sumpsirunt Saturnum iudicem, is sic ecus iudicat, tu Jovis quia spiritum didisti, in mort spiritum, tu tellus, quia didisti corpus, corpus recipito, cura enem quia prima finxit, tenit quam dio vixerit. Sed qui nunc denomini eius vobis controversia est, homo vocitur, quia videtur esse factus ex humo. Once when Care was crossing a river, she saw some clay, she thoughtfully took a piece and began to shape it. While she was thinking about what she had made, Jupiter came by. Care asked him to give it spirit, and this he gladly granted. But when she wanted her name to be bestowed upon it, Jupiter forbade this and demanded that it be given his name instead. While Care and Jupiter were arguing, Earth, Tellus, arose, and desired that her name be conferred upon the creature, since she had offered it part of her body. They asked Saturn to be the judge. And Saturn gave them the following decision, which seemed to be just: since you, Jupiter, have given its spirit, you should receive that spirit at death, and since you, Earth, have given its body, you shall receive its body. But since Care first shaped this creature, she shall possess it as long as it lives. And because there is a dispute among you as to its name, let it be called Homo, for it is made out of humus, earth. This pre-ontological document becomes especially significant not only in that Care is here seen as that to which human Dasein belongs for its lifetime, but also because this priority of Care emerges in connection with the familiar interpretation of human being as a compound of body, earth, and spirit. Cura prima finxit. This being has the origin of its being in Care. Cura tenit, quam dio vixerit, this being is not released from its origin, but is held fast and dominated by it, as long as this being is in the world. Being in the world has the character of being of Care. It does not get its name, Homo, with regard to its being, but in relation to that of which it consists, humus. The decision as to wherein the primordial being of this creature is to be seen is left to Saturn, time 6. The pre-ontological characterization of the essence of human being expressed in this fable thus has envisaged from the very beginning the mode of being which rules its temporal sojourn in the world. The history of the signification of the ontic concept of Cura permits us to see still further fundamental structures of Dasein. Burdake calls our attention to an ambiguity of the term Cura, according to which it means not only anxious effort, but also carefulness, dedication. Thus Seneca writes in his last letter, EP 124 of the four existing natures, tree, animal, human being, God, the last two, which alone are endowed with reason, are distinguished in that God is immortal, human being mortal. The good of the one, namely of God, is fulfilled by its nature, but that of the other, human being, is fulfilled by care. Cura unius bonum natura perficit, dci silicet, alt irius cura, hominis. The perfectio of human being becoming what one can be in being free for one's own most possibilities, project, is an accomplishment of care. But, equiprimordially, care determines the fundamental mode of this being according to which it is delivered over, thrownness, to the world taken care of. The ambiguity of care refers to a single basic constitution in its essentially twofold structure of throne project. As compared with the ontic interpretation, the existential and ontological interpretation is not only a theoretical and ontic generalization. That would only signify that ontically all the human being's behavior is full of care and guided by his dedication to something. The generalization is an a priori ontological one. It does not refer to ontic qualities that constantly keep emerging, but to a constitution of being which always already is taken as a basis. This constitution first makes it ontologically possible that this being can be addressed ontically as kura. The existential condition of the possibility of the cares of life and dedication must be conceived in a primordial, that is, ontological sense as care. The transcendental universality of the phenomenon of care and all fundamental existentials has, on the other hand, that broad scope through which the basis is given on which every ontic interpretation of Dasein with a worldview moves, whether it understands Dasein as the cares of life and need, or in an opposite manner. The emptiness and generality of the existential structures which obtrude themselves ontically have their own ontological definiteness and fullness. The whole of the constitution of Dasein itself is not simple in its unity, but shows a structural articulation which is expressed in the existential concept of care. Our ontological interpretation of Dasein has brought the pre-ontological self-interpretation of this being as care to the existential concept of care. The analytic of Dasein does not aim, however, at an ontological basis for anthropology, it has a fundamental, ontological goal. This goal has tacitly determined the course of our considerations, our choice of phenomena, and the limits to which our analysis may penetrate. With regard to our leading question of the meaning of being and its development, our inquiry must now, however, explicitly secure what has been gained so far. But something like this cannot be attained by an external synopsis of what has been discussed. Rather, what could only be roughly indicated at the beginning of the existential analytic must be sharpened to a more penetrating understanding of the problem with the help of what we have gained. 43. Dasein, worldliness, and reality. The question of the meaning of being is possible at all only if something like an understanding of being is. An understanding of being belongs to the kind of being of that being which we call Dasein. The more appropriately and primordially we have succeeded in explicating this being, the surer we are to attain our goal in the further course of working out the problem of fundamental ontology. While pursuing the tasks of a preparatory existential analytic of Dasein, we developed an interpretation of understanding, meaning, and interpretation. Our analysis of the disclosedness of Dasein showed furthermore that, with that disclosedness, Dasein is revealed equiprimordially in accordance with its fundamental constitution of being in the world with regard to the world, being in, and the self. Furthermore, in the factical disclosedness of world, inner-worldly beings are also discovered. This means that the being of these beings is always already understood in a certain way, although not appropriately conceived ontologically. The pre-ontological understanding of being comprehends all beings which are essentially disclosed in Dasein, but the understanding of being itself has not yet articulated itself according to the various modes of being. At the same time, our interpretation of understanding showed that, in accordance with its entangled kind of being, it has initially and for the most part transposed itself into an understanding of world. Even when it is not only a matter of ontic experience, but of ontological understanding, the interpretation of being initially orients itself toward the being of inner-worldly beings. Here the being of things initially at hand is passed over, and beings are first conceived as a context of things, res, objectively present. Being acquires the meaning of reality. Substantiality becomes the basic characteristic of being. Corresponding to this diversion in the understanding of being, even the ontological understanding of Dasein moves into the horizon of this concept of being. Like other beings, Dasein too is objectively present as real. Thus being in general acquires the meaning of reality. Plus or minus accordingly, the concept of reality has a peculiar priority in the ontological problematic. This priority diverts the path to a genuine existential analytic of Dasein. It also diverts our view of the being of inner-worldly things initially at hand. Finally, it forces the problematic of being in general into a direction which lies off course. The other modes of being are defined negatively and privatively with regard to reality. Therefore, not only the analytic of Dasein, but the development of the question of the meaning of being in general must be wrested from a one-sided orientation toward being in the sense of reality. We must demonstrate that reality is not only one kind of being among others, but stands ontologically in a definite foundational context with Dasein, world, and handiness. To demonstrate this, we must discuss in principle the problem of reality, its conditions, and limitations. Under the heading The Problem of Reality, various questions are clustered. 1. Whether the beings which are supposedly transcendent to consciousness are at all. 2. Whether this reality of the external world can be sufficiently proven. 3. To what extent this being, if it is real, is to be known in its being in itself. 4. What the meaning of this being, reality, signifies in general. The following discussion of the problem of reality treats three things with regard to the question of fundamental ontology: a. Reality as a problem of being and the demonstrability of the external world; b. Reality as an ontological problem; c. Reality and care. a. Reality as a problem of being and the demonstrability of the external world. Of these questions enumerated about reality, the one which comes first is the ontological question of what reality signifies in general. However, as long as a pure ontological problematic and methodology was lacking, this question, if it was asked explicitly at all, was necessarily confounded with a discussion of the problem of the external world, for the analysis of reality is possible only on the basis of an appropriate access to what is real. But intuitive cognition has always been viewed as the way to grasp what is real. Intuitive cognition is as a kind of behavior of the soul, of consciousness. Since the character of the in itself and independence belongs to reality, the question of the possible independence from consciousness of what is real, or of the real possible transcendence of consciousness in the sphere of what is real, is coupled with the question of the meaning of reality. The possibility of an adequate ontological analysis of reality depends on how far that from which there is independence, what is to be transcended, is itself clarified with regard to its being. Only in this way can the kind of being that belongs to transcendence be ontologically grasped. And, finally, the primary kind of access to what is real must be secured by deciding the question whether cognition can take over this function at all. These inquiries, which take precedence over any possible ontological question about reality, have been carried out in the foregoing existential analytic. From this analytic we saw that cognition is a founded mode of access to what is real. The real is essentially accessible only as inner-worldly being. Every access to such beings is ontologically based on the fundamental constitution of Dasein, on being in the world. This has the primordial constitution of being of care, being ahead of itself, already being in a world as being together with inner-worldly beings. The question of whether there is a world at all and whether its being can be demonstrated, makes no sense at all if it is raised by Dasein as being in the world, and who else should ask it? Moreover, it is encumbered with an ambiguity. World as the wherein of being in, and world as inner-worldly beings, that in which one is absorbed in taking care, are confused or else not distinguished at all. But world is essentially disclosed with the being of Dasein, world is always already also discovered with the disclosedness of world. Of course, inner-worldly beings in the sense of what is real, as merely objectively present, can still remain covered over. But even what is real is discoverable only on the basis of a world already disclosed. And only on this basis can what is real still remain concealed. One asks the question about the reality of the external world without previously clarifying the phenomenon of world as such. Factically, the problem of the external world is constantly oriented toward inner-worldly beings, things and objects. Thus these discussions drift into a problematic which ontologically can hardly be disentangled. The entanglement of these questions, and the confusion of what one would like to demonstrate with what is demonstrated and with what guides the demonstration, is shown in Kant's refutation of idealism. Kant calls it a scandal of philosophy and human reason in general 10 that there is still no cogent proof for the existence of things outside us which will do away with any skepticism. He himself proposes such a proof as the foundation of his theorem that the mere, but empirically determined, consciousness of my own existence proves the existence of objects in space outside of me. First, we must explicitly note that Kant uses the term existence to designate the kind of being which we have called objective presence in our present inquiry. Consciousness of my existence means for Kant consciousness of my being present in the sense of Descartes. The term existence means both the presence of consciousness and the presence of things. The proof for the existence of things outside of me is supported by the fact that change and persistence belong equiprimordially to the nature of time. My presence, that is, the presence given in the inner sense of a manifold of representations, is change that is present. But the definiteness of time presupposes something present which persists. This, however, cannot be in us, because precisely my existence in time can first be determined by this persisting with the change present in me, which is posited empirically, and present thing which persists outside of me is also posited. This persisting thing is the condition of the possibility of the presence of change in me. The experience of the being in time of representations equiprimordially posits changing things in me and persisting things outside of me. Of course, this proof is not a causal inference and, accordingly, not burdened with the prejudices of such proof. Kant gives, so to speak, an ontological proof in terms of the idea of temporal beings. At first, it appears as if Kant has abandoned the Cartesian position of the pre-discovered isolated subject. But that is only illusion. The fact that Kant requires any proof at all for the existence of things outside of me already shows that he takes the subject, the in me, as the starting point for this problematic. The proof itself is then carried out by departing from the empirically given change in me. For only in me is time experienced, and time carries the burden of the proof. It provides the foundation for leaping into the outside of me in the course of the proof. Moreover, Kant emphasizes the fact that the problematic kind of which only alleges our inability to prove an existence outside of our own by immediate experience is reasonable and in accordance with a fundamental, philosophical way of thinking, namely, before a sufficient proof has been found, never to permit a decisive judgment. But even if the ontic priority of the isolated subject and of inner experience were given up, ontologically the position of Descartes would, after all, be retained. What Kant proves if we admit that his proof and its basis are correct at all is that beings that are changing and beings that are permanent are necessarily present together. But ordering two objectively present things on the same level does not as yet mean that subject and object are objectively present together. And even if this were proven, what is ontologically decisive would still remain covered over, the fundamental constitution of the subject, of Dasein, as being in the world. The being present together of the physical and the psychical is ontically and ontologically completely different from the phenomenon of being in the world. Kant presupposes the difference and the connection of the in me and outside of me. Factically he is justified, but from the sense of his proof without justification. It has not been proven that whatever is decided about the being present together of what changes and what persists when one takes time as a guideline also applies to the connection between the in me and the outside of me. But if the whole of the difference and connection of the inside and outside presupposed in the proof were seen, if what is presupposed with this presupposition were ontologically understood, then the possibility of believing that a proof for the existence of things outside of me was still lacking and necessary would collapse. The scandal of philosophy does not consist in the fact that this proof is still lacking up to now, but in the fact that such proofs are expected and attempted again and again. Such expectations, intentions, and demands grow out of an ontologically insufficient way of positing that from which, independently and outside of which, a world is to be proven as objectively present. It is not that the proofs are insufficient, but the kind of the being that does the proving and requests proofs is not defined enough. For this reason the illusion can arise that, with this demonstration of the necessary objective presence together of two objectively present things, something is proved or even able to be proved about Dasein as being in the world. Correctly understood, Dasein defies such proofs, because it always already is in its being what the later proofs first deem necessary to demonstrate for it. If one wanted to conclude from the impossibility of the proofs for the objective presence of things outside of us that this is thus merely to be accepted on faith, this distortion of the problem would not be overcome. The preconceived opinion would persist that basically and ideally a proof must be possible. The inappropriate way of approaching the problem is still endorsed when one confines oneself to a faith in the reality of the external world, even if this faith is explicitly acknowledged. Although one is not offering a stringent proof, one is still in principle demanding a proof and trying to satisfy that demand. Even if one wanted to fall back on the fact that the subject must presuppose, and indeed always already does unconsciously presuppose, the fact that the external world is objectively present, one would still be starting with the construct of an isolated subject. The phenomenon of being in the world would no more be met with than it would be by demonstrating that the physical and the psychical are objectively present together. With such presuppositions, Dasein always already comes too late, for insofar as it carries out this presupposing as a being, and this would not be possible otherwise, it is, as a being always already in a world. Earlier than any presupposition that Dasein makes, or any of its ways of behavior, there is the a priori of its constitution of being in the mode of being of care. Faith in the reality of the external world, whether justified or not, proving this reality, whether sufficiently or insufficiently, presupposing it, whether explicitly or not. Such attempts that have not mastered their own basis with complete transparency, presuppose a subject which is initially worldless, they presuppose a subject which is not certain of its world, and which basically must first make itself certain of a world. Thus, being in the world is from the very beginning geared to interpreting, opining, being certain, and having faith, a kind of behavior which is in itself always already a founded mode of being in the world. The problem of reality in the sense of the question whether an external world is objectively present or demonstrable, turns out to be an impossible one, not because its consequences lead to inextricable impasses, but because the very being which serves as its theme repudiates such a line of questioning, so to speak. It is not a matter of proving that and how an external world is objectively present, but of demonstrating why Dasein as being in the world has the tendency of initially burying the external world in nullity epistemologically in order to then resurrect it through proofs. The reason for this lies in the falling prey of Dasein and in the diversion motivated therein of the primary understanding of being to the being of objective presence. If the line of questioning in this ontological orientation is critical, it finds something merely inner as what is objectively present and alone certain. After the primordial phenomenon of being in the world has been shattered, the isolated subject is all that remains and it becomes the basis joined together with the world. The multiplicity of attempts at a solution of the problem of reality developed through the various kinds of realism and idealism, and in the positions which mediate between them, cannot be discussed in this inquiry at any great length. Certainly there is a core of genuine understanding to be found in each of these solutions, but it would be wrong if one wanted to achieve a tenable solution to the problem by counting up how much is correct in each case. Rather, what is needed is the basic insight that the various epistemological directions do not so much go off the track epistemologically, but that, because they neglect the existential analytic of Dasein in general, they do not even attain the basis for a phenomenally secured problematic. Nor is this basis to be attained by subsequent phenomenological improvements of the concept of the subject, and such a procedure would not guarantee that the inappropriate line of questioning would not, after all, remain. With Dasein as being in the world, inner-worldly beings have already been disclosed. This existential and ontological statement seems to agree with the thesis of realism that the external world is objectively present in a real way. Since the objective presence of inner-worldly beings is not denied in this existential statement, it agrees in its result, so to speak, doxographically, with the thesis of realism. but it is distinguished in principle from all realism in that realism believes that the reality of the world needs proof, and at the same time is capable of proof. Both views are directly negated in the existential statement. But what completely separates it from realism is the lack of ontological comprehension in realism. After all, it tries to explain reality ontically by real connections of interaction between real things. As opposed to realism, idealism, no matter how contrary plus or minus and untenable it might be, has a fundamental priority, if it does not misunderstand itself as psychological idealism. If idealism emphasizes the fact that being and reality are only in consciousness, this expresses the understanding that being cannot be explained by beings. But to the extent that it remains unclarified that an understanding of being occurs here and what this understanding of being means ontologically, how it is possible, and that it belongs to the constitution of being of Dasein, one idealism constructs the interpretation of reality in a vacuum. The fact that being cannot be explained by beings, and that reality is only possible in the understanding of being, does not absolve us from asking about the being of consciousness, of the residential cogitans itself. If the idealist thesis is to be followed consistently, the ontological analysis of consciousness is prescribed as an inevitable prior task. Only because being is in consciousness, that is, intelligible in Dasein, can Dasein also understand and conceptualize characteristics of being such as independence, in itself, reality in general. Only for that reason are independent beings accessible to circumspection as encountered in the world. If the term idealism amounts to an understanding of the fact that being is never explicable by beings, but is always already the transcendental for every being, then the sole correct possibility of a philosophical problematic lies in idealism. Then Aristotle was no less of an idealist than Kant. If idealism means the reduction of all beings to a subject or a consciousness which are only distinguished by the fact that they remain undetermined in their being and are characterized at best negatively as unthing-like, then this idealism is methodologically no less naive than the grossest realism. It is still possible that one may give the problematic of reality priority over any orientation in terms of standpoints by maintaining the thesis that every subject is what it is only for an object and vice versa. But with this formal approach the terms of the correlation, like the correlation itself, remain undetermined ontologically. But at bottom the whole correlation is necessarily thought as somehow existent and thus that it must be thought with regard to a definite idea of being. Of course, if the existential and ontological basis is secured beforehand with the evidence of being in the world, this correlation can be known subsequently as a formalized, ontologically indifferent relation. Our discussion of the unexpressed presuppositions of efforts to solve the problem of reality in ways which are merely epistemological, shows that this problem must be taken back into the existential analytic of Dasein as an ontological problem. Point 16. B. Reality as an ontological problem. If the term reality * refers to the being of inner-worldly beings, res, objectively present, and nothing else is understood by this, that means for the analysis of this mode of being that inner-worldly beings are ontologically to be comprehended only when the phenomenon of inner-worldliness has been clarified. But inner-worldliness is based on the phenomenon of world, which in turn belongs to the fundamental constitution of Dasein as an essential structural factor of being in the world. Again, being in the world is ontologically bound up with the structural totality of the being of Dasein which we characterized as care. But thus we have characterized the foundations and the horizons that must be clarified if an analysis of reality is to be possible. In this connection the character of the in itself first becomes ontologically intelligible. By taking our orientation toward this context of problems, we have interpreted the being of inner-worldly beings in our earlier analyses 7. To be sure, within certain limits, a phenomenological characterization of the reality of what is real can already be given without an explicit existential and ontological basis. Dilthey tried this in the treatise which we mentioned above. What is real is experienced in impulse and will. Reality is resistance, more precisely, the character of resisting. The analytic elaboration of the phenomenon of resistance is what is positive in Dilthey's treatise, and is the best concrete substantiation of his idea of a descriptive and analytic psychology, but he is kept from correctly working out the analysis of the phenomenon of resistance by the epistemological problematic of reality. The principle of phenomenality does not let Dilthey arrive at an ontological interpretation of the being of consciousness. The will and its inhibition emerge within the same consciousness. What kind of being belongs to this emerging? What is the meaning of the being of the within? What relation of being does consciousness bear to what is real itself? All this needs an ontological determination. That this was not done can be finally explained by the fact that Dilthey left life behind, which one of course cannot go standing in such a way that it is ontologically undifferentiated. However, an ontological interpretation of Dasein does not mean that we must go back ontically to some other being. The fact that Dilthey was epistemologically refuted cannot prevent us from making fruitful use of what is positive in his analyses, which is precisely what has not been understood in these refutations. Thus recently Skeeler took up Dilthey's interpretation of reality. He champions a voluntative theory of Dasein. Here Dasein is understood in the Kantian sense as objective presence. The being of objects is given immediately only in relation to drive and will. Skeeler, like Dilthey, not only emphasizes the fact that reality is never primarily given in thinking and grasping, above all he also refers to the fact that knowledge itself is, again, not judgment, and that knowing is a relation of being. Fundamentally, what we have already said about the ontological indefiniteness of Dilthey's foundations is valid for this theory too. Nor can the fundamental ontological analysis of life be inserted afterwards as a support. It bears and conditions the analysis of reality, the full explication of resistance and its phenomenal presuppositions. We encounter resistance in not getting through, as an obstacle to wanting to get through. But with this willing, something must already have been disclosed, something which drive and will are out to get. The ontic indefiniteness of what they are out to get must not, however, be overlooked ontologically or, for that matter, be understood as if it were nothing. Being out to which comes up against resistance and must come up against it, is itself already together with the totality of relevance. But the discoveredness of that totality is grounded in the disclosedness of the referential totality of significance. The experience of resistance, that is, the discovery of resistance in striving, is ontologically possible only on the basis of the disclosedness of world. Resistance characterizes the being of inner-worldly beings. Experiences of resistance factically determine only the extent and direction in which beings encountered within the world are discovered. Their sum does not first introduce the disclosure of world, but presupposes it. The against and the counter to are supported in their ontological possibility by disclosed being in the world. Nor is resistance experienced in a drive or a will emerging in its own right. These turn out to be modifications of care. Only beings with this kind of being are able to run up against something resistant in the world. Thus, if reality is defined by resistance, we must consider two things. On the one hand, we have only gotten at one characteristic of reality among others, and on the other hand the already disclosed world is necessarily presupposed for resistance. Resistance characterizes the external world in the sense of inner-worldly beings, but never in the sense of world. Consciousness of reality is itself a way of being in the world. Every problematic of the external world necessarily goes back to this basic existential phenomenon. If the cogito sum is to serve as the point of departure for the existential analytic, we not only need to turn it around, but we need a new ontological and phenomenal confirmation of its content. Then the first statement is sum, in the sense of I am in a world. As such a being, I am in the possibility of being toward various modes of behavior, cogitationes, as ways of being together with inner-worldly beings. In contrast, Descartes says that cogitationes are indeed objectively present and an ego is also objectively present as a worldless residential cogitans. See, reality and care. As an ontological term, reality is related to inner-worldly beings. If it serves to designate this kind of being in general, then handiness and objective presence function as modes of reality. but if one lets this world keep its traditional asterisk meaning, it means being in the sense of the sheer objective presence of things. But not all objective presence is the objective presence of things. Nature, which surrounds us, is indeed an inner-worldly being, but it shows neither the kind of being of handiness, nor of objective presence as natural things. In whatever way one interprets this being of nature, all modes of being of inner-worldly beings are ontologically founded in the worldliness of the world, and thus in the phenomenon of being in the world. From this there arises the insight that neither does reality have priority within the modes of being of inner-worldly beings, nor can this mode of being even characterize something like world and Dasein in an ontologically adequate way. Reality is referred back to the phenomenon of care in the order of ontological foundational contexts and possible categorical and existential demonstration. The fact that reality is ontologically grounded in the being of Dasein cannot mean that something real can only be what it is in itself when and as long as Dasein exists. However, only as long as Dasein is, that is, as long as there is the ontic possibility of an understanding of being, is there being. If Dasein does not exist, then there is no independence either, nor is there an in itself. Such matters are then neither comprehensible nor incomprehensible. If Dasein does not exist, then inner-worldly beings, too, can neither be discovered, nor can they lie in concealment. Then it can neither be said that beings are, nor that they are not. It can now indeed be said that as long as there is an understanding of being and thus an understanding of objective presence, that then beings will still continue to be. As we have noted, being, not beings, is dependent upon the understanding of being, that is, reality, not the real, is dependent upon care. This dependency protects our further analytic of Dasein from an uncritical interpretation of Dasein constantly intruding itself, an interpretation that follows the guideline of the idea of reality. Only the orientation toward existentiality which is interpreted in an ontologically positive way can guarantee that, in the factical course of the analysis of consciousness, of life, some meaning of reality, even if it is undifferentiated, is not taken as a ground. The fact that beings having the kind of being of Dasein cannot be comprehended in terms of reality and substantiality has been expressed by the thesis that the substance of human being is existence. Interpreting existentiality as care and distinguishing it from reality do not, however, signal the end of the existential analytic, but only lets the maze of problems in the question of being and its possible modes, and the meaning of such modifications, emerge more sharply. Only if an understanding of being is, are beings accessible as beings, only if beings of the kind of being of Dasein are, is an understanding of being as beings possible. 44. Dasein, disclosedness, and truth. From time immemorial, philosophy has truth with being. The first discovery of the being of beings by Parmenides identifies being with the perceptive understanding of being. To Yap Avdiovos of 6 Tipri Eist in his sketch of the history of the discovery of Aristotle emphasizes the fact that the philosophers before him were led by the things themselves to question further. A. Tio du Tipaeus 6, 8 Oidovril 6 Ev Eist 6 Vril Vaka 6 Ekril.22. He also characterizes the same fact with the words, Avakako Iavo Gachi Alg Pavo Pound Vo 1c, 23. He, Parmenides, was compelled to follow what showed itself in another passage. He says, Bitirjag compelled by truth itself, they carried out their investigations. Aristotle designates this inquiry as Pykogo, PD 7 Tepi Trjg, philosophizing about the truth as demonstrating some or even as 7 Tepi Trjg thing and letting it be seen with regard to the truth and in the scope of truth. Philosophy itself is defined as NNG 6CXTJ and FUC2, the science of truth. But at the same time it is characterized as an TJ2OV, as the science that considers beings as beings, that is, with regard to their being. What does it mean to speak of inquiring into truth, or the science of truth? Is truth made thematic in this inquiry in the sense of a theory of knowledge or of judgment? Obviously not, for truth means the same thing as matter, what shows itself. But then what does the expression truth mean if it can be used as a term for beings and being? But if truth rightfully has a primordial connection with being, then the phenomenon of truth moves into the orbits of the problematic of fundamental ontology. But must not this phenomenon have been encountered already within our preparatory fundamental analysis, the analytic of Dasein? What ontic-ontological connection does truth have with Dasein and with its ontic characteristic which we call the understanding of being? Can the reason why being necessarily goes together with truth and vice versa be pointed out in terms of this understanding?